Chapter 1 Activate, Haunted System. The first half of the Grand Line, on the Com Belt. A marine warship holding pirate prisoners is heading towards the world's largest prison, Impel Down. At this time, inside the marine warship, in a temporary prison for prisoners. Feel the extra information in my mind. Luo Wen figured it out. He crossed and came to the world of One Piece. But this is not the point. The point is that he was arrested by Marine as a bounty of 30 million, and he was going to be impelled down. You have to find a way to escape. As a traverser, and even a pirate fan, Luo Wen knows where Impel Down is. It is the most unbreakable prison, located in the Com Belt, surrounded by sea kings. It contains the most vicious big pirates. Even the legendary big pirates can only be imprisoned in Impel Down. The truth is that the dragon is the tiger. Can lie down inside. Once inside, not to mention the harsh environment of Impel Down, but the vicious pirates inside are troublesome enough. Just when Luo Wen thought how to escape. Ding! Detect host traversal, system activation. Ding! Start to detect the host environment and match the corresponding system template. Ding! Host is being sent to a recommended city full of death and despair, and the system template is selected successfully. Ding! Haunted system on. The cold system sound echoed in my mind. A panel appeared in front of Luo Wen. Host, Luo Wen. Strength, a bounty of 30 million, that is, the average strength of the pirates in the world with a bounty of 30 million. Ghost, none, can be drawn by spending scare points. Scare points, 100. Props, novice gift pack. At this time, more information about the system appeared in my mind. The system function is very simple. You only need to summon ghosts and let the ghosts scare people. Once the scared person is scared, the system will get corresponding scare points based on the person scared by the ghosts. The scare points can be used to draw ghosts, and can also be exchanged for money. Exchange all things in Pirate World, including strength. In addition, at the same time as the ghosts are drawn, the host will also have ghost abilities at the same time. Ding! It is detected that the host has a novice gift package, whether to open it. Luo Wen chose to turn it on without hesitation. Ding! Newbie gift package open. Ding! Host gets Sadako's summoned item videotape. Sadako can be summoned. Ding! Host gains the ability to create atmosphere, where ghosts are located. Even if they are far away, they can easily manipulate the surrounding environment of ghosts to create a horrible atmosphere. Ding! Host gains Saitama physique. Exercise will become stronger. This newbie package is too great, I am invincible. Luo Wen was surprised. Not to mention the first two things, just the last Saitama physique, I am invincible. It seems I can't leave Impel Down yet. That place is perfect for me to exercise. Thinking back to Saitama's physique, it would be invincible after 3 years of exercise. The cruel environment of Impel Down, although dangerous, is also suitable for exercise. After staying there for 3 years, Luo Wen believes that he is invincible. Could not help. Luo Wen began to imagine 3 years later. He asked his prison colleagues. 3 years to 3 years, do you know how I spent these 3 years? Soon. Waved away from the illusion. Luo Wen raised his head to look at the marine guard in front of the prison fence. Brother Marine over there, I'm looking for Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel. I have something to discuss with him. The marine guard glanced at Luo Wen and ignored it. Pirates sent to Impel Down are often the case, and they will discuss with the escorting Vice Admiral. As for the content of the discussion, it is nothing more than asking for letting go. But the soldier was thinking. I have something to hand the flying squirrel Vice Admiral to Marshal Sengoku. It's confidential. Are you sure you want to pretend to be deaf? Luo Wen said something. The marine soldier was bluffed. After hesitating, the Marine soldier and his companion gave a few words and ran to find the flying squirrel Vice Admiral. "Luo Wen, what do you want to give Marshal Sengoku?" "Here comes the flying squirrel Vice Admiral. A good thing that will let you Marine kill the pirate," Luo Wen said, motioning Vice Admiral to look at the boots he was wearing. Upon seeing this, the flying squirrel Vice Admiral pauses slightly, telling the guard to open the cell. "Don't think about playing tricks, this is already the calm belt, even if you escape from here, you will be eaten by sea kings." He squatted down and took off Luo Wen's boots. "Hey? This is..." The flying squirrel Vice Admiral found a small thing in his boots. "Videotape. That is a videotape. It is the videotape of Genzi obtained by Luo Wen." "What's recorded here?" Vice Admiral asked Luo Wen. Luo Wen grinned, pretending to be mysterious. "If you want to know, you will know by looking at it for yourself." Vice Admiral frowned. Seeing Luo Wen's smile, he hesitated for a while. If it was something else, he would not give it to Sengoku. After all, this was something the pirate gave. What if there is danger and harm Marshal Marine Sengoku? But this is a videotape, so it's another matter. This is almost impossible to be dangerous. The only danger that comes to mind is that the thing played is very dangerous, but this kind of danger is impossible to threaten lives. Look at the videotape and make sure it is a videotape, and there is nothing else in it except the videotape. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral puts away the videotape. "Let's say, what do you want to provide this videotape?" The person in front of him is a pirate. Vice Admiral, a flying squirrel, does not think that a pirate will provide Marine with good things for free. "Don't worry, when Marshal Sengoku finishes watching the video, I will still be honest in my life and inspect the goods first." The flying squirrel Vice Admiral raised his eyebrows. After another conversation, Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, left with another sentence. "Luo Wen, no matter what you give or how valuable it is, the probability that you want to leave Impel Down is 0. Because we will be in Impel Down one day, and in Impel Down, no one can escape from it." Words fall. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral walked out of the cell. On the occasion of leaving, Luo Wen's voice came from behind. "Vice Admiral, flying squirrel, ask you something, do you believe there are ghosts in the world?" Luo Wen grinned at Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel. Asterisk. Chapter 2. There seems to be a woman on Luo Wen's shoulder just now. After Luo Wen gave the videotape to Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, the warship holding the criminals successfully sailed into Impel Down. Impel Down, known as the world's most impossible prison to escape, is located on the Grand Line Calm Belt. Its unique geographical location and strong defense force make it a copper wall and iron wall. Any criminal who enters Impel Down can feel that dayless despair. According to the rules of advancement, all prisoners who are escorted in must undergo a baptism first. This so-called baptism is to throw the prisoner into 100-degree water for sterilization. Now, Luo Wen was escorted to the ground floor and was about to accept this terrible baptism. "Hey, every time I come here, I feel hot." The jailer who escorted Luo Wen grinned and looked at Luo Wen with ill-intentioned eyes. "I don't know if you, a guy offering a reward of 30 million, can survive." The voice fell. Luo Wen was directly pushed into the big walk ahead by the jailer. Puff! Luo Wen, who was bound by the chain, had no room to struggle, and fell straight into the big iron pot filled with boiling water. "My favorite thing to do every day is to watch these damn criminals scream." The jailer who pushed Luo Wen down took out a cigarette and bit it in his mouth, looking wickedly at the place where Luo Wen fell. The boiling water rolled into a big blister, and Luo Wen was already immersed in it. If it were an ordinary person, the screams now might be worse than killing a pig. After all, it's a 30 million reward. I guess he lasts for 10 minutes. The other jailer next to him smiled and looked good. However, under the gleeful watch of the jailers, Bathing in hot water, Luo Wen seems to be in a hot spring, rather than accepting the devastation of boiling water. The jailer who pushed Luo Wen down widened his eyes, abruptly stopped the thought of exclaiming, and said maliciously, "This guy must have pretended to be, he is absolutely desperate now, he is holding on." That's right, there are no such people, they pretend to be indifferent on the surface, but in fact they can't hold it anymore, they just have a stiff mouth. The jailers talked and paid more attention to Luo Wen's situation. Time, a little bit passed. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. The picture that the jailers were looking forward to did not appear. Luo Wen still closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying the hot spring. He leaned on the edge of the iron pot like this, and even took a nap looking at the appearance. Sleeping bubbles appeared on his nose. "This, are you kidding me?" The jailers whispered in disbelief. This has been longer than their first guess for more than 10 minutes. This Luo Wen is really a pirate who offers a 30 million bounty. At this moment, Luo Wen was soaking in a boiling water bath, the sleeping bubbles on his nose burst, and he raised his head lazily, looking at the jailer who was watching and expecting him to scream. "After washing, what shall I do next?" Luo Wen tilted his head. The jailers even saw an expectation from his face. Look at each other speechlessly. In fact, Luo Wen is not afraid of hot water thanks to the videotape that he gave to Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. In the videotape, the Sojourn ghost is Sadako. This is also the first ghost drawn by Luo Wen. After drawing Genzi, Luo Wen already has all the abilities of Genzi, including Genzi's physique. According to Luo Wen's words, Genzi's pervert ability is exaggerated. Unlike other ghosts, it has super endurance and super strength. And Sadako can be regarded as two conjoined ghosts, a big Sadako and a little Sadako. Their abilities are different, Luo Wen has them all. Among them, Xiao Genzi's abilities are superb healing skills and healing abilities. Because Luo Wen has acquired these two abilities, he is not afraid of hot water. Let alone put him on this for 2 hours, even if it is 2 months or 2 years, nothing will happen. This guy's reward is definitely 30 million. All of this was seen by the impelled-down director Magellan, who happened to be here. Now, Magellan looked at Luo Wen comfortably soaked in hot water, with a strong interest in her eyes. Increase the firepower and see how long he can hold on. Following Magellan's words fell. The temperature of the big iron pan rises rapidly. In order to baptize the prisoners, the water inside the big iron pot is a special quality, not ordinary water in the true sense. The boiling point can exceed 100 degrees and continue to heat up. Break through 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 300 degrees. He is still okay. The jailer's eyelids jumped wildly. He wanted to see Luo Wen scream, but in the end he was shocked and his jaw dropped. Luo Wen, it's okay at all. No matter how the temperature increases, Luo Wen still looks like a comfortable bath, and there is no sense of uncomfortable feeling at all. The Marine Bounty Department made a mistake in his judgment. This is a dangerous guy, and his strength is definitely not at the level of 30 million rewards. Magellan frowned and waved his hand. Okay, no need to increase the temperature, get Luo Wen out and take it to the second, no, take it to the third floor. Hear what Magellan said. The expressions of the jailers around were shaking. The third layer, Starvation Hell, is basically a criminal who offers a reward of more than 5000 W. Luo Wen only offered a reward of 30 million yuan, and he should have been imprisoned on the second floor. But with a word from Director Magellan, Luo Wen made an exception and entered the third level. The jailer hesitated and opened his mouth to say something. But after all, nothing was said in the next second. Luo Wen's performance really deserves to be imprisoned on the third floor. This is definitely a cruel criminal. Marine's reward for him went wrong. The third floor. Luo Wen opened his eyes and he heard Magellan's words. The third layer Starvation Hell has to endure more severe pain than the second layer, and prisoners will be cut off from food and water and starve to death. But, this is nothing to Luo Wen. After gaining Sadako's physique, to some extent, he can actually not eat anymore. Soon, the jailer walked over and got Luo Wen out of the big iron pot. After inspecting the instruments of torture one more time, several jailers escorted Luo Wen to the third floor. Just as Luo Wen was walking towards the third floor, the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral, walked out of the elevator and came to Magellan. Magnalan, you can help pay attention to this man named Luo Wen. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral frowned slightly, and without concealment he asked Luo Wen to submit a videotape to Sengoku, including asking him if he had any ghosts. Ghost. After listening to Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, Magellan looked dumbfounded. Why do you suddenly ask this? Magellan glanced at Luo Wen, who was sent away subconsciously, and his pupils shrank violently. This moment, Luo Wen, who was walking towards the third floor, was about to enter the passage, and his whole body was slightly engulfed by dark shadows. But Magellan still saw it clearly. On Luo Wen's shoulder, sitting on a woman with black yin, wearing a white dress, her face covered by long black hair. Magellan felt her hair explode. At the moment he saw the woman in the white skirt seemed to be aware, her face covered by hair lifted up and looked in Magellan's direction. Through the gaps in the hair, Magellan clearly saw a pair of weird and exaggerated eyes with white whites. The two looked at each other. Magellan stepped back subconsciously. The woman's eyes were hollow and godless, and they didn't look like a person's eyes at all. If you really want to say, that's the look in the dead man's eyes. The question is, a dead person, why can he raise his head and look at himself? However, when he rubbed his eyes, he looked at Luo Wen again. But see! Luo Wen's shoulders are empty. The black-haired woman was gone. It seems that everything before is an illusion that does not exist. Illusion. Magellan's eyes widened slightly, uncertain. What happened to you? Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral noticed Magellan's change, turned his head and asked suspiciously. Did you see it just now? Magellan's eyelids twitched, her tone faintly faint. See what? Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, frowned. Magellan hesitated a little, then glanced at the passage where Luo Wen disappeared. Just now, there seems to be a woman on Luo Wen's shoulder. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. A few days later. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal Sengoku's room. Marshal, this is the pirate named Luo Wen, the videotape to be handed to you. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral walked to Sengoku's desk and handed a videotape to Sengoku with both hands. Then, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral hesitated a little, and then repeated what Luo Wen had asked him. Ghost? This pirate named Luo Wen is a bit interesting. I hope that there are any secrets in his videotape and will not waste my time. Sengoku smiled and took the videotape from the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Then I will leave first, hey? Garp Vice Admiral. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral paid a military salute, and when he left, he happened to pass by a burly figure. Sengoku, my senbei is finished, give me a little bit of yours. Garp grinned and walked in carelessly, sitting on the sofa across from Sengoku, lifting his legs. Wait, I'll give it to you after watching the tape. Sengoku said. Videotape? Garp asked curiously, learned about the videotape, not surprised. Hey? There is still such a thing. Next moment, Garp leaned forward and grinned. Sengoku, watch a movie together. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Naval Headquarters, Sadako video is played. Sengoku and Garp sat side by side on the sofa. In front of the two, the videotape was put into the projection phone worm. As the gear rotates, the picture in the videotape is parsed and projected on the screen. Crack. Garp opened the senbei, grabbed a piece and threw it into his mouth, biting it with a rattling sound. making it look like watching a movie casually. "The picture is out," Sengoku said. As his voice fell, the snowflake screen on the curtain ends. "The picture is completely dark. It seems that the shooting environment is in the dark night, and it is not very clear to see." Next moment, the camera suddenly zoomed in, and the center of the picture was occupied by a well. "What's this?" Garp snapped at Senbei, frowning. "The head of the well is dark and the light is also dark, making it difficult to see the inside." Sengoku straightened his waist, leaned forward, and narrowed his eyes to see the picture in the well. At this moment, there is a touch of white in the black and pressurized well head. A woman with disheveled hair and long black hair covering her face, crawled out of the well a little bit. The moment when the woman in white completely climbed out of the well and stood in front of the screen, the picture is interrupted and everything returns to calm. The videotape is over. What is it?" Sengoku was taken aback. He wasn't scared, he just felt stunned. "What's this all about?" Garp ate the senbei bit by bit, turning his head to look at Sengoku. "Sengoku, you started talking about the pirate who gave you the videotape, saying that the footage in the videotape can deal with the pirate. Can this thing really deal with?" "Sengoku, you have been tricked by a pirate with a reward of 30 million. Sengoku heard the words. With a twist of his thick eyebrows, he grabbed Garp's senbei like a grudge. Just when he was about to rebut, the two of them seemed to feel something, and turned their heads almost at the same time, looking towards the back of the sofa. However, empty, nothing. Is it an illusion? The movements of Sengoku and Garp were at the same time, and doubts arose in their hearts. In the last second, they actually felt someone standing behind them at the same time. Maybe it's been staring at the videotape for a long time, and the flying squirrel mentioned that Luowen said there is no ghost, so I have an illusion. Sengoku said to himself. After interrupting like this, Sengoku didn't have the mood to fight Garp again. He shook his head, ready to turn off the projection phone bug and take out the videotape. It is at this time. There was movement outside the office. Celestial dragons with a bubble cover on their heads, escorted by several CP personnel in black suits, broke in with a high-profile posture. He subconsciously glanced at the footage played on the videotape. Sengoku, you have time to watch the video here, so quickly escort me home. I will return to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce tonight. It's so boring here. St. Charles Rose looked arrogant, looked away from the videotape, and swept around with disgusting eyes. It seems to him, staying in naval headquarters is a kind of boring torture. Master Chalrose, there is a storm tonight and it is not suitable for traveling, so I will go back on another day. Sengoku persuaded after a little thought. Sengoku is right. Storms are prone to accidents. This storm will not last long. It is estimated that these 2 days will pass. Garp also got up from the sofa, persuading him sideways. He added at the end. Today's dinner is ready, let's take a rest after dinner and set sail. He doesn't like celestial dragons himself, but no matter what, he can't watch St. Charles Roth doing stupid things. If you really set sail under the heavy rain and eventually encounter an accident, the entire marine will be implicated. Dinner. Charles Rose's holy eyes rolled, and his fat hand waved like a Kun king. That's it, take another day off, and you must leave when the storm passes. I hope the dinner will not disappoint me. St. Charles Rose left behind these words. Twisting his fat body, under the escort of the CP staff, he left Sengoku's office in a high-profile manner. Get the troublesome master. Sengoku shook his head and turned to take out the videotape from the projection phone bug. Just this time, the flying squirrel vice admiral went back and forth, and after dealing with the matter, he came to the office again to report the situation. Flying squirrel, lose it, this thing has no meaning. Sengoku threw the videotape to Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel. His face was not pretty. As Marshal Marine, he was swayed by a pirate who offered a reward of 30 million. No one would have a good face. What's more, the content of the videotape is unknown. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral took the videotape, and the moment he turned and left, his face also collapsed. He was irritating himself, and he was actually played by the pirate. After walking out of the office, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's adjutant greeted him from the side. "Sir, is there anything in this videotape?" The adjutant blinked, looking curious. He followed the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral into Impel Down, knowing that Luo Wen gave the videotape. "It's no use, we were fooled." The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral shook his head, took out the videotape, and threw it to the adjutant. "You go and get rid of the videotape, this time I owe it to thinking." The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's face was cold, and the pace under his feet accelerated, and quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Fed by. The adjutant stayed where he heard the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's words. He lowered his head and looked at the videotape in his hand several times. Then, the adjutant made a decision. He intends to see what is in this videotape first. The curiosity has been aroused, and it will be okay to see and deal with it. The adjutant said to himself. He didn't think it was anything. Just a videotape, there is no danger, at most a little time is wasted. As it happens, there are no tasks this afternoon. That afternoon. About the videotape, it spread within Marine. Many Marines are curious. Sengoku and Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, could tell the videotape that was tricked. What would it be? In order to satisfy the curiosity of the adjutant, he took the videotape and walked into an idle conference room. At this time, in the conference room, many Marines who heard the wind rushed over. There were hundreds of people. Among them are Rear Admiral and Captain. Even Vice Admiral, the famous Fire Mountain at Naval Headquarters, is here. They were all curious and planned to come and see what happened. It started. The Marines got together. The videotape starts to play. Well. Huo Xiaoshan squinted, biting the cigar in his mouth. The picture soon changed again. A woman crawled out of the well. The Marines looked at each other, and some people felt slightly uncomfortable due to the picture. But in the end, they are all elites who have been killed from the battlefield, and it is impossible to have much emotional fluctuations because of this. That's it. It's weird that I was fooled. The adjutant squashed his mouth, took out the videotape boringly, and threw it into the trash can in the conference room. It's a waste of time, and it's gone. Hua Shaoshan Vice Admiral stood up and left with a smile while biting his cigar. The other Marines who came together all spoke time-wasting words and left the meeting room boringly and returned to their posts. Soon, the meeting room is empty. Only the videotape, lying quietly in the trash can. What no one noticed is, the moment the lights in the meeting room went out, the videotape in the trash can, the internal gears are spinning, and it seems to be playing. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Celestial Dragons died in Naval Headquarters. The night the videotape was discarded. The dinner is over. Under the protection of the crowd, St. Charles returned to the special room prepared for him by Naval Headquarters. Master Charles rose, "Welcome back." His wife walked out to greet her, her eyebrows lowered and her eyes bowed as she spoke. In his expression, it is not difficult to see the fear. St. Charles Roth is a pervert, married 13 wives in total, and will discard it without hesitation once he gets bored. But these things are only spread in Marie Joy's, no one outside knows. This time, St. Charles Roth is still as usual, bringing a wife out when he is out of the tour. "You come with me today." St. Charles Rose picked up the iron chain that fell on his wife's neck and led it back to the room like a dog. His wife served celestial dragons tremblingly. Just as she was undressing St. Charles and getting ready to go to bed. Sudden. The video phone worm placed on the table in the room opened up on its own. The eyes of the untouched video phone worm lit up, projecting an image in mid-air. Hear the babble. St. Charles Rose and her wife subconsciously looked towards the blurred black and white image of the image. In the black and white picture, in the empty uninhabited woods, there is an old well of Madara. If it weren't whirling, it makes people think that the picture is still. Upon seeing this, St. Charles Rose looked angry. Isn't this a videotape from the morning? Do you dare to confuse my video phone worm? He remembered that this was when he went to find Sengoku Garp. The videotape they are watching. Now, some people dare to use their video phone worm to put this kind of unknown thing. He wants to punish the ignorant servant. Use a barbed iron whip to beat it fiercely. Suddenly, the seemingly still image screen changed, making a weird sneer. Next moment, in the deep well of Madara, a pale hand stretched out, and a weird woman in a pale dress and black hair with a split face crawled out, and then moved in a weird way, like a teleport. People appear in the front of the screen from far to near. Then, under the horrified gaze of Charles Luosheng and his wife, the weird woman in white in the video frame stretched out her hand from the frame, followed by her head and her whole body crawling out of it. Boom! On a stormy night outside the window, the thunder blasted, and the lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the room through the window. Accompanied by thunder. The high-decibel scream cut through the silent night. This night, it wasn't just the screams in Chao Ra Saint's room. Naval headquarters had screams in succession, resounding through the thunderstorm night sky, breaking the night's sleep. Sengoku and Garp, who were about to go to bed, opened their eyes suddenly. Their keen perception allowed them to hear the screams clearly in the thunderstorm. Naval headquarters screamed. There is no need to hesitate at all. In their respective rooms, the two got up quickly in a unified pace, wanting to see what happened. However, they just got up, and their movements took a halt at the same time. They were surprised to find out. On his arm, a black handprint appeared. The 5 fingers were slender, as if there was a thin woman, firmly grasping their arms and leaving a mark. But Sengoku Garp in sleep doesn't have the slightest impression. Too late to think. Forcibly suppressed the surprise in my heart. Sengoku and Garp stepped out of the room at the same time, and quickly rushed to the source of the scream Celestial Dragon's Charles Rose's room. Enter the door. The eye-catching picture makes them look stiff as if struck by lightning. St. Charles Rose, dead. He fell on the ground, his fat body was cold, his eyes widened, his eyeballs protruding, bloodshot, and his expression terrified. As if before dying, St. Charles saw a terrifying picture. Sengoku's face was ugly. As the highest fortress of Marine, Naval Headquarters has undoubtedly the highest level of defense. Before this, no one had been able to sneak into the headquarters. Not to mention killing people silently. The more important point. In the current Naval Headquarters, CP agencies are secretly deploying manpower to protect the Naval Headquarters due to the arrival of St. Charles Rose. Sengoku alone knows that there are 2 CP0s that protect St. Charles. But St. Charles Rose is still dead. Just die in his own room. You know that CP0 itself is the most assassinated and hidden person by the Grand Master, even their eyes and ears can be concealed. Just then, Sengoku's and Garp's pupils shrank at the same time. They see clearly. On the neck of St. Charles Rose, a jet black palm was deeply imprinted. Lingering, as if embedded in his flesh and blood. Is it a palm print again? Sengoku and Garp were surprised. The two looked at each other, with a trace of consternation in their eyes. This palm print, no matter how you look at it, is very similar to the one on your body. Ghost, ghost. The wife of St. Charles Rose curled up in the corner, her pretty face pale and trembling, and she kept repeating these words in her mouth. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The hearts of the two people sank at the same time. Ghost? Marshal, in addition to Lord Charros, several people died, and Rear Admiral of Sri Lanka. At this moment, a Marine soldier walked into the room with an ugly face. Someone else died. Sengoku was about to ask, but the words to his lips stopped, his eyebrows jumped. He suddenly found out. The Marine soldier who was reporting the situation had an eye-catching mark on his wrist. Dark and weird. Is exactly the same as the palm print of the woman on his arm. Take us to the place where the accident happened. Sengoku ordered without hesitation. Also, what's the matter with the palm print on your wrist? What? The soldier was stunned, and subconsciously raised his hand to take a look. The whole person shuddered directly. This, I don't know. Sengoku looked at the soldier's horrified expression, and no longer asked, but remembered the incident in his heart. He turned around and told the Marine soldier who was guarding the gate of Charles. Don't move anything in this room, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, they will come over immediately and take care of this place. Finish this sentence. Sengoku Garp quickly walked towards Rear Admiral's room. Wait until they enter and see the condition of the corpse. The faces of the two of them are extremely solemn and ugly. On the neck of the dead Sri Lankan Rear Admiral, there is a pair of dark female palm prints. It's exactly the same as the black hand prints I saw before. Absolutely by one person. Convene the highest meeting of the department and notify all Vice Admiral personnel stationed in the department and people with black fingerprints on their bodies, so that they can get to the meeting room as soon as possible. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows, his expression heavy and serious. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Just half an hour. The highest meeting room of Naval Headquarters, brightly lit, illuminates the dark night of a party. Every seat in the spacious conference room is full. It's not just a ghost with a black handprint on his body, Marine. Even Vice Admiral, who had no mission, was there. Although not all Vice Admiral have black handprints on their bodies, as Marine Vice Admiral, someone in their headquarters has somehow died, even a Celestial Dragons. It is impossible for Vice Admiral not to gather. Among them, nature includes the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. The results of the investigation are preliminary. All Marine soldiers with black handprints have one thing in common: they have all seen the videotape. White clothes. Black hair covering your face. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's expression suddenly changed after hearing the soldier's description of the woman in the videotape. In an instant, he thought of what Magellan said. At that time Luo Wen was escorted into the third-tier prison. Magellan said he saw a ghost-like woman standing on Luo Wen's shoulder. Appearance. Isn't it just white clothes and black hair covering your face? Marshal Sengoku, Magellan was impelled down at the time. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's eyelids twitched slightly, telling everything that was originally in his heart. After listening to Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, Sengoku and Garp were surprised at the same time. The two looked at each other. The eyes of both parties are telling the same cognition. That videotape has a problem. Jesses, what did you do with the videotape? The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral also realized that there was something wrong with Lu's thoughts at this moment, and suddenly turned to ask the adjutant. The trash can in the meeting room. When the adjutant was asked suddenly, he seemed to be taken aback, and his whole body trembled slightly. Go get the tape back. Sengoku looked at the adjutant. I don't want to go. The adjutant hesitated, his eyes avoiding. Don't want to go. Sengoku frowned slightly. I saw that female ghost with my own eyes. The adjutant's voice trembled. Sri Lanka Rear Admiral, who happens to be his roommate. The adjutant had a big life and was not killed by the female ghost, but the shadow in his heart was indelible. He saw with his own eyes the white-clothed woman emerged from the TV, hung upside down on the wall, withered like wood, crawling towards Rear Admiral, a sleeping Sri Lanka, in an extremely twisted way. That moment, The adjutant's body was cold, as if being held down by tens of thousands of pounds of rocks, unable to move any more. He can swear, that's not an illusion. Is that a human or a ghost? The short Marine in the same dormitory shuddered and said this abruptly. The voice resounded in the conference room. The audience is silent. After all, the adjutant did not dare to get the videotape. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral didn't embarrass his subordinates and went to find the videotape himself. Fortunately, the garbage in the headquarters today is processed early the next morning. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral found the discarded videotape in the garbage truck. The videotape was taken back to the conference room by him. Sengoku stared carefully. The appearance of the videotape does not have any special, ordinary videotape. Hwasheo Mountain Vice Admiral, you go to Impel Down to find Luo Wen who sent this video. When Sengoku said this, the conversation suddenly changed. No, I will go personally. He stood up and looked at Garp. Garp, the headquarter is handed over to you, and the guy who dared to do evil in the headquarter is caught. Even if she is a ghost, she must be arrested. P.S. A picture of Sadako is attached. You can see it by clicking the word picture in the upper right corner. Readers are crying for flowers for the new book, and the author is grateful, so I bow here. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Take Another Ghost, Toilet Hanako. At the same time that Naval Headquarters set off a night of shock. Impel Down. The third floor is Starvation Hell. As the number of layers in the middle position, the severity of Starvation Hell far exceeds that of the first and second layers. The heat from blazing hell on the lower layer penetrated the steel plate, making this layer extremely hot. Ordinary people who just stay for half an hour are at risk of dehydration and fainting. The prisoners detained here not only have to endure the torture of the high temperature, but also have to be on hunger strike. After a long time, they will be half dead. Visible occasionally. In the prison, the prisoner was as thin as wood, with only skin and bones left on his body, as if his limbs would be broken by chains when he moved slightly. Even in some cells, the prisoners are no longer visible, only one or two bones piled on the ground. Now, Luo Wen was detained on this floor, being threatened and suppressed by other prisoners. Hey, newcomer, I have the final say on this site. If you want to stay here well, without lack of arms or legs, you will find something to eat in the future and you must hand it over to me. In the same cell, the skinny-looking pirate prisoner stared at Luo Wen proudly. Beside the skinny pirate, a group of prisoners gathered together and looked at Luo Wen with a smile. The reason why they attacked Luo Wen? It's because Luo Wen offered a reward of only 30 million yuan, and the persimmon was soft, and it was also because Luo Wen, this guy, looks a little crazy. The skinny pirate saw it several times, and Luo Wen muttered to herself in the corner. If it weren't for this cell to be so big, and the skinny pirate clearly saw Luo Wen's side empty, he would really think Luo Wen was talking to someone. Hear the words of the skinny pirate. Luo Wen raised his head, glanced at each other. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. In this slightly dark, damp prison, the voice of a girl who is permeating hairy and immature sounded abruptly. Master, they have desecrated you, can I kill them? The source of the sound, beside Luo Wen? Obviously no one. The prisoner's eyes widened, in their incredible gazes. The air beside Luo Wen twisted. A gloomy black-haired girl in a white dress appeared out of nowhere. Stand in front of everyone. That's Xiajenko. The skinny pirate's eyes widened, and only felt a breath of cold air breaking through the top of his head. At this moment, he finally understood that Luo Wen was not talking to himself, but there was a person next to him. Hear the words. Luo Wen looked at the prisoner and paused. Yes. The voice fell. In the dark cell, a screaming scream suddenly sounded. In the surrounding cells, all the prisoners who heard this voice tremble subconsciously, feeling panic from the bottom of their hearts. They turned their heads. Looking at the cell where Luo Wen is located, his eyes widened, his throat shook, and he immediately retracted his gaze, never daring to look at it again. Not long. The screams ceased. The darkened cell was covered with blood. The thick blood was flowing on the ground, there were stumps and arms everywhere, and no corpse was intact. It's like a doll that has been destroyed and dismantled. Xiao Zhenzi held a dripping arm in her hand, and stood in front of Luo Wen obediently. Master, all are killed, no one will be left. Luo Wen nodded. I'm hungry, Xiao Zhenzi helps me find something to eat. Hear the words. Xiao Zhenzi said obediently, and her petite figure disappeared again. But if you look closely, you can find it. At the door of the cell, a series of bloody footprints appeared, went all the way along the door, and disappeared at the end. Watching the bloody footprints leave, Luo Wen closed his eyes slightly. Just when he was about to take a nap, the system prompts in my mind sounded one after another. Ding! Scared Sengoku, scared point plus 10. Ding! Scared Garp, scared point plus 10. Ding! Scared to Sri Lanka Rear Admiral, scared point plus 4. Ding! Scared Marine Soldiers, scared point plus 1. Ding! All of a sudden, hundreds of tones sounded one after another. Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. Thoughts emerged in the heart. Through these tones, he knew something. The more you use ghosts to scare powerful people, the more scared points you will get. The average marine soldier is 1 point at a time, while the Sengoku is 10 times. Killing people does not increase the scare point. Luo Wen leaned against the wall and murmured softly. The medium of Sadako's murder was videotape. He didn't kill all marine soldiers who watched the videotape. He just chose to kill some marine soldiers who behaved badly and corrupted. Through Sadako's eyes, he saw these soldiers embezzling, accepting bribes, oppressing civilians, etc. It can be said that these people are not worthy of being called marine at all. Also through these corruptions Marine's death. Luo Wen tested that the fear before death is not a fright, and it cannot bring more fright. Call out the system panel. Host, Luo Wen. Strength, 35 million bounty, without using the power of ghosts. Ghost, Dako Sadako. Scare points, 304. Props, videotape. Saitama's physique is really perverted. Just soaking in 300 degrees hot water for half an hour will increase my strength of 5 million in bounty. If I exercise every day, it will take less than a month or two for my strength to exceed 100 million in bounty. Luo Wen said to herself. Saitama's physique is really a mystery. Just doing some basic exercises such as long-distance running and doing push-ups every day can be powerful enough to burst the planet. Throughout the 10,000 realms, you may not be able to find a second such special physique. Converge your thoughts. Luo Wen looked at the startled point again. This time, a total of 194 shock points were obtained. It can be said that the harvest is rich. Let's draw a prize. Luo Wen thought in her heart. The system's lottery is 300 startle points once, and a ghost is randomly drawn. Ding! Consume 300 scare points to draw ghosts. Ding! Host gets the ghost toilet Hanako. The moment the beep fell, the temperature of the air in front of Luo Wen dropped suddenly. A little girl in a red suspender dress appeared out of thin air with an extremely sudden speed and way. She twisted her neck, raised her numb and hollow eyes, and met Luo Wen's gaze. Owner! With her hands on her back, Xiaohuazi cried out obediently and respectfully. Hanako, clean up this place. Luo Wen pointed to the bloody prison cell. Although he doesn't feel nauseated by the bloody, but the place where he lives must be clean. Yes, master. Hanako nodded gently. The next moment she disappeared, the dirt and blood on the ground, like being wiped off by an invisible eraser, quickly faded. You have to be more scared. Luo Wen glanced at the fading blood on the ground, we have to spread the videotape. P.S. A picture of the toilet flower is attached, click on the upper right corner picture to see asterisk. Chapter 6 Waiting for Yura to sit hot, the prisoners of this layer are all dead, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. At the same time Luo Wen was planning to spread the videotape. Impel down. The 4th floor blazing hell, the director's office. Gilu. There was a sound of running water. The door to the toilet opens. The lavender gas gushes out. Magellan, who had just shit, walked slowly out of the poisonous mist, rubbing her aching belly. At this moment, the guards trot to Magellan holding a phone worm wearing a gas mask. Director Magellan, Marshal Marine is looking for you in a hurry. Magellan was a little confused, and reached out his hand to take the phone bug wearing a gas mask. The next second, the phone worm was connected. Magna Lan, I'm going to visit your side. The snail's mouth opened, and Sengoku's solemn voice sounded, telling Magellan what happened in the headquarters. After listening to Sengoku's words, Magellan's pupils shrank sharply. Celestial dragons died in naval headquarters? Who did it? As far as Magellan can remember, the death of celestial dragons has not occurred. Celestial dragons, known as the nobles of the world, even if they are disturbed by a collision will cause Marine 3, Admiral and CP0 to come out for protection. Such the most expensive big man actually died in the heavily protected naval headquarters. The murderer should be a woman in white. The phone worm resembling Sengoku's appearance spoke again. Magellan opened her mouth slightly and looked surprised. Woman in white? Never heard of such powerful pirates and criminals in Grand Line or New World who can sneak into naval headquarters to kill celestial dragons. But the next second, Magellan heard Sengoku's description of the woman in white. Black hair splits his face, weird like a ghost. How can this be? Magellan was stunned. Isn't this the woman he saw from Luo Wen? A kind of horror comes from the heart. It's not an illusion, is it real? Magellan frowned, her face a little ugly. At first he thought what he saw was an illusion, but now it seems. Marshal Sengoku, I will arrange everything here. You can come over at any time. A thought arose in Magellan's mind. After saying this, he immediately hung up the phone. Then, Magellan looked at the guards beside him and gave the order. Let Han Yabao take Luo Wen from the 3rd floor to another prison and transfer him to the 6th floor. Heard this sentence? The guards' eyes straightened, and they were stunned. Change Luo Wen to the 6th floor eternal hell? It is important to know that the criminals detained at this level are all people who committed heinous crimes. Their sins even require the world government to erase traces from history in order to appease the people. But when Luo Wen just went to jail yesterday, he was just a prisoner who was just qualified to be detained on the 2nd floor. A prisoner who was supposed to be on the 2nd floor, to the 3rd and then to the 6th overnight. This is something that the entire Impel Down has never happened since its establishment. Magellan saw the shock of the guards in his eyes, and he didn't intend to explain too much. In his opinion, Luo Wen, with a bounty of only 30 million, is eligible to be imprisoned on the 6th floor of eternal hell. Magellan knows that the death of St. Charles Rose has a high probability of being inseparable from Luo Wen. And such a person who can kill and dare to kill celestial dragons can no longer use the bounty to measure his viciousness, and only the 6th layer can imprison this evil spirit. Finish this sentence. Magellan ignored the guard's astonishment and horror, and ran to the toilet quickly. My stomach hurts again. I have to go and solve it quickly. It's just the moment when I just ran out of the corner and past the corner of the toilet. Magellan didn't know if he was dazzled again. Vaguely. As if seeing a little girl in white clothes flashing past the corner of the road ahead. Child. Magellan muttered suspiciously. This is a prison. It is impossible for children to go in and out, not to mention that the location of his office is the 4th hot hell. If there are any children coming in, they will be fainted by the dehydration caused by the high temperature baking in a few minutes. Magellan wanted to figure it out. But the grunting pain in his stomach made him unable to think about it. He hurriedly made 3 steps and 2 steps, rushed into the toilet, closed the door and pulled it wildly. Impelled down the other side. Deputy Director Han Yabao is leading several jailers, walking towards the 3rd floor starvation hell where Luo Wen is located. As the impact of the killing of St. Charles Roth was too bad, in the case of no approval above, it must be strictly blocked. Therefore, in the impel down at this time, only Director Magellan knew about this. Even Han Yabao, who was tasked to change Luo Wen's cell, didn't know this. Let a pirate with a reward of 30 million go to LV6, Magellan is crazy. By the way, it is probably diarrhea and diarrhea. Very good. If I report this matter, Magellan may be demoted. I will be the director by then, ha 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 ha. Han Yabao spoke out his heart without hesitation, thinking about the days when he would sit on the throne of the director in the future. It was so cool that people would fly. However, Han Yabao did not forget what was going on, and quickly rushed to the cell where Luo Wen was on the 3rd floor of starvation hell. Just approached. A strong smell of blood rushed over his face. Han Yabao's face changed. Luo Wen in the cell also noticed the arrival of Han Yabao, looked at some place in the prison, and motioned to Hanako, who had cleaned the cell halfway, to go out to play. Hey! The bloody blood that had been disappearing quickly stopped, and a gloomy wind blew by Han Yabao's side, and the strange movement calmed down. Han Yabao, who had just entered the cell, didn't notice it. Seeing the blood stains that Hanako hadn't cleaned, Han Yabao's expression changed again. There are bloody limbs everywhere, broken internal organs can be seen everywhere, and even half of the head, white flowers flowing on the ground. The picture is like purgatory. Although prisoners fight casualties frequently in impel down, all the prisoners in this cell were killed, and their deaths were so tragic that there was no complete body. This is the first time Han Yabao has seen such a bad situation. You must know that the prisoners who can be imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the starvation hell have at least a 50 million bounty, and they are basically not long and narrow, even if someone is stronger than others. But no matter what, it is impossible to kill all the other prisoners in the entire cell with one enemy and many. Not to mention, Luo Wen's rewards did not reach the 50 million pass line at all. This guy really is a 30 million bounty. At this moment, Han Yabao somewhat understood why Luo Wen was named and imprisoned by Magellan into the 6th floor. At least, Luo Wen's strength is definitely not the 3rd level. Ding! Scared Han Yabao, Deputy Director of Impel Down, scared +3. Ding! Scared Impel Down the Jailer, scared +1. Listen to the beep in the ear. Luo Wen's eyelids lifted slightly. The next moment, driven by Han Yabao, several jailers took Luo Wen out of the cell, preparing to go to the 6th floor of the eternal hell. I said, Maya is not hot yet, where are you taking me? Luo Wen moved the shackles on his hands and asked with a smile. When you sit hot, all the prisoners on this level are dead. Han Yabao turned his head and glanced at Luo Wen. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Ask the prisoners of eternal hell if they believe in ghosts. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Impel Down, eternal hell. This is a prison that is permanently kept secret from the outside world and is a hell of a hell unknown to the public. All criminals imprisoned here are sentenced to permanent imprisonment, and they have to use chains to trap their life's fierce evil spirits. Now, under the leadership of Han Yabao, Luo Wen has come to eternal hell. He was imprisoned on the opposite side of Ace and Jinbei's cell. Our 6th floor is very lively recently. In a cell, Bask Shot, with a long nose and red cheeks, tilted his head and looked at the room where Luo Wen was, with a weird and funny smile on his face. Several prisoners came in succession. With these words, Bask Shot's eyes rolled steadily, and he looked at Ace and Jinbei in the cell opposite Luo Wen. This moment, when Luo Wen was escorted into the cell of eternal hell, The chain rattles in the eternal hell, and a person's head is shaking. Too many prisoners in the dark raised their heads and looked at the seemingly young newcomer. Even Jinbei and Ace are also observing their prison buddies. Because of the particularity of the sixth layer of eternal hell, there used to be a long time interval before a prisoner came. There were too few people who were capable of committing heinous crimes, and even fewer people were qualified to be imprisoned here. But the convention has been broken recently. Eternal hell came all at once, Ace, Jinbei. Now here comes another newcomer who looks very young. This makes the prisoners who have not seen the sky all the year round wondered, what did this new guy, what did he commit? I haven't seen this guy. You're so young, isn't it Whitebeard's son again? Which companion came this time? It's very face to face. Han Yabao, what kind of unreasonable things did this guy do to come to this level? How much bounty is there? The ghosts in the dark asked one after another. Han Yabao became impatient when asked, and answered casually. A marine branch was set on fire, with a reward of 30 million. The words came out. The scene was suddenly quiet. Hey? Are you kidding me? The bounty is 30 million? Are you sure it is not wrong? It is 300 million? Hey, Han Yabao, are you guys playing fun with us? Basksho tilted his head, leaned forward to the iron railings of the cell, and stared at Han Yabao. I have no time to lie to you. Han Yabao curled his lips, and at the same time picked up the trident and slammed it on the ground, motioning the damned prisoners to calm down. This. Upon seeing this, too many prisoners are shocked. Han Yabao didn't look like he was joking. In other words, this new young man really only has a reward of 30 million? Every prisoner who cares about this matter has a strange look on his face. Burned a marine branch and offered a reward of 30 million yuan. As for someone to be imprisoned in the eternal hell? Isn't marine working? Even this item is put on this floor to make up for it. There was unceremonious sarcasm from prisoners in the darkness. Especially the prisoners who were in the same cell with Luo Wen felt that Luo Wen's arrival had lowered his level. What's a joke, Han Yabao, you can change the cell to this newcomer now, this kind of trash guy is not qualified to be in the same cell as me. In the same cell of Luo Wen. A prisoner whose hands and feet were locked in shackles showed disdain. From his look, it was a humiliation to be in the same cell as a prisoner with a bounty of only 30 million. Even if given a chance, he will kill Luo Wen in the cell. Han Yabao didn't bother to pay attention to the prisoner and turned to leave. The moment he turned around, Han Yabao grinned. If Luo Wen dies on the 6th floor, it is estimated that Magellan will be demoted, and then I can be promoted. As he said, Han Yabao trembled inexplicably and looked back subconsciously. I don't know if it's because of the freezing hell on the eternal hell, it feels so cold suddenly, like a cold wind blowing on my back neck. Han Yabao didn't care much, shook his head and took a few jailers away. Boom! The door of eternal hell closed again. Now, Han Yabao's departure made eternal hell quiet for a short time, and the next moment too many eyes looked at Luo Wen's cell, a pair of eyes flashed playfully in the dark. Putting down the words to let Luo Wen change to the tall prisoner, he stood up suddenly. The chains rattled. One of his eyes stared at Luo Wen coldly. Since Han Yabao didn't want to change your cell, don't blame me. The tall prisoner had a cold voice and walked towards Luo Wen step by step, twisting his wrists and neck while walking, his joints crackling. For them, the criminals imprisoned in eternal hell, it doesn't feel like killing a pirate at all, even if Luo Wen didn't do anything to them. Hey, it's almost done, there is no need to do this. Ace, in the cell opposite, saw this scene change. The evil king, what are you going to do? Jinbei made the same sound, frowning, his face was not pretty. They couldn't stand it, they just wanted to kill people just in the same cell, and they all wanted to stop them. But they are not in the same cell as Luo Wen, there is no way to really help, and words can't help. The evil king is still walking towards Luo Wen step by step. Those who can be imprisoned at this level are the strong, and it is impossible for them to change what they have to do because of a few words from other people. Hula la. The chains rattled. The evil king stood in front of Luo Wen, his sturdy wrists raised, and there was cruelty in his eyes. There is no doubt that the next moment he will start to get rid of this 30 million yuan bounty waste that has dropped the price. It is at this moment. Luo Wen raised his head. He saw clearly the face of the prisoner who walked in front of him. Blue-haired horns, Abalo Pizarro, the evil king? Do you believe in ghosts? Luo Wen sat on the ground, raised his head and said this sentence with a smile. Hearing this, the evil king was stunned for a short time. Ghost? He didn't give him any time to think. In the gloomy cell, the air in front of Luo Wen was distorted, and a cold air that was different from freezing hell's air conditioning appeared, covering the entire cell in an instant. One big and one small, two figures appeared out of thin air. They are all covered in white clothes, black hair splitting their faces, and gloomy. Sadako and Sadako appear. Asterisk. Chapter 8. The ghost is dead, and the evil king is dead. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Two ghostly ghosts appeared out of thin air. There are still prisoners in this cell? Or is it something the newcomer in front of me made? The evil king's eyelids twitched slightly, and the big hand trapped in the chain suddenly took a shot after a very short pause. He doesn't care about what Luo Wen is talking about. The pirates offering a reward of 30 million or only one hand can be slapped to death. However, the palm of the evil king passed through Xiao Zhen's body and fell through. There is no touch of hitting. Hey? Logia. The evil king's eyebrows jumped, and his other hand suddenly clenched a fist, instantly covering it with the darkness of his arms. Since it is Logia, use armed color to crack it. The dark and heavy fists swept across the side of Sadako. Result. Still failed. The powerful fist penetrated Sadako's body, as if she didn't exist at all, just a phantom. The evil king frowned. Armament Haki is invalid, which means it is not Logia. Is it something else? He thought in his heart, but his actions didn't stop at all. When he stepped on his foot, the cell floor rumbling and shaking, his burly and strong body leaped high, and his fist hit Luo Wen just like that. Since these two women in white are troublesome to deal with, let's get rid of Luo Wen first. Hey! Without warning, Zhenzi appeared in a way that was close to teleport, blocking Luo Wen and the evil king. She raised her head stiffly, her black hair faintly saw a pair of eyes, no blood, lifeless, numb and shocking. The evil king met these eyes, his hair standing upside down. It was because these eyes did not look like a living person, but it was more because Sadako appeared without warning, he didn't even notice it. Nearly the ability to teleport. Next moment, Sadako's pale palm shaped like a withered, stretched out and gently touched the arm of the evil king. Ga. The toothy bones twisted loudly. The arm of the evil king was touched by Sadako, spontaneously twisted and broken in a strange posture, and red blood spurted out. The pupils of the evil king shrank violently. He didn't even figure out how he got hurt. Is this really demon fruit power? What the hell are you guys? The wicked king was frightened, his body quickly backed away, his twisted arms shed a large amount of blood. He couldn't understand the methods of two women in white clothes, one big and one small. Even if he had fought a powerful enemy at sea for most of his life, he hadn't encountered such a thing. They are ghosts. Luo Wen sat cross-legged on the ground, propped his chin and smiled. Ghost, thing? The evil king's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he thought of Luo Wen's first sentence. Do you believe in ghosts? Are these two things ghosts? Only exists in the story that people turn into ghosts after death? Call. Yin wind gusts in my ears. The evil king turned his head suddenly, but saw that Xiao Zhenzi had been lying on his back without knowing when, and a pair of dead eyes was staring at him like this. A pair of pale, thin, skinny fingers pinched toward his neck. Well. Moment. The evil king was wrapped in a sense of suffocation, and the sky was spinning before his eyes. Armament Haki blasted out like a cannonball with his fists, trying to hit Xiao Sadako, who was holding him in the neck. However, it's not useful at all. The dark fist penetrated Xiao Zhenzi's body time and time again, but instead, she held the evil king's hands tighter and tighter. The pitch-black palm print was deeply imprinted on the neck of the evil king, as if it was going to blend into the flesh. You. The eyes of the evil king were bloodshot, his round eyes seemed to stare out of his sockets, and there was black blood flowing out of his nose. The whole person was like a balloon on the edge of an explosion. At this moment, all the prisoners in the darkness waiting for the evil king to kill Luo Wen, who watched the good show, were stunned. The evil king was restrained so quickly? This is beyond everyone's expectations. I originally thought that the evil king would be a one-sided crush on the newcomer who offered a bounty of 30 million. In the end, the newcomer would only die tragically. But now it seems that these two ghost-like women appear, and the result seems to be changing. There are several abilities shown by these two ghosts. Teleportation, unable to be hit, not even armed, and powerful force that even the legendary pirate evil king can strangle to death. So many abilities are mixed together, it's not like demon fruit power at all. More importantly, everyone remembers clearly that Luo Wen and the evil king's cell are the only two of them. How did these two women appear? Ghost? Ghost? Someone frowned, observed carefully, and wanted to see what happened. There were red lights flashing in the eyes of others, and observation Haki quietly opened. Let it go, pass me, please. The evil king had difficulty breathing and begged Luo Wen bitterly. He felt the palm of his neck like a cold iron tongs that was shrinking constantly. Occasionally, when I met Xiao Zhenzi's faintly exposed eyes between her black hair, only a piece of numbness could be seen, there was no vitality, and it didn't look like a living thing at all. If this goes on, she will really kill her. Facing the evil king's begging for mercy, Luo Wen sat cross-legged on the ground, indifferent. Xiao Zhenzi's 5 fingers continue to exert strength. Boom! The neck of the evil king was like a leaky balloon, bursting open all of a sudden, and thick blood splashed out. The limbs that had resisted again stopped suddenly, twitching for a few seconds and then completely motionless. Patter! Xiao Zhenzi let go. The corpse of the evil king fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and black blood flowed from the 7 orifices. What was even more shocking was that the skin of his whole body showed an abnormal blue-black color, unlike a person who had just died. Call! The cold wind blew by. Xiao Zhenzi and De Zhenzi stepped back slowly and returned to Luo Wen's side, standing behind him obediently. This moment, the 6th floor eternal hell was dead, and there was no more sound. Any murderous criminal was shocked. They stared at the ghostly Sadako behind Luo Wen, and looked over and over again. Finally, everyone's eyes fell silently on Luo Wen. Ghost. This word, time and time again, appeared in the hearts of the prisoners, impacting their worldview. The other side. The 4th layer of hot hell. Magellan in the toilet is in pain now. The diarrhea have not been able to get up from the toilet until now, and the body feels about to collapse. No way. He just wanted to wipe his butt, but he reached out his hand and caught it. Magellan scratched her face awkwardly. Can you encounter such unlucky things as shit and no paper? Is there anyone out there? Hand me some paper. Magellan couldn't help but shouted a few words. Can be unexpected. The voice just fell. Someone really took toilet paper and passed it in through the gap under the toilet door. Thanks. Magellan hurriedly took the toilet paper, and when he was about to wipe it, his whole body was stunned. He suddenly remembered. The hand that passed the toilet paper just now, is slender and petite. It doesn't look like an adult's hand at all. Child? This moment, Magellan couldn't help but think of the little girl in white that she vaguely saw in the corner of the toilet before. I have eaten too much poison recently and have hallucinations in my eyes, Magellan whispered. He shook his head, no longer thought, took the toilet paper and wiped his butt. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Impel Down is haunted, celestial dragons re-enter the club. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Impel Down the monitoring room. A group of people in charge of monitoring sat in front of the large monitoring screen, staring at the screen carefully, not missing any movement. The screen of the monitoring room is divided into many small pieces. Each small area monitors a different area. It can be said that the entire Impel Down is under surveillance, and there is no blind spot in the line of sight. Han Yabao swaggered into the monitoring room, sipping tea and sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs upturned. He said it was an inspection, but he actually came here to be lazy. Today's tea is good. Han Yabao murmured, shook the teacup, and glanced at the screen at will. With this sweep, he almost spilled the tea in his hand. That is a surveillance picture in the corner. The long and narrow corridor can't see the end, because it is the connection of the passage, the light is slightly weak and the picture is dark. Suddenly, the screen is a flower. A girl in white with a disheveled hair appeared out of thin air, as if teleporting from the end of a distant corridor. But just for a moment, the picture flickered, and when Han Yabao's eyes widened, there was nothing on the screen. Damn it, have you seen it? There seems to be a little girl there. Han Yabao couldn't sit still, straightened up, and leaned forward, wanting to see what happened. No, Deputy Director. How many times have you said not to add a deputy in front? Han Yabao stopped abruptly just as he spoke. The other monitor split screen in the corner suddenly flickered again, and the screen jittered and blurred for a short time. When it calmed down, a little girl appeared again. It's just different from the previous little girl in white. This time Han Yabao saw the toilet Hanako. That is the entrance to the toilet on the 4th floor of the hot hell. Hanako's dress was stained with blood, her head was low, she couldn't see her face clearly, and she jumped out of the toilet. Compared to the little girl in white clothes before, Hanako is obviously more terrifying, and the blood on the red dress is so thick that it seems to drip down. This time, the screen flashed once again. I need to go to sleep. I may have been overworked recently. Han Yabao scratched his head, put down his teacup, patted his butt and slipped away. He decided to go back to sleep. At the same time, the 6th floor eternal hell. Luo Wen looked at the corpse of the evil king burst in front of him, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Han Yabao is scared, scared point +3. Hey, unexpected joy. Suddenly, Luo Wen's inspiration flashed, and a thought came up, muttering to himself, prisons, hospitals, but the most haunted places. Having said that, he instinctively glanced at the 6th layer, the meaning was obvious. I don't know what will happen to the haunted rumors of Impel Down, the world's largest prison. Luo Wen smiled. Calling Hanako and Sadako in my heart. Two ghostly figures flashed out of thin air. Respectfully approached Luo Wen and listened carefully. Suddenly, a reminder sounded by Luo Wen's ear. Ding! Ace is scared, scared point +5. Ding! Jinbei is scared, scared point +5. Ding! The eternal hell prisoner is frightened. Frightened. The scene where Luo Wen talked with Xiaogenzi and Huazi was clearly seen by the pirates in the opposite cell. Among them are Jinbei and Ace. All of them frowned and clearly felt the temperature of the surrounding air drop sharply. Two ghastly ghosts, leaning towards Luo Wen, face to face, as if a ghost is killing him. 2 days later. With the beginning of Luo Wen's arrangement. Impel Down, some jailers and prisoners said they had seen ghosts. At this moment, the second floor wild beast hell. In a cell, when the obese prisoner saw the patrolling jailer walking past the door, he rushed forward, firmly grasping the cell railing with both hands. "Damn, change me to a cell, this place is not right!" Roar. The beast following the jailer grinned and stared at the fat prisoner fiercely. "What are you doing?" The jailer showed his unhappiness and hit the railing with an iron rod to signal the obese prisoner to retreat. "Ghost, there is a ghost here." The obese prisoner showed a timid look, took 2 steps back, the fat all over his face was trembling. I don't know if he was scared off by the jailer, or he was scared when he recalled the herd. Laozi went to bed in the middle of the night, saw a ghost-like little girl walking by the cell door, bounced and blood dripped down her body. She turned her head, glanced at me. At the end, the obese prisoner shivered sharply. The corners of the jailer's mouth twitched. He wanted to reprimand the prisoner, telling him that there are no ghosts in the world, and Impel Down, as the most unbreakable prison in the world, is even more unlikely to have ghosts. But when the words came to the lips, the jailer couldn't say anything. Because the jailer himself saw a little girl like a ghost. The jailer got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. The little girl's laughter suddenly came from the toilet cubicle. There is another sentence that accompanies it. "Do you want to play with Hanako?" The jailer who heard the voice raised his head subconsciously. But I saw a little girl with a baby head and a black face crawling on the top of the toilet, smiling at him. At that moment, the jailer got goosebumps all over his body, his shit stuck in half, and he crawled out of the toilet. That night, the jailer dared not sleep all night. And the jailer also heard rumors. Not only he and this prisoner, but many other prisoners and jailers have also seen ghosts, and the places where ghosts appear are not only the cells, but also the toilets, and even the torture rooms. It was late at night. When someone was patrolling past the torture room, they suddenly heard the sound of a videotape playing in the torture room, and then there was a sound like someone grinding their teeth and bone rubbing. Immediately afterwards, City-chan yelled in horror, accompanied by the gloomy shrill laughter of another woman. "No one knows what happened?" Magellan asked City-chan afterwards. City-chan didn't mention a word, but kept shaking his head, which seemed to be greatly stimulated. "Ghost, ghost, don't talk nonsense, there are no ghosts in this world." The jailer swallowed, ignored the obese prisoner who was about to change cells, gave him a fierce look and then turned and left. "It's just," the jailer's words, "no matter how you look at it, there is no confidence." The story of Impel Down being haunted intensified. Naval Headquarters, where the haunted story first appeared, is even more unbalanced. On the first day after Sengoku left, those Marines with ghost handprints on their wrists have been dying one after another. Those killed were all corrupt Marines discovered by Luo Wen later. This really makes Garp a headache, even if he can't squat. Even if he rushed to the scene immediately after detecting the abnormality, there was still no time to save the people. When they rushed past, they were already dead. Even Vice Admiral was killed, so fast that even Garp couldn't keep up. After coming down several times, Garp made a decision. Collect all Marines with ghost handprints on them in one big room, so that as long as the ghost appears, he will be able to support him as soon as possible. At this moment, it was midnight, but Garp still did not return to his room to rest, but guarded at the door of the large room where Marine was concentrated. "Sir, tomorrow is the day when the Marine martyrs pay a memorial service, do you want to go?" Garp's Lieutenant Bogart stepped up and asked hesitantly. The question is like this. In fact, the naval headquarters is now full of haunts and panic, and no one dares to participate in the memorial ceremony. After all, it was a graveyard, and if it was really haunted, it would be Hyaki Yexing. Who dares to participate in this kind of time? Cancel it. Garp waved his hand. At this moment, a Marine courier walked over quickly and saluted in front of Garp. "Garp Vice Admiral, there are people from CP0, and Charmak, the father of Saint Charles Rose, is also here. Almost the voice of the messenger had just fallen off. Under the protection of the CP personnel, Saint Griswold rushed in, screaming at Garp. "What do you Marines do? My son is not well protected in naval headquarters? Waste, it's all waste. Finished." Saint Rosvard looked at the two CPOs who were responsible for protecting Saint Chalrose. "There are still 2 wastes of you. Is that how you protect my son? You two will be put to death when you return to the Holy Land." The 2 CP0s were pressed by other CP personnel, their hands were tied, and they knelt in front of Saint Rizwad. Beside them, there are several white suits holding pistols and pointing to their heads. As long as the Holy Rosvard ordered them to be executed. "2 damn wastes, find out the reason is not, who killed my son." Rosvard's holy anger burned, everyone still did not calm down after cursing. The 2 CP0s who were tied up hesitated, and finally hesitated for a moment, and still gave out the results of the investigation. "But, maybe it's a ghost." "Ghost? What the hell? The kind that a person becomes after death, a ghost." Saint Rosvard was furious in an instant and threw a palm on the face of CP0 who was talking. "The ghost killed my son? What are you talking about? You don't have to wait to go back to the Holy Land, shoot now, and kill these 2 rubbish who fooled me." He did not hesitate to order these 2 CP0s directly. Even if the CP0 status is extremely high, you don't have to be so polite to face Marshal Marine, but in front of the Rosvard Saint, you still want to kill. Your son was indeed killed by a female ghost. At this moment, Garp suddenly said, his face a little ugly. 3,000-word chapter. Today's copies are delivered *. Chapter 10, Griswold St. There is a ghost? I don't believe it. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Female ghost. Saint Griswold frowned, he wanted to scold Garp, even the marine hero said such nonsense. At this moment, CP0 who was held in front of him hurriedly explained. "My lord, the first introduction was a videotape. This CP0 tells all the reasons for the videotape. Including the female ghost will crawl out of the videotape to kill." However, Saint Griswold didn't believe it at all, and this reason was ridiculous. "You really have a brain problem, dare to perfuse me like this." Rosvard Saint glanced over Garp and CP0 coldly. "Since you said that the female ghost killed people through the medium of videotape, then take out the video to show me personally, and I will see if the female ghost in your mouth will appear to kill me." Rosvard Saint hummed coldly, he had confidence in the guards and CP personnel around him, and he was even less likely to believe what Garp and CP0 said about female ghosts. "To investigate this matter, the murderer of my son must be found out." Saint Griswold gave orders to the 3 CP0s he had brought behind him. "And you, Garp, you Marine must listen to them all the way, and you must catch the murderer for me within 3 days and send it to me. The dignity of celestial dragons cannot be desecrated." "What bullshit are you talking about?" Garp unceremoniously returned after hearing this. "These idiot celestial dragons will only add to the chaos. Garp is really annoying. Garp, do you want to die?" Sage Rosvard burst into anger instantly, pointing at Garp and yelling, "Don't think that you are a marine hero and you can dare to be disrespectful to celestial dragons. Anyone who disobeys celestial dragons will die. Come here, tie him up." Holy Wrath of Griswold ordered. However, the few CP0s he brought, no one moved for the time being. "My lord, Garp has an extraordinary position in Marine, and Master 5 Elders means, temporarily unable to move." One of the CP0 came up and whispered in the ear of Rosvard. "What?" Saint Rosvard heard the words 5 Elders, his arrogance visibly weakened, but he soon felt ashamed and blushed and waved. "Stop talking nonsense, in short, Marine must cooperate to find the murderer." Although Rosvard Saint still insisted, he did not continue to mention the victory of Garp. Garp frowned, but said nothing more. The adjutant Bogart next to him changed his face several times, and finally did not argue about Marine's obedience to the dispatch, but brought up another matter. "Master Riswald, you really want to watch the video? What I said, do I need to repeat it a second time?" Saint Riswald frowned. "But..." Bogart wanted to persuade him, but Garp suddenly interrupted. "Go and get the videotape." Garp knows that with Celestial Dragon's character, as long as it is spoken, it must be done by someone. From the perspective of Saint Riswald, the videotape is totally nonsense. Although he will be dangerous after watching it, if he doesn't show it to him, I'm afraid this matter will not end today. In a way, an unreasonable Celestial Dragons is more a headache than a murderous ghost. Soon, the videotape was taken by Bogart and sent to Saint Riswald. Saint Riswald didn't believe in evil at all, and turned on the projection phone bug on the spot and watched the entire videotape. Except for the weird picture, Saint Riswald didn't feel anything. Turned his head back to the bedroom specially prepared by Marine and fell asleep. One night passed. Nothing happened. "Garp, I knew you guys were talking nonsense, what a shit girl, what a ghost." Saint Riswald scolded Garp early in the morning, venting his own grievances and anger. Garp didn't care, but just asked casually, "Do you have a handprint on your body?" Riswald, stupefied, raised his hand subconsciously. "I saw on the wrist, there is really a blue-black female handprint." "What is this?" Saint Riswald shook his arm vigorously, but he couldn't get rid of the black handprints. It was useless to call several maids to wipe them with wet towels. "Waste, all waste." The Rosvard Saint Sarani cursed a few words. Then, with his hands on his back, walked over in the living room. He was really a little scared. But it wasn't that he was scared by the ghost's claims. Rosvard Saint didn't believe in ghosts from beginning to end. From the perspective of Saint Rosvard, this is something someone sneaked into him last night and did something to him. There is a strong man who can ignore the defense of naval headquarters, and the CP agency's investigation sneaks into his side. Saint Rosvard was afraid that he would really be killed. He didn't trust Garp to protect himself. "I want to go back to the Holy Land. Only Marie Joyce can be safe enough." Saint Riswald's face was ugly. "Bring my son's body here, I'm going to see now." He spoke quickly, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and he was eager to leave here. "You have Ghost Madra on your body now. Anyone who has Ghost Madra will be the target of female ghost killing. It is not safe to leave now." Garp wants to stop. He is now gathering people with ghost handprints. If Rosvard Saint leaves now, he will be a fish slipping through the net. It's not easy to protect, but it will be more troublesome to catch a female ghost. "What the hell is it? Don't talk nonsense here, it's definitely a powerful demon fruit power, don't make excuses for your incompetence." Where does the Riswald Saint listen to Garp? Throw the videotape to CP0 at will, and instruct the next person to pack up and leave immediately. Soon, the CP personnel brought the body of Saint Charos. Rosvard Saint Horse ran to the port non-stop, and the big ship of the world government set sail and was about to leave. "Garp Vice Admiral, what should I do?" The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's eyelids twitched, and he followed Garp to witness the whole process. Now Rosvard's position is in chaos, and if he leaves like this, something may really happen. No one knows whether that female ghost will find Saint Rosvar, let alone when she will find Saint Rosvar. "Let him, he wants to die, we can't stop it." Garp's face is also ugly. So he doesn't like Celestial Dragons, a bunch of idiots, and can't do anything but mess up. By the way, tell Sengoku about this, otherwise the guy Sengoku will scold again. Garp looked at the big world government ship that was already sailing, turned his head and ordered the adjutant Bogart. Boga nodded and went to do it immediately. Now, the big ship of the world government has already pulled out of the port and headed for the Blue Sea. What no one found out was In the chest of the sun's relics packed by Saint Rosvard. There was a sudden flash in the clothes and objects, as if from imaginary to real. A videotape appeared slowly, lying quietly among the clothes. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Big Bakasama, Seeking Flowers for Evaluation Votes. At the same time that the world's politically dominant ship sailed back to Marie Joyce. Impel down. In the 6th floor eternal hell. It must be very interesting that the Holy Land is haunted. How many celestial dragons are going to die this time? Through Genzi, Luo Wen sees the way of Saint Rosvard. It can only be said that people can't stop them if they want to die. He smiled. Look at Xiao Genzi in her arms. At this time, Xiao Genzi sat on Luo Wen's lap, her feet dangling lightly under her white dress. Her bare skin looked strangely white, and she looked very cute. If Luo Wen and Xiao Genzi are now on the benches in the courtyard in the afternoon, it will really be a harmonious and warm picture. But the reality is a dark and depressed cell, and even Xiao Genzi is still playing with a bloody arm in his hand. There is no cuteness, only horror and horror. Xia Genzi, you have something to do. Luo Wen rubbed Xiao Genzi's head lightly. She raised her head, her eyes under her black hair blinking. Marie Joy's over there. Luo Wen whispered. He wants to send Xia Genzi to the holy place of celestial dragons, Marie Joyce. Luo Wen knows that Xiao Genzi's strength is more terrifying than De Genzi, and his methods are even more bizarre. It will definitely bring unprecedented impact to the Holy Land Marie Joyce. The haunting of naval headquarters is handed over to Sadako. Marie Joyce, I will leave it to you, Sadako. Master, I will definitely manage it. Xiao Genzi jumped off Luo Wen's legs and nodded obediently. Then, she walked to the dark corner of the prison cell, as if melting into the darkness, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Wen knows. Xia Genzi has followed the medium of videotape to Marie Joyce, the holy land of celestial dragons. Just then. Ding! Guard Edgar is frightened, fright point +1. Luo Wen smiled. Recently, I often hear the prompt tone. I think it was a certain Impel Down who was frightened by Hanako in the toilet again. Luo Wen ignored it and called out the system panel. Host, Luo Wen. Strength, a reward of 55 million yuan, do not use the strength of the ghost ability. Ghost, Sadako and Hanako in the toilet. Scare points, 560. Props, videotape. In the past 2 days, the number of shock points has increased by more than 200, and 500 points have been saved, and it is time to draw. And through these 2 days of exercise, Luo Wen's own strength has also grown to 55 million. This once again made Luo Wen sigh about the pervert of Saitama's physique. After 2 days of exercise, he can increase his combat power by 20 million. Let's draw. Luo Wen retracted his thoughts and said to the system from the bottom of his heart. Ding! Consumption of scary points, draw a lottery. Ding! In this lottery, the ghost Bakasama was awarded. Luo Wen was taken aback. Lord Baki? Legend has it that she is a tall female ghost wearing a white dress, will make a masculine Papapo laugh, and imitate the voice of the deceased's relatives, letting people relax their vigilance. Luo Wen remembered that he once accidentally read Master Ba Kai's book. The most impressive thing is, it's so big. With the idea of finding out, Luo Wen summoned Lord Bhe. Call. The wind blows. A tall female figure appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Wen. She was wearing a white dress and a sun hat, her face was hidden and she couldn't really see it. But what Luo Wen wants to say is, it's really big. The book is not a lie. I have seen the master. Master Bhe bends gracefully, his heavy chest trembling. Impel Down has Hanako, Naval Headquarters has Sadako, Marie Joyce has Sadako, where should I send you? Luo Wen touched his chin and muttered to herself. With the movement of these days, Luo Wen has a plan in mind. He wants to make every famous place in the world a haunted place. Impel Down, Naval Headquarters, Holy Land Marie-Joys are already influencing. Besides, which one should I choose for the next location? Impel Down, Naval Headquarters, Holy Land Marie-Joys. These places are still too tight. Even if it's haunted, it's hard to spread, and it's quickly blocked, and there are too few scares. It must be a place that is easy to spread. There is it. There was a flash of light in Luo Wen's mind. A figure of a fat ant emerged. Master Hachichi, Cake Island is handed over to you. Luo Wen raised his head and looked at the tall and big Bhe adults, and said with a chuckle. The voice fell. Master Baka nodded lightly. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground sounded one after another, and she walked into the darkness, and a gust of wind blew past and disappeared. Luo Wen continued to exercise after ordering the 8 chief recognition. Although restrained by chains and shackles, Luo Wen has not yet reached the point where he cannot move. With Saitama's physique, he can quickly become stronger with a simple exercise. At the same time, on the other side, the 4th Hot Hell, Magellan's office. Another resignation letter. Magellan stared at the resignation letters piled up on his desk. Recently, Impel Down has become more and more haunted, many guards have died, and everyone involved is panicked. There have been rumors secretly spreading that the root cause of Impel Down's haunting is that too many prisoners are tortured here, and the accumulated resentment has turned into ghosts. That ghost must be caught, otherwise it's so troublesome, and sooner or later Impel Down will happen. Magellan frowned. The reason why Impel Down is a copper wall and an iron wall is that apart from the accident that the location and defense facilities are strong enough, there are also jailers who have one mind. If the jailer is in a mess, it will have a big impact on Impel Down's guard work. Guru. Halfway through, Magellan's stomach hurts again. Be prepared tonight, stay with that little girl when you shit. Magellan said firmly while clutching his stomach. He also noticed that something was wrong, and there seemed to be something really lingering in the toilets of Impel Down. The last time I gave myself paper was probably. The corners of Magellan's mouth twitched when he thought of this. He wiped his butt with the paper that the ghost handed him. Your butt won't rot, will it? There was no chance for Magellan to think about it. Han Yabao suddenly walked in. Hey hello, Magellan, do you have a stomachache? Marshal Marine Sengoku is here. I'll go after shit, you go to meet Marshal Sengoku, take him to my office first. After Magellan said this, he grabbed the toilet paper on the table, clutched his stomach and ran to the toilet. P.S. Attach a picture of Bhe adults, click picture in the upper right corner to see it. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Sengoku to Impel Down, see Luo Wen. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Wait for Magellan to get comfortable and finish shit. Sengoku has arrived at the office and waited. Marshal Sengoku, did Naval Headquarters catch the ghost that killed celestial dragons? Magellan immediately asked when he saw that everyone around him had left the office, leaving only Sengoku and himself. No. Sengoku shook his head and told Magellan about the recent haunting of Naval Headquarters. After talking about the situation, Sengoku immediately asked Magellan. Director Magellan, I heard from Deputy Director Han Yabao, Impel Down also happened recently. Sengoku frowned and walked all the way, and Han Yabao, who greeted him, raised several rumors of Impel Down on the way. Han Yabao said these words without obstruction, and always gave Sengoku an illusion. Han Yabao seems to be throwing the pot at Magellan? And also gloating, as if wishing Magellan to get out. Magellan, who didn't know anything about it, nodded, without concealing it. Actually, Impel Down is also haunted. There is a slight pause. Magellan sorted out his words and told some strange things about Impel Down recently. Anyway, everything is wrong. Sengoku frowned upon hearing this. This matter, I am afraid it has something to do with Luo Wen. After listening to Magellan's words, Sengoku was more certain of this idea. This is a coincidence. When Luo Wen sent the videotape over, Naval Headquarters was haunted, and all the people involved in the accident were implicated in the videotape. Luo Wen entered Impel Down, and Impel Down was also haunted. No matter how you look at this Luo Wen, nothing is right. Luo Wen. Magellan's eyes flickered. He had already thought in his heart that Luo Wen had some connection with the haunting, otherwise Luo Wen would not be imprisoned on the 6th floor. It's just that Magellan never went to Luo Wen. First, he knew that Sengoku was coming, and second, because many things were uncertain, it was not a good thing to act rashly. After all, this is related to ghosts that represent the unknown, so it's always right to be careful. It's not too late, let's find Luo Wen together, and I will show you the way. Magellan got up and immediately took Sengoku to the 6th floor Eternal Hell. Impel Down, the 6th floor Eternal Hell. The prison where no outsider has come all the year round. Because of the arrival of Sengoku, it boils in an instant. In the dark, the chain collision sounded one after another, and a pair of eyes opened to look at Sengoku, and the eyes of a prisoner suddenly became red. Sengoku, it's you. The red-eyed prisoner clung to the iron railing tightly and pressed his face to the front door of the cell, as if to see Sengoku's face clearly. He remembers clearly that he was defeated by Marine in the ocean and was captured by Marshal Marine. Too many people are crazy. Many of the prisoners in Eternal Hell were defeated by Sengoku. They are now imprisoned and will never see the sun. They can't wait to rush out and tear Sengoku to pieces. Like a real murderous turmoil, the entire Eternal Hell was in chaos. Some people are crazy about the arrival of Sengoku, and some people are surprised and curious about it. It was Ace and Jinbei, who also raised their heads and looked at Sengoku with a difference in their eyes. Isn't this Sengoku? You will come, who are you looking for? Cho tilted his head and grinned openly. While saying this sentence, Cho looked at Ace vaguely. He wondered if Sengoku came to find Ace on purpose. Cho knows a little about Ace and knows that Ace was caught recently. He is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and has a heavy weight. Sengoku wants to pry out the secret of the Whitebeard Pirates from Ace's mouth? At this moment, it is not only Kiat who is thinking this way, but many prisoners in Eternal Hell are also guessing like this. However, Sengoku passed Ace's cell without stopping. Under everyone's surprised eyes, Sengoku walked to Luo Wen's cell. Is he here to find Luo Wen? The prisoners who saw this scene were all stunned. This guy is really offering a 30 million bounty. The corners of Cho's mouth twitched. Is this a joke? A prisoner with a bounty of 30 million, is it worth letting Marshal Marine come in person? Han Yabao, that idiot, isn't he kidding us? The prisoners in the dark looked at each other. Everyone was suspicious. He could kill the evil king and let Marshal Marine come personally. It didn't look like the bounty was only 30 million. This made more prisoners curious, and even secretly guessed Luo Wen's real reward. 300 million? 1.3 billion, or higher. Hey, Marshal Sengoku is coming here. If you miss out, come in and sit down. The home is simple, don't mind. Luo Wen in the cell, seeing Sengoku's arrival, got up with a smile, saying that his host was welcoming people to be a guest. After Sengoku saw the scene inside Luo Wen's cell clearly, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he said silently, "You are already considered luxurious." With that, Sengoku looked at Magellan subconsciously, not laughing or crying. "Magellan, I want you to pay attention to Luo Wen, are you too careful? Luo Wen's cell is much more luxurious than other cells. There are large soft rooms, comfortable tables and chairs, and all kinds of food on the table. The most incredible thing is that there is a landscape painting for viewing on the wall, and the bed is covered with soft quilts." At this moment, Sengoku looked at Magellan's eyes, as if to say, "Are you kidding me, this is a cell? This Magellan scratched her cheek awkwardly under Sengoku's gaze. I didn't let Han Yabao do this. He didn't know what was going on, why Luo Wen's cell was so luxurious. Where is the jail? It's almost the same as a holiday in jail. What Magellan didn't know was, these are the various objects Xiaogenzi and Hanako brought to Luo Wen while haunting Impel Down. In their view, the owner is noble. How can you live in such a poor environment? Even if the owner does not order, you must decorate it well. 1 Come and 2. Luo Wen's cell has become what it is now. Magellan had just finished talking here, and suddenly noticed something wrong. He remembered that in Luo Wen's cell, besides Luo Wen, there was also a villainous king. But now, the evil king is gone. Han Yabao quickly scanned the other cells. However, he did not see the figure of the evil king. The evil king did not change his cell, but really disappeared. What did you do to Abelo Pizarro, the evil king? What about the others? Magellan immediately took a step forward and asked Luo Wen. P.S. The evaluation vote is satisfied and updated, and one more chapter will be added today. Continue to ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for data. Scream loudly. JPG*. Chapter 13 Luo Wen, Genzi is my ex-girlfriend, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. What did you do to Abero Pizarro? What about others? Magellan frowned and stared at Luo Wen in the cell. What's wrong? Alongside, Sengoku saw Magellan's behavior and his face was puzzled. Magellan didn't conceal it, telling the story of the evil king. Hear the words. Sengoku's pupils shrank. He knows who the evil king is. The murderous criminal who committed heinous crimes was once one of the most terrifying criminals in the world, but was eventually arrested by the world government and sentenced to life imprisonment, erasing it from history. Now Sengoku remembers that when the evil king was arrested, he went crazy and wiped out a country on the coast. But now the evil king who was in a cell with Luo Wen is gone. When a NPC evaporates, it is impossible to escape from prison, then it seems that there is only one possibility left. Luo Wen killed the evil king. And the handling of the corpse was silent. What did you do to Abero Pizarro? Sengoku inhales slightly and asks the question again. He wants to kill me. Luo Wen answered truthfully, only saying such a word. But the meaning is already obvious. The evil king wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Sengoku and Magellan looked at each other, and both fell silent. Luo Wen's answer is in line with the status of a prison inmate, and he doesn't say much about it. But the problem is that it's not right now. Both Sengoku and Magellan know, this guy has a big gap with the evil king. You must know that the evil king is a legendary pirate, and Luo Wen only offered a reward of 30 million when he went to prison. Did Luo Wen hide his strength? Sengoku and Magellan frowned, wondering in their hearts. However, Magellan shook his head quickly. Forget it, now is not the time to consider these issues. He turned his head, looked at the guard who followed, and ordered. Go and clean up everything in him. Although Magellan doesn't know exactly what the furnishings and furniture in Luo Wen's room are, it doesn't look like a prisoner should be treated now. Soon, the cell door was opened. While the guard went to move the furniture out, Sengoku and Magellan walked in and stood in front of Luo Wen. Luo Wen, you know what I am doing here, let's talk about it. What is the purpose of the video you gave me? Sengoku squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Wen. This is the first time he has met Luo Wen. The purpose I told the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral to help you deal with pirates, because I also hate pirates. Luo Wen smiled and spread his hands. Because of his movements, the chains on his body collided with the shackles. Do you think I will believe it? Sengoku narrowed his eyes. He would not believe Luo Wen's words. What a pirate gave Marine to deal with the pirate. What's more, because of Luo Wen's videotape, Naval Headquarters is now in chaos and died, not to mention Marine, and Celestial Dragons. Luo Wen ignored Sengoku, speaking as if he was self-conscious. Once upon a time, there was a woman named Sadako. Luo Wen's voice is low and slowly tells the story of Genzi's transformation from a human to a ghost. Sadako is a schizophrenic patient, and her schizophrenia has produced a big Sadako and a small Sadako. After Sadako's two personalities recombined, she killed all those who harmed her uncontrollably. After that, Sadako's father found Sadako, injected Sadako with smallpox virus, and threw it into the dry well. Of course, when Luo Wen said these words, he changed the name of smallpox virus to suit the world of One Piece. Sadako, who was thrown into the well, died in the end. Her resentment stayed in this world and became a ghost. Sadako's resentment resides on the videotape. From then on, anyone who watches the video will be targeted and killed by Sadako. In the end, Luo Wen's voice echoed in the dark cell, and combined with the story he told, it gave people an inexplicable sense of depression. It seems to have witnessed Sadako's life, from human to ghost. Sadako you are talking about, is that woman in white. Sengoku frowned and quickly connected the two together. Luo Wen smiled and nodded. No, if the woman in white is Sadako, what good will it do for you to spread the video? There was a glimmer of light in Sengoku's eyes. How could it be no good? I said, I will help you deal with pirates. I also hate pirates. If you show the video to the pirates, Sadako will deal with them. I am not afraid of being targeted. Anyway, the video is your marine. Spread, it's not me, can kill pirates, do good deeds, and don't worry about being retaliated. It's killing two birds with one stone. Luo Wen smiled. After listening to Luo Wen's words, Sengoku thought a lot at this moment. The videotape sent by Luo Wen really caused chaos in the headquarters and killed people. But if you really follow Luo Wen's words, spreading Sadako's video will be able to deal with the pirates. This is great news for Marine. Sengoku experienced that night of shock himself. He knew exactly how terrifying Sadako was. If Sadako is really allowed to go to the pirates' territory, Sengoku has to think about how many pirate groups can handle this entire sea. But what good is this for Luo Wen? Is it really like what he said, want to do good? Sengoku looked at Luo Wen suspiciously. You never thought about using videotapes to make deals with us, such as releasing you impel down? Although I can tell you responsibly, I won't let you out. Why should I go out? Isn't it nice here? Luo Wen grinned and said with an indifferent appearance, as if this prison was really a very good place for him. When Magellan heard this, he was speechless, and subconsciously looked at the pieces of furniture moved out by the guards. If others say this, Magellan wants to refute, how could impel down be good? This is the hell of criminals. It can be placed here. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. He had a very good life in prison, and he didn't suffer any crimes at all. On the other hand, Sengoku didn't believe Luo Wen's words in his heart, but Luo Wen couldn't refute what Luo Wen said. He also didn't want to continue to talk about this topic. Immediately, the conversation turned and asked again. Also, why do you know this? What is your relationship with that Sadako? Sengoku stroked his chin. What Luo Wen said is the Dao, and even knows Genzi's origin, as if he really witnessed the process of Genzi's transformation from a human to a ghost. It goes without saying that of course I am close to Genzi. If not, how can I know this? Luo Wen was still laughing, and the tone of answer was very relaxed. So what's your relationship with Sadako? Sengoku frowned. He found that Luo Wen didn't give a clue when he spoke, and liked to disturb his sight. Father-daughter relationship. Luo Wen said seriously. This kind of joke is not funny. Sengoku has the urge to kill Luo Wen. The nonsense that this guy showed is so unclear which sentence he said is true and which sentence is false, which is unpredictable. Luo Wen smiled, spread his hands, and put on a sincere tone of honest answer. She is my ex-girlfriend. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, although it still sounded weird. But this answer, more reliable than before. It's just that he doesn't know whether he should believe Luo Wen's words. This guy is too troublesome, and Feng doesn't know what part of his words are true. But one thing is certain, what Luo Wen said about the videotape is true. Those who have watched the video will be targeted by Sadako, which has taken several lives to confirm. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Sengoku, I hope people are okay, plus more flowers for evaluation votes. If you watch the video, you will be spotted and killed. Sengoku has a headache for this. Luo Wen said very well, show the pirate the videotape, and kill the pirate through the hands of Sadako. But the problem is like a sharp sword without a scabbard, maybe even oneself will be stabbed to death. If she is really resentful after death, how can she avoid dying after watching the tape? Sengoku asked this question. This is the crux of the problem. Only with restraint, can this sharp sword be sheathed and unsheathed when it is time to be unsheathed. Do not know. Luo Wen smiled and shrugged. My ex-girlfriend is dead as a ghost, how can I know how to solve the videotape problem from the ghost's mouth? Luo Wen naturally wouldn't tell Sengoku that people who have watched the videotape can avoid the ghost killing by showing the videotape to others within 7 days. If you say so, then there is no scare point to earn. However, Luo Wen believes that with the IQ of the Marine Marshal and the resourceful General Sengoku, he will soon follow the path and find a solution. But it doesn't matter. It is enough for Luo Wen to earn a scare point. After all, there is more than Sengoku that can give him wool. When the other party finds a way to crack it, just change another one. Sengoku glanced deeply at Luo Wen. Do not know? Still don't want to say? Sengoku didn't ask much, no matter what the reason, he couldn't get the answer he wanted from Luo Wen today. Magellan glanced at Luo Wen and suddenly said. What does the ghost kid in the toilet have to do with you? What? Hearing that, Luo Wen tilted his head, as if he didn't know what you were talking about. Magellan frowned. He saw that Luo Wen's expression did not seem to be false. But after the naval headquarters was haunted by Luo Wen's videotape, Impel Down soon became haunted. It is difficult for people not to connect the two. But the problem is that there is no evidence for such things as ghosts, and it is really unbelievable to say that one person can control 2 ghosts. This problem can only be left to nothing. Subsequently, Sengoku asked Luo Wen a few more questions, and it didn't take long for him to leave. Before leaving, Sengoku let him go. Luo Wen, I kindly advise you, no matter what your purpose is, if you really know how to solve the videotape, tell me, don't think of using this as a bargaining chip to let you out. Let me tell you, if it was before the videotape was sent, I might consider letting you out, but it won't work anymore. Because of your videotape, you killed a celestial dragons. It is impossible for celestial dragons to agree to let you out, or even execute you. In order for you to survive, you should tell me the videotape solution so that I can still use it. Help you save your life. After Sengoku said this, he turned and left. Originally, the death of celestial dragons needed to be kept secret. But Sengoku still told Luo Wen. He doesn't think there is anything, now he just wants to know the solution to the videotape. The voice echoed in the empty cell. Sengoku and Magellan left. The cell door was locked again. Luo Wen looked at where they left and smiled without much care. Compared to Sengoku's words, he was more concerned that the furniture in his cell was gone. But this is nothing, if you want it, within an hour. The cell will become the original layout again. Your name is Luo Wen, right? Just then, in the cell next door to Luo Wen, a prisoner leaned over, stuck it on the iron railing, looked at Luo Wen curiously, and asked aloud. What did Sengoku tell you? Why do they always come to you? The words came out. Many figures in the darkness raised their heads and looked at Luo Wen curiously, waiting for his answer, including Ace and Jinbei. even in the depths of eternal hell. In a separate cell, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. The chain sounded one after another. This is an old figure whose whole body is trapped by chains. Although he is bound by chains and in prison, he is still noble and calm, like an elderly gentleman. At this moment, this old figure is also watching Luo Wen. The most terrifying thing is, just this old man, opening his eyes, made the noise of the surrounding cells weaken instantly. It seems that these eternal hell evil spirits are all afraid of this old man. The conversation between Sengoku and Luo Wen was deliberately cut off from the voice, and it was not transmitted to other cells, and no one else knew it. You want to know? Facing the sight in the dark, Luo Wen smiled and asked. The prisoners did not deny, all nodded, expressing their curiosity. They were all powerful pirates, and they didn't intend to hide their intentions. Come on, we are all curious. Guy Taran Daime, who looks coquettish, looks like a woman, and looks like a man, looks over and urges. Hear the words. Luo Wen pointed to his side. Hey! Without warning, Ozadeko appears. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and the inside of the cell was ghostly and terrifying. Luo Wen pointed to Dagenzi and said. In fact, it's nothing. My ex-girlfriend was at naval headquarters a few days ago. While Garp and Sengoku were inattentive, they killed celestial dragons. Sengoku came over and asked me how to solve my ex-girlfriend. The cell was quiet in an instant. Are you kidding me? Daime, who asked the first question, had a strange face. Ha ha ha, this guy is so funny. Ace laughed. If his hands hadn't been tied up, he would have covered his stomach and laughed. If you want to lie to us, you should make up a reasonable one. Naval headquarters killed celestial dragons or killed it when Sengoku and Garp were there. Is this possible? A guy full of nonsense. Some people in the dark looked unsightly, thinking that Luo Wen was playing with them, but when he thought about the fate of the evil king, and seeing the Dachshunds next to Luo Wen, some excessive remarks, they finally failed to say it. At the same time, the old figure stretched out by eternal hell closed his eyes again after Luo Wen finished saying this. It seems that he fell into dormancy again. At the same time, Sengoku and Magellan, who had already left eternal hell, walked into the ascending elevator. Sengoku, do you think Luo Wen's words are credible? Magellan asked. I can't believe it all, and I can't not believe it. His words are true and false, and he is more difficult to deal with than I thought. At this point Sengoku said, the elevator stopped and the door opened. As he walked out of the elevator door, he added. This guy's bounty shouldn't be 30 million. Hear the words. Magellan nodded nonchalantly. Not to mention that Luo Wen could kill the evil king, but with his videotape. He killed a celestial dragons after being spread to naval headquarters. With this alone, Luo Wen's bounty started at least 500 million. An underrated guy. Magellan muttered softly. At this time, Sengoku, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around, looked at Magellan and asked. By the way, you said Impel Down was haunted, what are you going to do with it? Sengoku said this with a serious expression. Impel Down appears haunted, which is more important than naval headquarters in a sense. Because the prisoners here are all prisoners, once the haunting intensified, the prison made mistakes and allowed the prisoners to escape, especially the bastards who hadn't seen the sky on the 6th floor. Eternal hell escaped. The consequences of this are disastrous. I am afraid it is more serious than haunting. This matter, in Sengoku's view, must be resolved as soon as possible. I plan to squat in the toilet and catch the ghost girl who haunted the toilet. Magellan said his plan. He also attaches great importance to this matter. Me and you together. Sengoku heard the words and nodded lightly. He intends to stay here for the time being, help Magellan catch ghosts together and solve the problem of Impel Down. At the same time, Sengoku also cares about Luo Wen, because he knows that if a celestial dragon is dead, CP0 will definitely come to Luo Wen. With the character of those people, they will definitely be sentenced to get out of the way. Luo Wen can't die yet. The mystery of the videotape has not been solved yet. Thinking of the death of St. Charles Rose at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku had a splitting headache and had to raise his hand to rub his temple. He thought of Garp calling the worm today to talk about it. Saint Rizwad also watched the video. I hope nothing happens. Add more to send. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Luo Wen, no matter which world you are in, there are a lot of people who die, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The big ship of the world government, sailing at full speed, returned to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce in the shortest time. Saint Rizwald disembarked, got on the sedan chair lifted by the servant, and swaggered back to the castle. After a while, news came from 5 elders. 5 elders are going to summon Saint Rosvard. Immediately, Saint Rosvard put down the things in his hands and ordered his servants to deal with his son's relics, and he went to the center of Marie-Joyce as quickly as possible. The place where 5 elders are located. This is a luxurious and quiet bungalow, known as the right place. Master 5 elders. Saint Rizwald bowed his head slightly when he saw 5 elders. Even though Rosvard's saint is the celestial dragons of the world's nobleman, he still needs enough respect in front of the 5 elders at the pinnacle of power. Have you found any results? 5 elders, blonde and blue-eyed in a red suit, sat on the sofa, with Erlang's legs tilted, looking towards the Saint Rizwald. My son. Rosvard's expression was gloomy, and he told about what happened in the headquarters, including the videotape and the female ghost statement given by Marine. Marine's gang of trash can't catch the murderer. The ghost pulled out a video to shirk responsibility, and even said that female ghosts harmed people. They are all trash. When Saint Rosvard said this, his face flushed and he was very angry. Videotape. The blonde 5 elders frowned upon hearing this. Then he looked at CP0 who was following Saint Rizwald, and said, "You can get a detailed report on this matter." The blonde 5 elders changed positions and took a sip from the teacup on the table. Also, bring up the detailed information of Luo Wen for Marine's videotape, and find out his details within 1 day, no matter what the details are. Yes, my lord. CP0 nodded and resigned respectfully. Luo Wen, a name I haven't heard of. Sitting on the sofa, 5 elders, with a long beard, opened his slightly closed eyes and whispered softly. The other side. CP0, who was packing up the relics of Saint Chalros, suddenly found a videotape in Saint Chalros' clothes. Videotape. CP0 was stunned. He always stayed in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce and did not follow the Rosvard saint to the naval headquarters. Naturally, he didn't know anything about the videotape. Following the CP0 of Saint Rosvard, he is still busy in the headquarters to investigate the truth about the death of Saint Rose. Just then, there was a respectful voice from outside the door. Meet Master Fitzschiller. CP0 heard the sound and looked back. However, the young celestial dragons with their braids upright came slowly in the sedan chair lifted by 8 servants. Isn't Saint Uncle Rizwald out there? Saint Fitzschell looked around the situation inside the house. Although celestial dragons are nobles in the world, it does not mean that they are a whole. They are also divided into various families. The family of Saint Rosvard has died, and celestial dragons of other families are also rushing over one after another to attend the funeral of Saint Charles. However, the funeral of celestial dragons is much more luxurious and grand than the outside world. Master Fitzschell, Master Rizwald went to Master 5 elders. CP0 bowed his head to Saint Charmac and said respectfully, "Hey, I didn't expect Saint Charles Rose to die like this." Saint Fitzschell shook his head, his expression a little dim. He has a very good relationship with Charles Rose Saint. The two are partners who have played together. Even one of Charles Rose Saint's 13 wives was picked by Fitzgerald Saint. The next moment, Saint Fitzgerald looked at CP0, his expression suddenly changed. This is the incompetence of Marine, but also the incompetence of your CP organization. The St. Charles Roth you protected is dead. Are you still in the mood to watch the video here? Master Fitzgerald, not what you think. This is the relic of Master Charles Rose. When CP0 heard this, he knelt down on one knee and hurriedly explained. Is it a relic of St. Charles Roth? St. Fitzgerald heard these words, his face suddenly eased. Since it is the relic of St. Charles Rose, it should be a very important thing to him. St. Fitzgerald raised his hand, and the people around him understood, took the videotape from CP0, and handed it to Fitzgerald Saint for inspection. I took the videotape. I want to see the last thing he left in this world. St. Fitzgerald seemed to recall the previous life with St. Charles Rose, feeling a little sad for a while. The next day, the funeral of St. Charles Roth was held as scheduled. Marie Joyce is covered with white flowers, and there is a sorrowful atmosphere throughout the holy place to mourn St. Charles Rose. Now, Zalia Palace, who attended the funeral of her brother, explained the cause of her brother's death to the celestial dragons present. At the end, her expression was obviously agitated, and she shouted angrily. Marine is too perfunctory. He actually said that a videotape killed my brother. People who wanted me to watch the entire naval headquarters should be executed because they were lying. My father watched the videotape and nothing happened. What? St. Charles Rose died because he watched the tape. Celestial Dragons had a strange face when he heard the news for the first time, and it didn't seem like a qualified reason at all. Naval headquarters dare to use this reason to prevaricate them Celestial Dragons? At the thought of this, many Celestial Dragons present turned ugly. Damn Marine, not only didn't protect St. Charles, but also tried to lie to them, it's a damn sin. Wait, videotape. At this moment, St. Fitzgerald stood up and took out the videotape from his pocket. Isn't it this videotape? I just watched it yesterday. St. Fitzgerald had a strange expression. Yesterday when he was watching the videotape, he felt very strange. A woman in white climbed out of the well, and he looked terrified. At that time, he was still wondering how St. Charles might like this kind of thing. What's in it? Young Celestial Dragons approached around and asked curiously. A woman crawled out of the well. St. Fitzgerald didn't know how to describe it. Hey? Woman? Well. The young Celestial Dragons was taken aback, and immediately asked, Are you okay? Have you encountered any problems? No. St. Fitzgerald shook his head. Except for the strange picture, he was taken aback by surprise, he did not encounter any danger. If it's not dangerous, show me too. Upon hearing this, the young Celestial Dragons wanted to see it, but couldn't hide the curiosity in his heart. It feels like it's very interesting. And Fitzgerald St. Let us take a look. Quickly, let us see. Marine's group of people really have a problem with their brains, they dare to use this kind of reason to talk nonsense. Other Celestial Dragons also followed suit, wanting to see the contents of the videotape. I also want to see if Marine is really talking nonsense. I think Sengoku can be executed. Among the people attending the funeral, L. Sheng, who has a blue nose, also roared. Yes, Marine must be lying, they are damned. Another Celestial Dragons echoed. Okay, let's watch it again together. After hesitating for a while, St. Fitzgerald nodded and ordered the next person to prepare to play the videotape on the spot. At the same time the other side. Luo Wen, who is in eternal hell, looks weird. No matter which world you are in, there are a lot of people who die. Luo Wen couldn't help but complain. He really didn't expect it. These idiot Celestial Dragons can die to such an extent. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Then what is the videotape they watched? seeking flowers for evaluation votes. At the request of many celestial dragons, the videotape played smoothly. Just as the videotape was about to end, Saint Griswold rushed to the funeral and witnessed the moment Sadako crawled out of the well. Videotape? Impossible. I sent the videotape to CP0 for investigation and didn't bring it back to the Holy Land. Saint Griswold has a strange face. He took several CP0s to naval headquarters at the time, and left a few CP0s when he left, and also gave the videotape to CP0 who stayed in the headquarters to investigate the murderer. But now, how could the videotape appear at the funeral of his son? There is doubt in the Sacred Heart of Griswold. But when I thought that the funeral was about to begin, and I didn't have a shit when I watched the tape. Suddenly it doesn't matter. On the other side, Saint Fitzgerald, who had just watched the videotape, got up and asked as soon as he saw Saint Griswold's arrival. "Holy Uncle Griswold, I heard from Carulia Palace that you also watched this videotape." "Right." Saint Griswold nodded. "Sure enough, you watched it all right, and we watched it all right." Saint Fitzgerald slapped his thigh. "Marine's trash is really perfunctory. I can't do anything at all and I don't know what to eat." As soon as these words came out, the celestial dragons present screamed and clamored continuously. "Replace Sengoku, such idiots are not qualified to continue to sit in the position of Marine Marshal, and those Marines who participated in this investigation are all suspended, and they must be punished." "That's right, I don't see it as suspension. It's good to put these wastes to death. There is no way to protect St. Charles Rose." Too many celestial dragons were talking, everyone watched the tape, nothing happened at all, and the words were full of disdain and mockery of Marine. The videotape is just an episode of a funeral. After celestial dragons watched it, they left it behind. Soon, the funeral of St. Charles Rose was held as scheduled. That night, another place in the Holy Land Marie joys. The office of the Army Commander Kong. Now, holding a phone worm in his empty hand, he is talking to Sengoku who is far away from Impel Down. As one of the most senior officials of the world government, St. Charles's death was not concealed from the air. His purpose of making this call is to find Sengoku to find out about the situation. St. Griswold also watched the video. When Sora heard this, his face was a little ugly. "Yes, I'm worried that something might happen to him. You'd better send someone to protect him." Sengoku on the other side of the phone worm said. And almost Sengoku just finished saying this sentence. In Kong's ears, there was a scream after another. What happened? Kong suddenly got up, his face changed drastically. This is Marie Joyce, all of whom live in celestial dragons. And now someone is screaming. If the person who screamed was celestial dragons, the consequences would be disastrous. All of this flashed through in Kong's mind like lightning and flint. He took 3 steps in 2 steps, rushed to the office window, and looked out into the dark night. I saw it. The bungalows in which the various celestial dragons lived were in chaos. One by one, panicked figures ran out. Some people fell on the ground and broke their heads. It seems, in the bungalow where they live, some ghost is killing it. Ding! L Saint is frightened point +2. Ding! Charmako Saint is frightened point +2. Ding! Saint Muscarud was frightened point +2. Ding! This moment, Luo Wen, who was far away in Impel Down, had a system alert sound beside his ears, which was maxed out. Something happened on my side, I'll tell you later. Sora finished speaking to Sengoku's phone worm, hung up decisively, grabbed the phone worm, stuffed it into Kabuto, and rushed towards the place where the screams were made outside. At the same time, the CP agencies stationed in the Holy Land Marie Joys are all in action. Too many figures in white robes flickered. They appeared from all over the street and rushed to the home of celestial dragons who screamed. However, waiting for these CP personnel is, Tragic scene. A corpse fell in the room, and the exposed skin appeared blue-black. All are celestial dragons. The most alarming thing is that wherever there is a scream, there is no support in time. When they arrived, without exception, celestial dragons were all dead. This death is more than a dozen. And he didn't even see the shadow of the murderer. This kind of thing happens. Even 5 elders, who had fallen asleep, were alarmed. These 5 powerful figures rushed to the scene of the crime overnight. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, and the whole holy place will be lively. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Many people gathered in the place where the screams first occurred. The residence of the Saint Rizwad. It's a ghost, it's the female ghost in that videotape, ghost, ghost, ghost. The face of Saint Rizwald was extremely ugly, and the cold sweat slipped from his forehead drop by drop. He saw his daughter was killed by a ghost. The ghost in white came out of the videotape and grabbed Zalia Palace's neck. Strangled her alive, strangled her to death. At this time, Sora rushed over, looking at everything, his face changed one after another. After a short silence, after taking a step back in the air, he took out Sengoku's phone bug and dialed it. What you worried about happened. Very similar to Sengoku, the phone worm with an explosive head. After Sora finished saying this, his expression changed obviously. Then Sengoku's anxious voice came from the phone bug's mouth. Did that female ghost appear in Marie Joyce? Is there anything wrong with Saint Rosvard? Isn't he dead? Not dead. Upon hearing this, Sengoku on the other side of the phone worm just breathed a sigh of relief. Sora's voice sounded again. But a dozen celestial dragons died. What? Sengoku almost smashed the phone bug in his hand. Just as this guy continued to speak, there were steady footsteps at the door. 5 noble figures appeared, breaking through the night. 5 elders are here. The first to bear the brunt is 5 elders with curly hair and a hat, slightly bent over. He scanned the surroundings with his old and sharp eyes, holding a cane and tapping on the ground, signaling everyone to be quiet, and his gestures were full of majesty and dignity. Master 5 elders. Sora bowed to 5 elders, hung up the phone worm calmly, and put the phone worm away. The blonde 5 elders nodded slightly towards Kong, without saying anything extra. Marie Joyce had such a big thing. Even the 5 elders' faces were a little ugly at the moment. What did you say? The videotape is with you. On the other side, Rosvard Saint, who was on the phone, did not notice the arrival of 5 elders at all. At this moment, his expression is extremely angry. After the daughter's death, a brief period of fear passed. Saint Rosvard took out the phone bug and asked CP0, who remained in the naval headquarters to investigate, why he wanted to take the video to him and kill his daughter. However, the answer that Saint Rosvard got was yes. The videotape is still in CP0's hands. Then, what is the videotape they watched? At this moment, Rosvard's sacred tooth trembles, as if someone behind him is blowing a cold wind on him. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 17 5 Elders, empty, videotape for you, be sure to catch ghosts, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Then, what is the videotape they watched? Saint Rizwald's face turned pale. Maybe there are 2 on the video. At this time, Nagabi 5 elders, who had already learned that everything had happened tonight, suddenly said. Hear the voice coming from behind. Saint Rizwad immediately turned his head and bowed to several 5 elders with hindsight. Master 5 elders. Sorry. Said 5 elders, who was wearing a Taoist robe and a famous sword hung around his waist. The voice fell. He turned around vigorously and decisively and fiercely ordered the next to Kong. The videotape must be destroyed, but before it is destroyed, celestial dragons must not be profaned. The murderer who killed celestial dragons must die, even if the opponent is a ghost. Sora, you go to watch the videotape immediately and kill the thing that is neither human nor ghost. Deo Robe 5 Elders is decisive and cannot be rebutted. Yes. Hearing this, nodded Empty. At the same time, impelled down the 6th floor, Luo Wen in eternal hell, knows everything that happened in Marie Joy's. As expected of 5 elders, the methods are really tough. Luo Wen chuckled to herself. He admired the decision of 5 elders, and it was very decisive, without a trace of muddle. But, it's a pity. Luo Wen was lying on the soft big bed that didn't know when Shun came, with a smile on his face. Destroying the videotape will not prevent Sadako from killing. Luo Wen himself knows Gen's methods and abilities. Videotapes can spread. This spread is not only human-to-human transmission, but it can also spread by videotape itself. Sadako can control and automatically play the contents of the videotape through the screen, even if there is no videotape on the TV. This is one of Sadako's abilities. She can let people who have watched the videotape, and those close to them, see the contents of the videotape. In the movie, when the heroine's son was watching TV, Sadako played the videotape and became the next target of the ghost. I don't know how many celestial dragons died. Will celestial dragons move out of Marie Joy's? Inside the dark corner of the cell, Luo Wen, sitting on the bed, murmured with a smile. His purpose is simple. Keep killing. Killing Marie Joy's has become a haunted shrine, killing celestial dragons and having to move out, let the videotape thing completely spread to the world. But at this moment... Ding! Rosvard Saint is frightened, frightened point +2. Ding! Saint Gracie is scared, scared point +2. Ding! Saint Nicholas is scared, scared point +2. The prompt tone after another sounded continuously. Hear this voice. Luo Wen smiled. It turned out that celestial dragons was scared. In just one night, the celestial dragons, who claimed to be the nobles of the world, died at once more than 10. As things got worse, more celestial dragons knew about it. They are scared. As the supreme of rights, they are more afraid of death while enjoying their rights, and they are reluctant to give up their rights and rich and extravagant lives. Converge your thoughts. Luo Wen called out the system panel. Host, Luo Wen. Strength, a bounty of 67 million yuan, do not use the strength of the ghost power. Ghost, Ozeta Sadako, Hanako, Bashisama. Scare points, 339. Props. Videotape. Looking at his growing strength, and the rapidly growing number of shock points, Luo Wen smiled knowingly. It seems that it won't be long before you can smoke another ghost. This idea just appeared. Luo Wen's heart moved. He felt that Hanako was back. Patter, patter. The sound of fine footsteps sounded, again like the sound of drops of blood dripping. Red-skirt Hanako appeared from the darkness. Master, I'm back. Hwazi returned to Luo Wen's arms and sat on Luo Wen's lap nicely. How many people did Hanako kill this time? Luo Wen hugged Hwazi and rubbed her little head with a smile. Hanako worked very hard and killed 13 prisoners and 5 guards. Hanako listened very much to the master's words and killed all bad guys who did evil. Hanako let Luo Wen touch her head, like a well-behaved kitten. Hanako is so good. Luo Wen rubbed the top of Hwazi's head vigorously, making a mess of her black hair. While Luo Wen teased Hwazi. It is separated from the other side of the Blue Sea. Inside the Holy Land Marie Joy's. Sora took the videotape and returned to his residence. He dialed Sengoku's phone worm again and told Sengoku of 5 elders' decision. Sengoku changes color after hearing this. Sora, you must be cautious, that videotape is not easy. The phone worm resembling Sengoku's eyes widened, cold sweat faintly flowed from his forehead, and his expression was very nervous. I will be careful. Nodded Empty. A videotape can turn Marie Joy's over, he can't be careless. Hear the affirmative tone of an old friend. Sengoku was a little relieved now. By the way, I'm also investigating the videotape. Initially, it is certain that this has something to do with a pirate named Luo Wen. I will let you know if there is something to be gained. Sengoku said again. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Then, after the two said something more, Kong hung up the phone worm. Put the phone worm on the table. Sora took out the videotape and inserted it into the player. Soon, the projection screen appeared. The scene of Sadako climbing out of the well is played again. Sora didn't blink his eyes and watched the videotape carefully without missing a single detail. Wait until the videotape is over and black and white snowflakes appear on the projection screen. Take out the videotape. Then, as usual, he took off his clothes, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. But if you look carefully, you can find it. Although Sora closed his eyes and breathed smoothly, the muscles in his whole body did not relax for a moment. He was alert, the female ghost that might appear in the middle of the night. Not only that. In an empty room, kilometers away, in a dark corner that is not easily detectable, white suits are faintly visible. All of them are the direct CP0 of 5 elders, the top CP0 with the best combat effectiveness, and even the chiefs of CP0 are standing by in the dark. According to Kong's plan, they have been hiding at a distance that will not be too late to support them, so that Kong alone can lead out ghosts, and at the same time support the first time. However, time passed bit by bit. It was close to 5 o'clock in the middle of the night, just before dawn. Kong suddenly opened his eyes. Did it not show up? He straightened up from the bed, slippers on the bed, pretending to go to the toilet. Suddenly, Kong's muscles are tight, and every hair is standing upside down. In his pupils, a faint red light flickered. Seeing and hearing color is on. Now, the direction of the empty look is the shadow of the corner of the toilet. And the moment he looked at it, the ghost of a woman in white disappears in a flash. Appeared. Air is already a combat situation. There is one more today. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Surveillance, all staff are executed. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Who? In the originally calm room, there was a ghostly mood in an instant, and the temperature dropped vertically. Kong's body is tight, ready to go. The empty commander. There was a sudden sound from the special miniature earphone made by CP mechanism in my empty ear. The monitor couldn't see the unexpected ghost, but saw the subtle changes in Sora's expression and posture. At this moment, the CP0 guarding surveillance everywhere stood up. You don't need to come over. Kong said suddenly. He is self-confident, and he is also afraid of people coming to make trouble. Finished. Sora looked around more vigilantly. The rainbow light in the pupils, which represents the opening of seeing and hearing, did not stop for a moment. Okay, empty. Chi. The phone worm went on and off. At the same time, the lights flickered, as if there was a problem with the circuit. After several flashes, the light is completely broken. Coming. Empty 5 fingers clenched slightly, unprecedented vigilance. At the same time, monitoring room. There is a problem with the route. The emergency connection is invalid, and the signal of the air commander is lost. It can't be connected at all. In an instant, the control room was in chaos. The monitor that originally played the empty room was completely dark at the moment, and all the pictures were lost. The CP person in charge of the contact walked back and forth, but still could not re-establish the connection with the empty. Just then, the screen in the monitoring room suddenly chirped, and all the screens began to flicker, as if the circuit had been invaded by something. Accompanied by a cold and depressed breath enveloped the entire monitoring room. Everyone obviously felt the temperature drop sharply, and some even subconsciously got goosebumps. It's that ghost has appeared. Someone yelled. This happened in the surveillance room when Celestial Dragons was killed before midnight today, and all the electronic equipment temporarily failed. And now this situation is happening again. It means that the ghost in white is very likely to appear again. Quickly, fix the surveillance, this time we must catch the female ghost. The head of the monitoring room yelled and issued instructions quickly. But it hasn't waited for the technicians to start repairs. The screens in the surveillance room that were originally flickering snowflakes changed abruptly. Picture. Back to the darkness again. Nothing is different from before. This time, the picture is a deep dark night, so thick that it looks like spilled ink, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Then, an old Madara barge, an ancient well with black and heavy pressure, gradually emerged. At the same time, there is a nail scraping sound, which is played out of the speaker without any warning. It is not like a recorded audio, but more like a person hiding in the speaker and picking up the wall with his nails. It's creepy. Oh shit! The head of the monitoring room opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened and a sentence burst out uncontrollably. Inside the well of the ancient house, a white figure appeared, climbing on the wall in a distorted posture, moving the limbs and joints in a non-human posture, crawling out of the well and coming out of the screen little by little. And that nail scraping is the sound of this woman in white climbing a well. What is this? CP3 had a numb scalp when he saw the white-clothed woman appear, and he subconsciously opened the door and left. They are not opponents, those CP0 guarding Celestial Dragons were also killed. However, his hand pressed the doorknob hard. But the door can't be opened. It was like someone outside the door, stubbornly resisting the door, not letting anyone out. Next moment, the CP3 heard a scream of horror behind him. Damn, she's out. The moment the sound rang, CP3 looked back subconsciously. The eyes of the dead are close at hand. What? The screams resounded across the night sky. The door of the monitoring room is sewn under. Dark red blood flows out. Ding! CP3 Grey frightened point +5. Ding! CP2 Kent frightened point +5. Ding! CP0 Bergwalk is frightened, startle a little. Impel down. Magellan routinely patrols. Looked at the direction of the 6th floor. He has a headache now. No guard dared to go there. Recently, the 6th floor has been very haunted. Many guards who entered have been killed, making people afraid to step in. Now, in the 6th floor eternal hell, no one disturbs Luo Wen. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Put a book on his lap and flip through it with his head down. Next to it, on a delicate wooden tabletop, a candle was lit, and an orange flame was swaying. He got all those things back. The cell became a hut for enjoyment. Magellan knew these things, felt a headache about it, and didn't intend to remove the furniture again. Anyway, taking it away won't solve the problem, maybe these things went back inexplicably the next day. And the most important point. Magellan asked Han Yabao, but Han Yabao did not help Luo Wen. When I thought that this might be Luo Wen's ex-girlfriend who helped Luo Wen move. Magellan felt weird. In the end, he didn't let people go and remove Luo Wen's furniture again. Thinking of Luo Wen's strange and weird places, he really didn't dare to let the guards contact Luo Wen too much. I'm afraid, and a batch of them died unknowingly. At this time, Luo Wen, who enjoys a comfortable life, is being observed by criminals in eternal hell. Luo Wen, or if you give us some food or play, this prison is boring to death. I can tell you the location of a treasure trove. I will definitely not suffer. Joe the drunkard tilted his head and said with a smile. What's the use of the treasure land? I won't go out. Luo Wen answered casually and continued reading the books indifferently. This is a book that records the customs of the pirate world, and it looks very interesting. Let your ex-girlfriend go out, aren't you that ghost woman your ex-girlfriend? Choate shook his head and smiled. But this time, Luo Wen didn't answer him and read the book intently. Choate curled his lips boringly, and lay back on the cold and simple prison bed. And this scene. Both Jinbei and Ace saw it. They looked around the criminals who kept talking to Luo Wen and wanted Luo Wen to help them get their stuff in. Finally, Ace and Jinbei looked at Luo Wen's room again. Luo Wen is still turning the book calmly. There is no emotional ups and downs in the temptation of people around. A very dangerous weirdo. Ace looked forward to the cage and looked at the man in the cage. Under the swaying lights, Luo Wen's profile was illuminated. And he turned the pages of the book seriously. There are indeed many sounds around. Ever since the prisoners of eternal hell saw that he could carry things in at will, they talked out loud from time to time, hoping that Luo Wen would help them get something too. Luo Wen is used to this and doesn't bother to take care of it. Close the book. Luo Wen turned a deaf ear to the sounds around him and looked up at the wall clock on the wall. This is an object brought in from the office of the Warden Magellan. Luo Wen finds it very easy to use. He can clearly tell the time in this dark cell. Sadako has started, go and see. Luo Wen felt a little bit. He stood up, walked to the desk, and put the book in its original position. Immediately bent down slightly and blow out the half-burning candle. The cell was plunged into darkness again. Luo Wen picked up the blindfold on the table and put it on, pulled it down to cover his eyes, and lay back on the sofa. Close your eyes. First came the darkness. After a short while, a bloody room with stumps and arms scattered all over the place appeared in front of Luo Wen. The CP agency monitoring room has been executed by all staff. At the same time, the empty side. Today's 4D update is here. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Are there two female ghosts? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The light bulb in the room is broken. Dawn has yet to come. Only darkness can be seen. Now. The empty station was fixed in the living room. He was always vigilant and did not relax for a moment. However, after the light bulb broke, Jinghong glanced at the ghost in white clothes. Sora never saw the ghost again. It's weird. It was as if the female ghost suddenly disappeared, left this room, and went elsewhere. My brow frowned when I thought of this. But at this moment, the TV in the living room suddenly turned on strangely. Snow flickered on the screen, followed by a weird and gloomy picture. It was an old Madara refuge, standing quietly in the middle of the screen, full of uncertainty, like a bottomless abyss, which made people creepy. Sudden. The empty pupil shrinks violently. After waiting for a long time, he saw the ghost again. Deep in the bottom of the well, a pale ghost appeared, and his skinny arms came out, crawling out of the well a little bit. Do not. Wrong. This is not a ghost, it's just in the videotape, it's just a picture. Before Sora had time to think more, he suddenly smelled a bloody smell, just behind him. Suddenly, turning around, I saw a woman in white who didn't know when to stand behind him. And on the woman's hand that turned blue from white, thick blood was dripping. The blood was still fresh, it was obvious that the person had just died. Moment. Kong's face is ugly, he is here to wait for the arrival of the female ghost, and the female ghost has really come, but he did not come to find himself, and went to other people. No time to think about it. Suddenly, he moved. Boom. The strong right arm was raised, and his fist exploded like a cannonball. Suddenly, the horrible air current was raging, the curtains in the room tremble, and the teacup next to it exploded directly. This punch. Unbiased, in the middle of the head of the female ghost in white. However, the fist went through. No entity. The empty pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at his palm, covered in black and red luster, with a murderous in the thickness. When he threw this punch, he had already used the armed color coil and Conqueror's Haki coil. Good. It is the Conqueror's hacky winding technique that only a handful of powerful players can use throughout the world. This is the absolute highest physical skill. Everyone who knows this kind of move is an undefeated figure in the sea. Such as the One Piece Roger, the strongest man Whitebeard, and the strongest creature Kaido. However, it turned out to be ineffective, unable to touch the woman in white. For an instant, many thoughts flashed through empty mind. I have used such a high-level hacky technique, but I still can't touch it. Not Logia demon fruit power? It's really a ghost? At this moment, the pale woman's hands came out, protruding from the cuffs of the white dress, and the blood vessels under the white to blue skin were revealed, like twisted snakes, terrifying and making people stand upside down. Moment. The pale woman caught the empty, visible to the naked eye. On Kong's arms, small hairs stand up, like a cold air climbing the infected Kong's skin. Boom! Sora clenched a fist and blasted out, breaking the air while breaking free from the pale woman's arm, her body bursting back. Patter! The table was silently overturned. Teacups and vases all fell apart. When I retreat, I was a few meters away, leaning against the wall behind my back. Now! He ignored the others, raised the arm held by the pale woman, and looked at it. The entangled Conqueror's enarmed color faded like a tide, and there was a Zhenning black ghost handprint on the original skin. Once Martial Marine, now the commander-in-chief of the entire army, one of the world's best physical skills, Sora, known as Kong, faced Sadako. Even if he used the two-color hacky defense, he was still imprinted. Next moment, Sora retracted his eyes and looked up again. Ahead, the pale woman disappeared abruptly, just like when she came, without a trace of it being revealed. Originally, where she was standing, there was a cloudy wind blowing, the curtains trembling, and the moonlight came in, making people feel more and more cold. At the moment when the silver moon shines on Kong's profile, Bai Ying flashed past, just beside Kong. Bang bang bang! The empty hands came out together, the armed color wrapped around Conquerors at the same time, covering the fingers, and dozens of finger pistol hits in an instant. The terrible force shattered the surrounding air, and a vacuum zone appeared, setting off a harsh sonic boom. The white shadows flickered, finger pistol fell through. At this moment, Sora suddenly stabbed in the back, staggered forward and fell. Someone behind. But he was clearly leaning against the wall. Kong was shocked, and his thick thighs used force to smash the floor of the room to stabilize his figure. At the same time, Sora turned his head back as fast as he could, and this look made the skin on the back of his neck get goosebumps. Do not know when. A little girl in white, standing behind Kong, no heartbeat, no breathing, no sound from beginning to end. It was obvious that there was a wall behind it, and there was no room for action, but she appeared like this, as if ignoring the wall and penetrating through. It made people horrified to think about it. However, after all, Sora was fighting in the sea, and the terrible battle could have made him react instantly. He stepped on his feet and jumped out of the window. After he landed on the ground, he rolled back and quickly turned his head back. The rainbow in his eyes flashed, turning on armament hacky and looking into the dark room. With a hint of bright moonlight, Sora has a clear view of the interior of the house. The curtains were windless and automatic, and the TV's snowflake screen flickered. In the depressing darkness, two white figures with black hair splitting their faces floated, and their toes did not fall to the ground. One big and one small, standing side by side, ghostly. Two female ghosts. The empty pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't there only one female ghost? Why are there two appearing in his room now? Ding! The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, is frightened. Frighten point +10. Ding! The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, is frightened. Frighten point +10. Ding! The army commander Kong was frightened. Now, in Luo Wen in Impel Down, there were clear reminders in his ears. It seems that the harvest is good. Luo Wen said softly in his heart. Temporarily let Sadako follow the videotape, Marie-Joyce was right. The two female ghosts shocked Sora one after another, and got a lot of shock points. At the same time, because of the arrival of Sadako, not only Sora was frightened, but also many people in Marie-Joyce were more frightened and even more frightened. But actually, Marie-Joyce Luo Wen only intends to let Xiao Zhenzi be responsible, and naval headquarters is de Zhenzi. Through Sadako's eyes, Luo Wen clearly sees that the emptiness at this moment has never been on guard. Kong stared at the two female ghosts in the house, her heart was astonished, like a man on her back. A female ghost is already terrifying and cannot be touched and attacked, let alone, as long as she touches it, it will cause muscle necrosis. Kong deeply felt the pain and weakness in his arm touched by the female ghost in white, and he might not be able to return to the peak for a period of time. And more importantly, the female ghost ignored the two-color haki defense and left a ghost handprint on his arm. Sora does not know what this means, but it must be an ominous thing. And now, two such terrible female ghosts came here at once. Sora looked at the female ghost in the house warily. He even gave birth to the idea of retreating if he loses. This is an extremely rare idea in the life spanning the sky and the sea. But at this time, without warning, the large and small white ghosts disappeared at the same time, the automatic TV set turned off, and the screen went black again. The icy temperature inside the house also warmed up, the horrible ghost spirit receded, and the dangerous murderous intent disappeared. Empty brow furrowed. Still staring at the scene vigilantly. A moment passed. There was peace in the house, and there were still no female ghosts, as if they had really left. Sora hesitated briefly, walked into the house again, and searched carefully. Time goes by. The sky was white. The first light in the morning broke through the darkness, shone from the distant sky, spilled on the windowsill in front of Kong's body, and shone into the house. The figure of the female ghost still did not appear, as if everything had returned to normal and calm, everything that happened last night was an illusion. However, the cracked floor in the house, the overturned coffee table, and the broken teacup all prove that the night was not peaceful. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Great shopping in the system mall, successive exchanges, and the clown returns to the soul. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The morning light poured into the house. The darkness faded, and the sense of uncertainty disappeared. Sora re-entered the house and checked the surroundings. If you look closely, you can see that Kongo's muscles are tight, like a tiger ready to go, still maintaining the highest degree of vigilance. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passed by a little bit. The ghost in white did not appear again, as if she had really left. Thump thump. At this time, uniform footsteps sounded outside the house. White suit figures are flashing across the street, rushing towards the house. They are the direct CP0 of the group of 5 elders. Captain Kong. Chief CP0, who was the first to bear the brunt, rushed into the house quickly, his expression dignified and nervous, and his expression unsightly. They made an agreement with Sora to come in to see the situation no matter how dawn. Last night, after the communication was interrupted, there was an accident in the monitoring room, and no information was received all night. They were worried, but no one entered this room in advance to see what happened. Because Sora said, "Let them not come," they also believe in Sora's strength. Besides other reasons, no one wants to come in. The moment the female ghost in white appeared, it meant that this room had become a murder field. However, the results are not unexpected. Sure enough, nothing happened, so why not let him go? Chief CP0 said in his heart, slightly relieved. After all, the female ghost killed only some celestial dragons and unsuspecting CP personnel. The methods are indeed strange and unpredictable, but the power of Sora is real. To be able to sit in the position of the commander-in-chief of the whole army, in addition to sufficient strategy, strong strength is indispensable. The female ghost can't help him too naturally. But soon, the CP0 chief found something wrong. Kong's face was pale, it seemed that he had suffered some trauma, and there was a black mark on Kong's arm, like a woman's palm print. Those dead celestial dragons have such ghost handprints. At the same time, behind Kong, his clothes were broken, and the exposed muscles were black and white, as if they had shrunk. What happened to Commander Kong last night? That ghost. I didn't deal with it. Before the CP0 chief had finished speaking, Sora replied aloud. I'm going to meet Lord Five Elders. Sora shook off these words without any extra words, and quickly walked out of the room, heading straight to where Five Elders was right. And at this moment, the special miniature earphones in his ears restored communication, and a terrifying emergency information came out of the headset. Master Dubois was killed. Celestial dragons are dead again. Moment. Suddenly, after midnight yesterday, the two female ghosts who suddenly disappeared did not really leave, but changed of place, continue to kill. The other side. Luo Wen sat up from the bed and stretched comfortably. He took off the blindfold, doubled the current scene, returned to normal, and Sadako's link of sight was interrupted. Luo Wen did not sleep. In addition to looking at the situation on Sadako's side, it was also because the system prompts kept ringing in his mind. Ding! The Commander-in-Chief of the Army is frightened. Frighten point +10. Ding! CP0 Chief Calvin was frightened, frightened point +8. Ding! CP0 Guy is particularly scared, scared point +5. Ding! Celestial Dragons Dubois Saint is scared, scared point +3. Ding! The harvest is rich. Luo Wen smiled and called out the system panel. Host, Luo Wen. Combat power, 70 million, do not use the power of ghosts. Scare point, 1404. Look at the apparently skyrocketing startled point. Luo Wen opens the system store. The haunted system, in addition to spending scare points to extract ghosts, it can also redeem some incredible items. For example, Luo Wen's combat power enhancement capsule brushed in front of her eyes. Strength boosting capsule, after taking it, it can directly increase the fighting power without side effects. As the number of uses increases, the effect decreases. The price is 100 startle points. Buy. Luo Wen's voice fell. There is a small blue capsule in the palm. Throwing it into your mouth, the capsule instantly turned into a cheese shape, digging into Luo Wen's blood and hundreds of limbs, disappearing without a trace. Puff. At this moment, Luo Wen's heart beating was strong and powerful. He clearly felt that his muscles were becoming rock solid, and his reaction speed was becoming lightning fast. And all of this is clearly reflected on the system panel. Host, Luo Wen. Combat power, 150 million, do not use the power of ghosts. Scare point, 1304. Take a capsule. The combat effectiveness has been directly increased by 80 million. Doubled. It turns out that taking a small pill can really rise. Luo Wen smiled jokingly. He did not choose to continue to redeem the power capsule, but looked at other items on the system mall page. Conqueror's Haki, the special ability of the pirate world, the proof of the king's posture, the weak will be suppressed and stunned when touched, the price is 50 frightening points. So cheap. Luo Wen frowned. Conqueror's Haki is known as the proof of the king's posture. If you are born without the qualifications, you can't awaken in any way. To some extent, it represents a person's potential. More importantly, in the past, some people at Conqueror's Haki might think that it is just a skill to clean up trash fish, and it is not used much in strong-to-strong collisions. But since Conqueror's higher-level uses were developed, this statement has ceased to exist. Wrapping Conqueror's haki on a weapon or body can burst out a more powerful force than an armed color. Even the world's strongest creature Kaido cannot withstand such a force, leaving scars on his body. It can be said that the importance of Conqueror's haki has risen linearly. In the system Wall, 50 startle points can be redeemed. Without hesitation, Luo Wen chooses to redeem. There was no obvious change this time. But Luo Wen can feel that there is an extra kind of chi in his body, and he can mobilize it at will when he wants to release it. Then, Luo Wen saw the two-color haki again. Armament haki, special ability of Pirate World, can enhance defense and attack power after use. The price is 10 shock points. Observation haki, special ability of Pirate World, can enhance perception ability after use. The price is 10 shock points. Very cheap. Compared with hundreds of other props, Luo Wen feels that the two-color haki is cheap and easy to use. Redeem again. It only costs 70 scare points back and forth. Luo Wen already owns Conqueror's haki. It can be said that without relying on the power of ghosts, he has officially stepped into the ranks of the pirate world. Scare point, 1234. Look at the remaining startled point. Luo Wen exchanged another expensive item. Storage space. Storage space, a different dimensional space that can store goods and living things, the size of a basketball court. The price is 400 startle points. Get a warehouse for storing things. Luo Wen flicked his fingers on the shop. I redeemed dozens of objects in a row. Automatic power generation refrigerator, candle that burns endlessly, foldable and expandable leather sofa set, different dimension TV set. Please is Heiki's furniture. They all have special functions and are bound to Luo Wen. Others can't move them by any means. The most important thing is that the cost is cheap. Just a scare point. Moment. With a wave of Luo Wen's palm, all the original ordinary furniture was thrown into the storage space and replaced with the magical small furniture produced by the system. Lie comfortably on the sofa. Luo Wen decided to spend the last time. System, lottery. Ding. Consumption of scary points, draw a lottery. Ding. In this lottery, you won the Ghost Joker. Joker, the resentful ghost of the clown incarnation in the clown's soul, synonymous with horror, cruel demon. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Look, behind you, there is a clown, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The clown returned to his soul. This movie Luo Wen knows that it is about a pervert murderous clown. It takes killing children as fun and leaves a shadow of oppressive horror on the children's childhood. The clown in the movie does not explain its true origin, and it is not sure whether it is a human or a ghost. But Luo Wen now draws a clown, there is no doubt that it is a real ghost. A collection of resentment, a cruel and evil demon. Now, in the darkness in front of Luo Wen, a figure stood so quietly. He looks funny, his face is covered with white powder, and he is dressed as a circus clown. Holding a balloon in his hand, the balloon floats quietly in the air, drifting with the wind in the prison. Obviously the image of the clown in the circus will bring joy to people, but he can't feel it at all, but there is an inexplicable sense of depression. Even more, watching the clown will make his whole body hairy in both eyes, as if he would suddenly turn into a bloody slaughter by a ghost in the next second. Master, what's your order? The clown opened his mouth with a hoarse voice, like a blunt knife cutting meat. Luo Wen was about to speak. Suddenly there were footsteps around. This is eternal hell. Usually, there are no people coming. This time, the footsteps are very dense. Judging from the footsteps alone, Luo Wen knows that many people have come. So lively. Luo Wen let the clown go away temporarily, and turned to look outside the cell. Now, the door of eternal hell was opened by the jailer. With the help of light coming from outside, it is vaguely visible that one by one, there are more than 10 people walking in. Is the 6th floor so lively these days? Ninetails shook her head. Hey, come here, is our 6th floor prison loses dignity? Kiet grinned strangely, although he was laughing coldly. The 6th floor has become lively, ace, Jinbei, weirdos who love to tell ghost stories, bahihi, closed for 30 years, this year is really lively. Someone in the dark giggled, like a madman grinning. In the voice, a figure approached. All in white suits, everyone has a different mask on his face, without any emotional fluctuations, revealing an icy atmosphere from the inside out, repelling others thousands of miles away. Tisk, it turns out to be a white mouse from the world government, seeing that their good mood for a day is gone. In the cell, someone gave a light mouthful, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at the incoming person. At this moment, many people recognized it. This time, it was not the guards or new prisoners who came to the 6th floor, but the CP0 under the command of the world government. They accepted the task of interrogating Luo Wen and got an extra task to kill Luo Wen altogether after the interrogation. This time, there are 13 CP0s here. The commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong, failed to capture the female ghost. This made them very cautious. They had to pry out a solution to the white-clothed ghost from Luo Wen's mouth, and even tortured them severely when necessary. Take him to the interrogation room. The leader of the CP0 team stopped in front of Luo Wen's cell, and looked at Luo Wen sitting on the bed coldly. Luo Wen glanced at them. Without saying anything, they let them take themselves to the interrogation room. Impel Down's interrogation room was harsher than any prison. The walls around the room were covered with various instruments of torture. A whip can draw off a fleshy iron whip, a blood-stained hammer that smashes prisoners' teeth and fingers and toes, and a knife that can knock off the flesh and blood of prisoners without letting people die. And in the center of these instruments of torture with a strong bloody smell, there is an ordinary chair, without any mechanism, but it is just an ordinary chair, which makes people feel more frightened. Everyone knows what is waiting for oneself after sitting in a chair. Now, Luo Wen came to this interrogation room under the escort of CP0. Facing the instruments of torture hanging on the surrounding walls, and the faint smell of blood in the air, Luo Wen was unmoved, walked to the middle chair and sat down peacefully. His hands were handcuffed, and when he sat down with his back leaning on the chair, Erlang's legs were lifted, his expression indifferently as if he had returned to his home. You are calm now, and wait for you to cry. The leader of the CP0 team sneered. Immediately, he turned his head to look at his companion and said, "Prepare the video phone worm and record everything he said." Hear the words. CP0 next to it took out a small and exquisite video phone worm, pressed the power button, the snail poked its head out of its shell, and looked at Luo Wen with dim eyes. Record, start. You should know what we are asking you about. The CP0 team leader glanced at Luo Wen, got up and walked to the torture table. You said, which instrument of torture should be used against you? How about this knife that can cut 3,000 knives on you without killing you? While talking, the CP0 team leader picked up a knife that was as thin as a cicada's wings and could divide the prisoner's flesh and blood. It seems to be to reinforce the fear in Luo Wen's heart. The CP0 team leader slowed down, put down the knife, and picked up the blood-stained hammer. Or a hammer that can smash teeth in one click. He turned his head, glanced at Luo Wen with Erlang's legs tilted in the seat, and smiled. Forget it, let's use it together. The voice fell. Several CP0s walked up at the same time, one of them picked up the same torture instrument and walked towards Luo Wen. However, just then, Luo Wen, who was leaning on the seat, suddenly smiled. What makes you laugh now? The CP0 team leader frowned. He now feels that Luo Wen seems to be a bit sick. Because Luo Wen's gaze crossed the CP0 team leader and looked further back. Feel the direction of Luo Wen's line of sight. The CP0 team leader frowned. Looking behind me? The CP0 team leader turned his head suspiciously. This look make him stunned. Do not know when. Behind the CP0 team leader, a clown holding a balloon stood silently. He has heavy makeup, pale skin, a weird curvature of his mouth, and he is smiling silently with his head tilted. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, la 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 QAQ asterisk. Chapter 22. The blood in the interrogation room was not my job, it was a clown. After Luo Wen was taken into the interrogation room, the prisoners of eternal hell looked at the closed door of the interrogation room if they had no sight. They are no strangers to this interrogation room, and some people have gone in to experience it for themselves. Eternal hell's prisoners all committed heinous crimes. The reason why they were not executed but imprisoned here is that a large part of the reason is that these unscrupulous strong men on the sea have some secrets themselves, and the world government keeps them here in order to pry these secrets out of their mouths. Therefore, the methods of the interrogation room are so fierce that even if they just look at it, their whole body will tremble. Hey, guess how long this weird guy who likes to tell ghost stories can last? There was a joke in the dark. Who knows, but I am looking forward to hearing that kid's screams. Another small prisoner giggled, looking at the interrogation room with full of expectation, gloating to see Luo Wen suffer. What? Suddenly, the high-pitched scream sounded. Hey, it's a waste, so early, hey. The short prisoner licked his lips, and was about to mock, and suddenly paused. He noticed something wrong. It's not his voice. Nine Tails squinted her eyes and made a judgment instantly. At the same time, in the depths of the eternal hell, in the special cell, the old figure bound by chains all moved, and hundreds of chains trembled at the same time. He opened his eyes. The scarlet eyes turned slightly, and finally landed in the direction of the door of the interrogation room. He smelled blood. Clang clang. Suddenly, inside the door of the interrogation room, someone slammed the door frantically, and at the same time the screams inside became more screaming, as if the people inside wanted to escape like crazy. The strong smell of blood diffused from the interrogation room. This scene excited some pervert prisoners in the cage. The smell of blood can't be wrong. Whose blood is Luo Wen, or who? I really want to go up and touch the blood in person. Ha 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 ha, blood, see blood again, interesting, interesting. They smelled the blood, pulled the chains, walked out of the darkness, grabbed the iron cage railings, their faces were crazy and excited. Shut up, pervert bastards. Nine Tails Hyudime turned her head and scolded, these idiots. Pervert disturbed her interest in the theater. Then she looked at the interrogation room again, with dim light flickering in her eyes, which was curious about the next change. However, a period of calm passed. There was no sound from the interrogation room again. Many prisoners were stunned in the darkness. How could the violent movement just calmed down so quickly? Another half-minute passed. Nine Tails' eyes suddenly narrowed. She saw clearly. Dark red blood penetrated through the door of the interrogation room, sticky and rich. It soon stained the ground red and piled up like puddles. Just then, the door handle of the interrogation room turned. A leg in boots stepped out and stepped on a pool of blood. Accompanied by the movement, the sound of handcuffs and chains sounded. Is Luo Wen? Every prisoner was shaking. Luo Wen raised his hands that were grilling the chains, and sorted out the clean striped prison uniform. Because of his movements, the chains rattled and his eyes looked at the CP0 team leader who fell to the ground and died when he was asked a question just now. It's funny to pretend to be in front of me. Finish this sentence. Luo Wen turned around, walked to his cell, opened the cell door to himself and walked in, as if he had returned home. Did you kill them all? At this time, Ace's voice suddenly sounded from behind Luo Wen. Hear the words. Luo Wen turned his head and looked. I didn't kill them. They were killed by a clown. Luo Wen said, closing the cell door by herself, locking it easily, and then sitting back on the sofa, picking up the warm teacup and taking a sip of tea. Clown? This answer makes Ace unknown so. This moment. In eternal hell, all the prisoners who were paying attention to Luo Wen's affairs remained silent, without any agitation. Everyone is watching Luo Wen silently. From being interrogated to screaming, he was the only one who finally came out. In this, what happened? Facing the darkness, one line of sight. Luo Wen's own tea tasting is like enjoying a good time of afternoon tea. At the same time, another place of impel down. The 4th floor hot hell toilet. Magellan sat on the toilet, her stomach hurts and shit as usual. But recently, Magellan has been shit and irritating, and always feel restless. Mainly when he was shit, he could always hear movement outside the toilet door, such as the sound of tapping the ball, the laughter of little girls, the sound of flipping books during class, and all kinds of weird sounds that made Magellan shit. Both are uneasy. And Magellan shit this time, and there was another sound outside the toilet door. Gluck giggled. The little girl's laughter is from far to near, there is an inexplicable ethereal, as if she will appear in any corner of her sight in the next second. This time, Magellan made a swift decision. With a harder butt, he pinched off instantly. Without even pulling up his pants, he rushed out. Ghost! Magellan shouted, this time he must catch the ghost. However, Magellan rushed out, and the moment he saw the situation clearly, the whole person was like petrified. Outside the door, there was no little girl standing there. It's Sengoku who helps to catch ghosts together. The two big men looked at each other, and there was an embarrassment in the air. Hey? Why did you rush out suddenly? Sengoku was the first to break the embarrassment, but when he was speaking, his gaze was glaring at Magellan's chilly lower body. There was a ghost just now, didn't you see it outside? Magellan hurriedly pulled up his pants, the corners of his mouth twitched frantically, forcibly pretending that nothing had happened. No. Sengoku frowned. He hadn't noticed anything unusual when he was outside just now, but Magellan rushed out. Did something happen to him inside? Just when Sengoku was about to ask. At the corner, a man with wings on his back suddenly rushed out in a hurry. It is the commander of Impel Down, the blue orangutan, Sarades. Director Magellan, Marshal Sengoku, you guys. Sarades looked anxious, just about to speak, but suddenly stopped in the middle of the speech. What did he see? Magellan and Sengoku are two big men leaning at the door of the toilet, and Magellan is still carrying his pants. Today's 4D update is here. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Contempt Impel Down and Take the Prison Home? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Seeing Sarades, who appeared suddenly and had a strange expression, he obviously wanted to get crooked. Magellan's eyelids jumped wildly, almost unstretched. Sarades, why are you here? Magellan asked with a cough to hide his embarrassment. As the commander of the blue orangutan, Sarades usually does not come to the 4th floor, and mainly patrols the first 3 floors. Director, something went wrong in the waiting room. Sarades's face was ugly. The CP staff who came to the waiting room today, all of them just died somehow. What? Magellan's eyes rounded, it's Luo Wen. Today, the world government sent a group of CP personnel, some of whom are responsible for interrogating Luo Wen, while the other is staying in the waiting room to do some follow-up work. Magellan and Sengoku looked at each other. Both of them knew that just now the group of CP personnel in charge of interrogating Luo Wen passed by eternal hell, and the other people in charge of logistics in the waiting room died. Does this have nothing to do with Luo Wen? Magellan didn't believe it. Sengoku's face also changed. Another accident happened, and it was related to Luo Wen again. Where are the people who interrogated Luo Wen? Sengoku said, and he immediately thought of the group of CP personnel who went directly to Luo Wen. This the people who will do the logistics processing later are all dead? They won't. Deputy Director Han Yabao went to see it, and it's still unsure of the situation. Saridas replied. Go to the waiting room. Magellan made a decisive decision, ignoring catching the toilet ghost kid, and ran towards the waiting room quickly. When he arrived in the waiting room, his face went down. I saw it. The door of the waiting room was slightly open, and blood spattered on the edge of the door frame, and as soon as I walked in, it was a disgusting smell of blood. The ground was covered with stumps and broken arms, and there were fragments of internal organs everywhere. On the workbench, a head with only a half left hung on it, and it fell to the ground with the shock caused by Magellan's arrival. With a bang, half of his head exploded, and white brains flowed all over the floor. Vomit. A guard vomited on the spot when he saw this scene, and his face instantly paled. All the CP staff who stayed in the waiting room, without a lifetime, they were all mutilated and brutally killed. Damn it! Magellan cursed in a low voice, his face became more ugly, and the situation was bad again. Previously, guards were haunted or prisoners died, but they were only a few sporadic, and the methods were not so cruel. This time, all the people in the house were all dead at once, and the scene was so tragic that even a complete body could not be found. At this moment, a phone worm with a gas mask rang in Magellan's arms. The people in the interrogation room are all dead. This is a call from Han Yabao. At this moment, the Han Yabao in another section of the phone worm seemed to be greatly shocked, and there was a slight tremor when speaking. I see. Heard the news. Even if Magellan was prepared, she was still shocked. Among the CP personnel who came this time, there were well-known strong ones. Magellan remembered that there was a strong one with the code name White Elephant. This CP0 participated in the capture of the Evil King, and played a vital role. In addition to him, several powerful CP0s came. After all, these are CP personnel who are going to interrogate the 6th-tier prisoners. The danger is self-evident, and it is impossible for the world government to send rubbish. But even so, they are still dead. At the same time, Magellan thought of another thing. The CP personnel who interrogated Luo Wen were all dead. So, what about Luo Wen? Where is Luo Wen? Where is the other person? Sengoku said at the same time, and he also thought of this at this time. The two did not stop at all, and quickly walked towards the 6th floor, and asked Han Yabao at the other end of the phone worm, while quickly walking towards the 6th floor. Both of them were worried that after Luo Wen killed him, they hid in a corner of Impel Down, and were even planning to escape from prison. Luo Wen, in the cell. The phone worm opened his mouth, and Han Yabao's weird voice rang. The words came out. Magellan's footsteps are noticeable. The cell? Didn't those CPS take Luo Wen to the interrogation room? Went, but he walked out of the interrogation room by himself later, and the guys on the 6th floor told me that Luo Wen walked out of the interrogation room by himself, then opened his cell and moved in again. Magellan's eyelids twitched. This news was even more unacceptable to Luo Wen than Luo Wen hiding and plotting to escape from prison. Where is Impel Down? The most feared prison in the world can be said to have come and go, and it is impossible to escape. No one doesn't want to go out after entering Impel Down, but even if they try everything they can't escape. But now, in front of Luo Wen, there is a chance to escape from prison, but he gave up and walked back to the cell by himself. Magellan looked ugly when he thought of this. Is this the prison? This is a naked contempt for Impel Down's majesty. Han Yabao, don't go to Luo Wen, I'll rush over right now, don't go and find him, have you heard? Magellan was serious and stopped Han Yabao hard. He was worried that Han Yabao would just rush to find Luo Wen about an accident. Luo Wen was too weird and didn't know the details of the other party. You come to the 6th floor exit right now, don't go near him. Magellan warned again, and after finishing speaking, strode towards eternal hell with Sengoku. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell. The door was opened again. The prisoners in the dark have recently felt numb. Maybe no one came for half a year, but now almost everyone in Tenten has come. As soon as Sengoku and Magellan entered the Eternal Hell, they immediately walked towards Luo Wen's cell without stopping. Now, in the dim cell, a candle was ignited, and the flame swayed full of resilience, as if it could continue to burn forever like this. The faint candle light illuminates the man's side face. He sat on the sofa, adjusted his posture, picked up the remote control at hand, and pressed it to the front TV. The TV, which was clearly not connected to the circuit and signal, actually turned on, and it played out the picture. Magellan, who saw this scene, wanted to talk, so he immediately caught the owner. This Luo Wen actually watched TV in prison. Where did the TV come from? Hey, Director Magellan, Marshal Sengoku, are you here? Luo Wen turned his head after knowing, and said a word to Magellan. And then randomly picked up an orange from the fruit bowl on the table. Just peeled it in front of Magellan. You killed them. Magellan took a deep breath, resisting the urge to explode. No. Luo Wen threw a piece of orange peel into the trash can and shook his head. The ghost did it. Luo Wen took out the white silk on the surface of the orange pulp and peeled it cleanly. Asterisk. Chapter 24 The Clown? The clown prisoner who was imprisoned on the first floor is the real murderer. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The ghost did it. Luo Wen's answer echoed faintly in the darkness of eternal hell. Ha 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 ha. A ghost again. Hearing these words, the prisoners in eternal hell burst out laughing. Jinbei couldn't help shaking his head, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to see such a scene built and seen on the seabed of the world government. Personally speaking, this sentence is a joke, a ridicule of Magellan, or a ghost. It is not a serious conversation at all. But this word came out of Luo Wen's mouth, and it has another meaning, because Luo Wen is really related to ghosts. It's that girl ghost. Magellan, no matter what other people thought, he was looking for her today and flushed out before he even finished using the toilet. However, before Magellan could think for a second, Luo Wen's voice interrupted him. Not. Luo Wen finished peeling the orange, raised his hand and swept the white silk on the orange peel and pulp into the trash can, got up to wash his hands, and turned his head to look at Magellan. Hearing this sentence, all the surrounding voices stopped. Sengoku's heart jumped. The toilet girl ghost and the white ghost girl are already very difficult to deal with. Now there are new ghosts appearing? No. There are new ghosts. Magellan frowned and immediately asked, what the hell is it? Luo Wen didn't lift his head when he heard the words, and while washing his hands, he said. I don't know, but it looks like a pervert clown. You don't know? If you don't know that ghost, how could the ghost not kill you? Han Yabao was interrupted by Magellan in the middle of speaking, not letting him continue. Let's go. Magellan waved his hand irritably, turning around and leaving. Hearing Luo Wen's words, Magellan also understood in his heart, there is no need to keep asking. Sengoku took a deep look at Luo Wen who was washing his hands, and left without saying much. They all know. Luo Wen didn't want to talk about this matter, and there was no result if he continued to ask. As for the interrogation? The corpse of the CP officer in the interrogation room is still cold. Han Yabao lowered his head, his face was filled with aggrieved expressions. He really hated this feeling. He knew that the person in front of him had a problem, but he couldn't keep asking. Ha 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 ha, Han Yabao, I just want to laugh when you look down on your head. Han Yabao, what's the matter? If Luo Wen can't help it, go back and find your mother. The prisoners around him ridiculed mercilessly, and the laughter was so harsh that it reached Han Yabao's ears and made him tremble with anger. It seems to be unwilling. Han Yabao couldn't help but looked back at Luo Wen's cell. Looking at it at a glance, Han Yabao almost exploded in place. I saw that Luo Wen washed his hands and walked into a curtain, and then there was the sound of splashing water. Is this going to take a bath? Han Yabao felt like he was smoking. When will prisoners live this life? People like Luo Wen should be locked up, punished, and tortured instead of enjoying in prison. Director Magellan, I found a video phone worm in the interrogation room, which may have recorded the interrogation. At this moment, the guard of the interrogation room ran over, holding a phone worm in the standby state in his hand. A new discovery. Go, and see. Magellan's eyes lit up and made a decisive decision. Soon. Magellan and Sengoku, as well as Han Yabao and others, came to a clean room together. Everyone got together, staring closely at the video phone worm on the table. OM. The video phone worm was turned on, its head poked out from its shell, its eyes shimmered, and the recorded footage was projected in mid-air. In the beginning, everything was normal. Luo Wen was taken into the interrogation room and sat on a chair. CP0 came up with the torture instrument. And just at the moment when they are about to act on Luo Wen, the head of a clown with heavy makeup suddenly appeared, and a face blocked all the pictures. He tilted his head, a face always grinning, and grinning silently towards the camera. At this time, there was no sound coming out of the video, even the original voice of CP0 and Luo Wen's dialogue disappeared, leaving only the clown facing the camera. Laughing, an inexplicable horror rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Unknowingly, a layer of goosebumps appeared on the arm. Next moment. Chi. The video screen flashes. The light from the eyes of the phone worm was dim, the snail retracted into its shell again, and the picture was interrupted. After watching the videotape, there was silence in the room. Sengoku's eyes flickered. Luo Wen didn't say panic, but a clown ghost did appear again, which made Sengoku a headache. The previous ghost has not been solved yet, and now there is another ghost who doesn't know what the details are. And the bloodthirsty level of this ghost is definitely more than that of the toilet girl ghost, which can be seen from the horror of the interrogation room. Clown, red nose, why does this guy look familiar? On the other side, Magellan fell into deep thought and suddenly whispered such a sentence. Wait, Magellan, did you think about it too? At this moment Han Yabao said suddenly. What's the matter? Sengoku glanced sideways. In Impel Down, a prisoner was originally imprisoned, and this prisoner looked like this clown with a big red nose. Magellan remembered completely, there was indeed such a clown prisoner in Impel Down, and he was imprisoned on the first floor. Is Luo Wen really not a lie? He really doesn't know this ghost? Isn't this ghost the clown prisoner being locked in? They look so alike. Han Yabao slapped his head, as if suddenly resuscitated. Yes, maybe it is really like this. Very good. If I can successfully catch the ghost this time, I will have the greatest credit. Magellan can abdicate from the director. With this credit, I will surely succeed in becoming the director. Han Yabao thought about himself crookedly, and when he thought of his witty discovery of the truth, and naturally becoming the director, he was so excited that he was going to climax. The clown prisoner you are talking about, on which floor is it? Sengoku asked suddenly. He has no memory of any clown prisoner. As Martial Marine, he has captured many pirates and he has seen many pirates. It is impossible for everyone to remember. First floor. Han Yabao said, patting his chest. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched. Are you serious? Can the prisoners on the first level kill those CP0? Sengoku wanted to say something, but when he thought that Luo Wen was just enough to be imprisoned on the second floor, he didn't say anything. What if it's a pervert again? Let's go, take me to see him, and I will interrogate him myself. Magellan said, already standing up. No matter what, it's not wrong to go and see. Asterisk. Chapter 25 5 Elders, whoever clicks it is whoever, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. At the same time, Sengoku and Magellan headed to the first floor. Luo Wen took off his striped prison uniform after taking a shower and put on a suit and leather shoes. The handcuffs were randomly discarded by him. This kind of thing can never restrain Luo Wen, it's nothing more than whether he wants to take it off. It's much refreshing after the shower. Luo Wen stretched his body and whispered to himself, it's time to do business next. Finished. Luo Wen walked to the bed, pulled up the quilt and lay down, closing his eyes comfortably. This scene was seen by Jinbei in the opposite cell. Go to bed so early? Jinbei was taken aback. He just saw Luo Wen change his clothes. He thought he was going to do something big next, and ended up lying on the bed to sleep. Luo Wen certainly didn't want to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at the direction of the interrogation room one last time. If you want to kill me, you have to pay a little price. 5 elders, which one to look for? Now. The prisoner in the next cell suddenly heard that Luo Wen seemed to be humming a song. If you click on you, whoever you click on, that's who. The low and weird tone reverberates faintly in the dark cell. What is this guy humming? The eyelids of the prisoner next door twitched slightly. He always felt that the tone was weird and had a creepy feeling. Hey, who do you know? However, his voice, in eternal hell, was like a dead stone, and no one responded. The questioning prisoner narrowed his mouth, rolled over uninterestingly, and went on to sleep, ignoring Luo Wen's humming tune. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Luxury bungalows, right inside. On the sofa, 5 high-ranking 5 elders each sat in one position, and the army commander stood in front of them, reporting on what happened last night. Just in the middle of the empty report, the door between rights was knocked. Master 5 elders, the information from Impel Down came over. All the people who went to interrogate Luo Wen were dead. 1. None of them survived. The CP staff rushed in, his face turned pale, and he spoke out the information that had just arrived in disbelief. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was quiet for an instant. Did it all? The blonde 5 elders looked ugly. They didn't underestimate Luo Wen, and it would not be a big problem for the powerful sent to destroy a pirate group with a bounty of 20E. However, even so, all the CP personnel who went there were dead. You must know that this is not a direct battle with Luo Wen, but an interrogation in Impel Down. The difference between the two is vastly different. At the same time, this also proves Luo Wen's difficulty. The most urgent thing is to find a way to solve those ghosts, so you go on talking. Nagabi 5 elders waved his hand, motioning for the interrupted Sora to continue. Last night, I saw not just one ghost, but 2, one big and one small. Kong Shen took a deep breath and continued to report. Tell everything that happened last night, in detail. 2 female ghosts. Nagabi 5 elders frowned after hearing the empty report. This matter cannot be kept secret. It is estimated that the roots will soon spread in Marie Joyce, which will inevitably make many celestial dragons uneasy. 1 female ghost is scary enough, but now there are 2. And no one knows when they will come. The celestial dragons outside also scolded for Sora's failure. Some people curse empty space as rubbish, and the commander-in-chief of the whole army can't catch a ghost, but under the curse, they are more timid. There is really no sense of security anymore. You will be killed by ghosts in the Holy Land. The key is that there is no way to get ghosts. There are even a batch of celestial dragons, secretly considering whether to leave the Holy Land temporarily. Thinking of these things, even 5 elders have a headache, which is a shame for them. The reason why Marie Joyce is called a holy place, besides living here is a high-powered person, it means more sacred and inviolable. But now the Holy Land has been haunted many times, and a lot of celestial dragons have died. It can be said that the name Holy Land has long been misplaced. Do you think of a solution to ghosts? Dao Pao 5 elders put one hand on his chin, and his gaze swept across the 5 elders present. After a short silence, 5 elders with curly hair on crutches flickered. Luo Wen. The problem lies with Luo Wen. Even if the ghost is not his, it has something to do with him. This is certain. To get rid of him? It's a bit difficult to handle. 5 elders were muffled. Kong is not good at dealing with ghosts, and now everyone who kills Luo Wen has been killed by ghosts. This proves from the side that Luo Wen may have the ability to manipulate ghosts. They don't know Luo Wen's situation now. If you rashly let people go in the past and continue to deal with it, the likely result is that there will be no return. What they receive may not be a solution to the ghost, but more humiliating news. Suddenly, the blonde 5 elders spoke. In fact, you don't have to kill him, you can cooperate. With that said, the blonde 5 elders looked at a report. After the preliminary investigation was unsuccessful, the videotape on the marine side had been secretly sent to a pirate group by the CP staff, and it was now waiting for the result. However, the blonde 5 elders frowned when he said this. They have been dead for so many days, but in the end they chose to cooperate with Luo Wen. Isn't this a joke? At this moment, 5 elders, with a horn-like beard and scars on top of his head, raised his head and said slowly. There is nothing wrong, as long as the cooperation gets his ability. Horns and Beard's 5 elders, of course, is not simply collaborating with Luo Wen. He has 2 hands to prepare. One is to cooperate with Luo Wen to get some benefits, and the other is to kill Luo Wen. As for the affairs of Luo Wen, let Kong take care of it. However, it's not the empty hands, but the 6th floor. Asterisk. Chapter 26. The videotape that appeared on the table of 5 elders. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. In response to the Haunted 5 Elders Summit, the tone was finally set. On the surface, he tried to cooperate with Luo Wen, but actually made 2-handed preparations. Soon, the meeting was disbanded, and it was evening before I knew it. 5 elders left one after another. Horns and Beard's 5 elders walked at the end and returned home unhurriedly against the setting sun. When he came back, someone at home was already waiting for him. Grandpa Saint Edward. A good-looking female celestial dragon saw 5 elders with horns and beards coming back, and immediately got up from her seat to greet her, apparently having been waiting for a long time. She is a relative of 5 elders with horns and beards. She came here and gave a lot of gifts, including valuable jewels. On the surface it is a gift, but in fact it is afraid of the haunting of the Holy Land. This time I came here specially to ask 5 elders, the horns and beards. Is the current Holy Land still safe? She really wanted to leave the Holy Land for a short time, she didn't dare to stay any longer. Roxani Palace, the holy place is very safe now, those ghosts have been controlled, don't worry too much. Bullhornbeard relieved. He didn't say much, and after a few short words, he was sent away from Roxani Palace. After getting the affirmative answer, Roxani Palace really felt relieved. After all, the person who said these things to her was not someone else, but 5 elders. 5 elders, a high-ranking authority, speaks with absolute weight, and it is enough to make people feel at ease. After leaving Roxani Palace, Horns and Beard's 5 elders returned to the house. When passing by the living room, the corner of his eye gave a startling glimpse. And the color behind has changed drastically. See you. On the table in the living room, beside the gift from Roxani Palace, a black videotape was quietly placed. Moment. Horns and Beard's 5 elders blew up a layer of goosebumps all over, and instinctively went backwards. When he clearly remembered that this videotape had been destroyed as quickly as possible after catching ghosts in the air without any results. But why does it still appear? Grown-ups. The maid looked at 5 elders with horns and beard in amazement. It was the first time she saw this look on the face of this big man. Seemingly alert, seemingly frightened. Mobilize the strongest CP0 in this neighborhood, let them rush over at the fastest speed, destroy the videotapes on my table, including this house, and flatten them together, without leaving a trace. Horns and Beard's 5 elders quickly took out a special golden telephone bug from his pocket, and gave instructions very quickly. The moment the voice fell, the CP0 guarding the 5 elders' house or the edge of the Horns and Beards came in an instant. They guarded the 5 elders with the Horns and Beards at the fastest speed, protecting him from evacuation here. At the same time, the whole holy place rioted. More and more white figures appeared from various dark places, rushing to the house of 5 elders with Horns and Beards. They accepted the instruction to destroy the videotape as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of 5 elders with Horns and Beards. Even a large force appeared and began to demolish the bungalows. Oh my God, what's going on? Lord Edward Saint's house is shaking, and many CP0s are moving. What happened? Celestial Dragons, who noticed the movement of CP, was puzzled and didn't understand why it suddenly went into battle. It is clear that the wind is sunny and there is no sign of danger coming. But the next moment, they got the latest news. The real reason for the transfer of CP staff. It was a videotape that had been destroyed, but it suddenly appeared in the house of 5 elders. Moment. All celestial dragons who heard this news were like falling into an ice cave, their whole bodies chilling. Is even 5 elders the hell? Soon. Horns and Beards 5 elders was protected by the CP0 powerhouse and came to another luxurious castle. No one lived here. All the furniture was brand new. It was a spare residence for 5 elders. The castle gates were pushed open one after another, except for the powerful CP0 responsible for protecting the Horns and Beards of 5 elders. Other 5 elders are also here. Grown-ups. All CP0 and servants, after seeing the arrival of a few 5 elders, immediately bowed down and saluted, giving the highest respect. Horns and Beards 5 elders stood at the window. Look into the distance. I saw it. In the original house, there are a lot of CP personnel coming in and out at this moment. They move all the furniture out and discard it, including the haunted TV. After being moved out, all these pieces of furniture were smashed and destroyed. There was no hesitation. The most decisive is, when the house was emptied, the entire castle was artificially flattened. Just listen to a bang. The bungalows collapsed and became ruins, everything was destroyed, leaving no trace. Does the videotape show up with you? The blonde 5 elders raised his eyes, looked at the smoke billowing in the distance, and whispered. Well, I let someone destroy it. Horns and Beards 5 elders nodded. Damn it. The Cap 5 elders' cane hit the ground, and the spirit of the upper person is unreservedly released. There is no obvious anger, but it makes the surrounding people uneasy. Now, several 5 elders, their hearts are heavy and warm. The ghosts who did evil in Marie Joyce have been eyeing them. Especially the Horns and Beards, 5 elders. He just told his relatives that the Holy Land is very safe now, so people don't need to worry about it. But how long has it passed now? He has been slapped in the face fiercely. Safe shit. He hit a ghost himself. It is conceivable that the spread of this incident will inevitably make more people in the Holy Land feel uneasy. Those celestial dragons who want to move away will really be unable to sit still. Let Kong follow you at night. Longbeard 5 elders' eyes flickered. It's useless to follow. Impel down. Luo Wen lay on the bed, resting her head with her hand, and said slowly. Ding. 5 elders Saint Edward is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Roxanne Palace is scared, scared point +1. Ding ding ding. Now. Numerous reminders sounded in Luo Wen's ears, and they were intensifying. The panic in Marie Joyce had begun to spread. The night is the highlight, so get some sleep first. Luo Wen pulled down the quilt and turned over. This time, he really fell asleep. Today's 4D update is here. Chapter 27. The ghost is watching him. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. That night, Roxanne Palace returned home, kicked the maid in front of him, took up the whip and beat it hard. Damn it, it's safe to say that there is no danger, and I hit a ghost in a blink of an eye. Roxanne Palace was mixed with anger and panic, venting all emotions on the maid. The maid knelt on the ground, not daring to move, letting it be beaten by the Roxanne Palace. Bloody wounds soon appeared all over her body. If this continues, she will be beaten to death. Snapped. As the Roxanne Palace rises and falls, the chandelier hanging on the ceiling flashed suddenly and then dimmed. What? The servant in the room yelled in panic when the light went dark. Now that Marie Joyce is known to be haunted, just a sudden black light can scare people to death. Immediately afterwards, the scary thing really happened. In the darkness, the TV in the next room suddenly turned on automatically. Chi. The screen was shimmering, and there was no picture on it, but the snowflakes were flickering, making messy and faint sounds. Protect your lord. CP0 in the room reacted instantly and approached Roxanne Palace as quickly as possible. Ghost is coming, a bunch of trash, protect me. Where did Roxanne Palace care about other things? Threw the whip in his hand like an electric shock, and yelled in panic. Now, in this invisible darkness, several CP0s showed extremely high qualities, and instantly found the location of the Roxanne Palace, protecting her in the entire range. The TV hasn't shown any picture yet, but this is what makes it even more frightening. No one knows what will appear in the picture in the next second. The faint and noisy electric current rang out all the time, scratching everyone's ears. You trash, you must protect me, even if you die, you can't let me shed a drop of blood. Roxanne Palace was about to be driven crazy by this voice, and he was screaming in terror. We will lay down our lives to protect, adults, don't worry. CP0 spoke in the dark, quickly, hurry up and fix the circuit. Finish this sentence. He felt cold sweat dripping on his forehead. But CP0 dare not wipe it. I was afraid that this action would cause a mistake, and I didn't protect the Roxanne Palace behind him. Time is passing by a little bit. The clock hung on the wall. Every time the second hand beats, it will make a ticking sound, expanding indefinitely in this darkness, silently increasing the fear in people's hearts. Suddenly, he was in the dark. Although the commissioner was rushing to repair it, it was impossible to call immediately. Every CP0 is tight, eyes looking around, being alert to ghosts that may appear at any time. Cold sweat has wet their clothes. You are all rubbish. Repairing a circuit is so slow. What do you do for food on weekdays? Hurry up and fix it. Roxanne Palace became more and more disturbed. It seemed that only swearing could relieve the panic in her heart. My lord, we try our best. The CP personnel who was rushing to repair the circuit wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke extremely fast. Heard this. Roxanne Palace wanted to scold again, but suddenly felt that there seemed to be something behind it. It was cold, and put it on his shoulder. Moment. Roxanne Palace turned her head, her pupils shrank sharply. That is a hand. A woman with pale complexion and a bone-cold woman's hand. Moment. Roxanne Palace's scalp numb, and a chill hits the sky. She wanted to scream in horror. However, the pale ghost on his shoulders stretched out his hand, covering her mouth from behind. Roxanne Palace's eyes widened, all bloodshots appeared, and the skin was visible from white to blue. She wants to yell, but no sound can be heard. All CP0s can hear is the flickering of the TV's snowflake screen, the ticking of clocks moving, the sound of the companion swallowing, drooling nervously. The servant is afraid of shaking. Slap. At this moment, the sound of switch closing sounded, the circuit was repaired, and the light was on. The darkness was swept away, and the room was illuminated transparently. See it. CP0, who protected Roxanne Palace, breathed a sigh of relief. Master Loxony Palace. He turned his head, halfway through the conversation, suddenly thinking that he had devoured a dead mouse. His face suddenly changed, and his words stopped abruptly. Do not know when. The Loxony Palace, protected by him, has no more breath. Her eyes widened as if they were about to burst out of her eye sockets, and 2 ghost madra were sunken deep in her neck, and the blood vessels nearby were bulging as if they were about to explode. The death is miserable, and the 7 orifices are bleeding. This moment. Others are also watching. What? The maid screamed in horror, cutting through the long night. At the same time, Horns and Beard's 5 elders lived in a spare bungalow. Everything here is brand new, to ensure that there is no possibility of any ghost contact. The light is on in the living room. Horns and Beard's 5 elders ate dinner slowly. Opposite him, Kong sat with his back straight. Dinner was set in front of him, but he didn't make any moves, always protecting the 5 elders, his horns and beards, and he would take action immediately if there was any change. From the time the sun went down, until now at 8 or 9 o'clock, nothing happened. When the clock hands jumped to the number 9 completely, a CP person wearing a white suit suddenly walked in and said a word in panic. Sir, Lord Roxany Palace was killed at home. Keng dang. Horns and Beards, the knives and forks in 5 elders' hands hit the dishes, making a crisp sound. This moment, Horns and Beards' 5 elders' pupils constricted. Obviously the videotape was destroyed, all the furniture was destroyed, and even the house was demolished. Why was Loxane Palace still killed? Go and see. Horns and Beards' 5 elders got up with a sullen face, and under the protection of CP staff and Kong, quickly rushed to the home of Roxany Palace. In the living room, Roxany Palace stiffened and was covered by a white cloth. Horns and Beards' 5 elders inhale slightly. Squat down and uncover a corner of the white cloth. The dark face of Roxany Palace revealed. Her eyes widened, her mouth wide open, her expression frightened, as if she had been terribly frightened before she died. On her neck, 2 ghost handprints were deeply sunken. It was not like the corpse of a person who had just died, it was more like it had been left for a long time. The corpse had obviously changed color, and the hideous and terrifying face made people feel uneasy. Still haven't escaped. The Horns and Beard 5 elders' eyelids twitched. It was he who let Roxany Palace stay at ease, and now that even one night has not passed, Roxany Palace is dead. Witches slapped him in the face severely. Patter. Sudden. The lights in the room dimmed. This time the chandelier bulb on the top burst directly without any external interference. At the same time, the surrounding air is obviously cooling down, and the creepy breath is recovering, as if there is a ghost here, and now it has opened its eyes. Not good. Sora's face suddenly changed, and he once had a fight with the white-clothed ghost. He instantly understood that this was a sign of Li Gui's recovery. Next moment, he didn't hesitate, stepping forward and standing next to 5 elders with horns and beards, his hands quickly covered with a layer of black and red, and the 2-color entanglement of conquerors and armed colors was completed in an instant. Chi-chi. Horns and Beards' 5 elders' face changed slightly, and he suddenly heard a strange electric noise, which made him subconsciously turn his head to look. Suddenly, the TV in the next room turned on autonomously. A white shadow dangled. The ghost in white clothes with black hair covering her face teleported from a distance, without warning, at the forefront of the picture. She stood quietly, her hands drooping, her head raised, and with the movement of the dead man's eyes under her black hair, she seemed to be staring in a certain direction. 5 elders, the horns and beards standing in the middle of the living room, gave a fierce heartbeat. He has a feeling of being stared at. The ghost is watching him. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes la 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 la. Thank you for your feedback asterisk. Chapter 28 Die of 5 Elders. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The ghost in white stands quietly in the picture. Horns and beards. The hairs on 5 elders' arms stand up. Destroy the TV. Kong keenly noticed something strange in an instant, and Conqueror's fists wrapped in armed color blasted out. Boom! With this punch, the TV was torn apart with the wall behind. Moment. The flickering sound of the snowflake screen disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet again. Quickly, check the circuit and turn on the backup light if there is no problem. There is no problem with the circuit. Try to turn on the backup lights. Protecting CP0 by his side acted swiftly and took a series of measures. Snapped. As the switch is pressed, the standby lamp lights up, and the amount of light in the room is restored. The debris of the TV was scattered on the ground, a wall collapsed, and the room was in a mess. But nothing more, no other changes. The CP0s were frightened, for fear of horns and beards. 5 elders were also murdered in the Black Like Roxani Palace. But, fortunately, 5 elders, the horns and beards standing behind them, were all right, nothing unusual. Seeing this, Sora was also unrecognizable with a sigh of relief. Go back, it was indeed that thing that harmed the Roxani Palace. 5 elders, the horns and beards, saw that everything had been dealt with, and after saying this, turned and went home. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the horns and beards of 5 elders were hard to see. Just now, the moment he saw the female ghost, a thought came up in his mind, leaving the Holy Land. This thought made him look bad. Even I have this idea, but what about the other celestial dragons? If you don't get rid of the haunting, the Holy Land really requires people to go to the building, and it will exist in name only. With all kinds of thoughts in my mind, Horns and Beard's 5 elders returned home. After a brief wash, the maid put on pajamas for him and lay on the bed ready to go to sleep. Time goes by a little bit. Doorway. Sora and CP personnel are patrolling together. They were mentally tense throughout the whole process, and did not relax at all. They had turned the house upside down a long time ago. There was absolutely nothing to play videotapes, and everything with a display was smashed. That's all. Passed in the first half of the night. There is nothing unusual. I don't know why. Kong looked at the darker night outside the window, and suddenly felt a sense of restlessness. This is an intuition. There seems to be something wrong. Something's wrong, I have to go in. He made a decisive decision and spent most of his life fighting. What he believed most was his instinct. But Commander Kong. CP0 next to it wants to block. Everything is too normal now. There was no power outage before the female ghost appeared, and there was no snowflake screen on the TV. Rushing in is disturbing the noble 5 elders. But Sora didn't care about CP0 at all, and rushed to the door of 5 elders with horns and beards, and raised his hand to push the door open. However, at the moment he wanted to press the doorknob to open the door, my heart sank suddenly. Sora found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push down the doorknob. The door is blocked by something. This feeling is like a person inside the door, pressing his body against the door, not letting Kong open it. At the same time, in a dark room, a pale and withered female palm stretched out from the darkness behind, quietly resting on the shoulders of the sleeping Horns and Beards of 5 elders. Horns and Beards 5 elders opened his eyes suddenly. He wanted to struggle, but his body was cold, as if he had been filled with lead water, unable to move at all. In an instant, Horns and Beards 5 elders had bloodshot eyes in his old eyes, and his limbs twitched and struggled. Within 2 seconds before and after, his body stiffened and his breathing stopped. He died. This big man at the pinnacle of power, just died like that. No, something happened. Although it was only 2 seconds, the air outside the door still heard movement. At this moment, he thought of what might happen in the room, and he felt that his heart was about to explode. Electric light flint room. Kong didn't care about so much, he would blow up the door with one punch. But in the next second, the originally closed door opened it by itself. Squeak! The door frame hit the wall with a dull sound. Sora collapsed in one step. There was a flash of rainbow in his eyes. With the help of observation haki, he saw through the darkness. At this moment, Kong's face changed drastically. At the same time, ding! 5 Elders Saint Edward is scared, scared point +20. Ding! The Commander-in-Chief of the army is frightened. Frightened point +10. Ding! Luo Wen listened to the system prompts ringing in his ears, and took out a bucket of instant noodles to boil water. This time, there are a lot of surprises. Sure enough, cutting leeks requires cutting advanced leeks. Luo Wen said from the bottom of his heart. The boiling water is ready. Luo Wen picked up the kettle and poured boiling water into the instant noodles. The heat rushed over her face, and the aroma came out all at once, especially in this dim cell. Damn, what smells so good? I haven't eaten cup noodles for so many years, it's so delicious. Someone in the surrounding cell was very irritable, cursing NBG on the iron railings, making a crisp noise. Luo Wen doesn't care about them. Leaning on the sofa happily, leaning on Erlang's legs and waiting for the instant noodles. Suddenly, another beep sounded in Luo Wen's ear. Ding! 5 Elders Saint Edward is scared, scared point +30. Moment. Luo Wen raised his eyebrows. Isn't this old guy dead? How come there is this scare point? According to the calculation of the system, only when the target feels frightened will it get the fright point. But how can a dead person feel fear? The next moment, he closed his eyes again, and once again connected Sadako's line of sight. With an unexpected look, Luo Wen looked in Marie Joy's direction again. Marie Joy's is no longer peaceful at this time. Yes, Celestial Dragons was awakened by servants in his sleep. Someone wanted to scold the ignorant CP personnel. Why did they move around in the middle of the night? The next moment, he suddenly learned that 5 elders, the horns and beard, had died. At this moment, Celestial Dragons is cold all over. When the scolding words stopped, Celestial Dragons packed up all night in fright, and the ship was ready to leave soon. And such a scene does not just happen here. More and more Celestial Dragons made the same move and were about to flee that night. The wave of moving away from Marie Joy's unknowingly set off the first wave. At this time, in the room of 5 elders with horns and beards, the other 5 elders arrived overnight. Horns and Beard's 5 elders' corpse was placed on the bed before it was moved. The skin of the corpse was faintly blue, which made people shudder. Master 5 elders. Sora stood up and bowed to the other 5 elders. His face is ugly. This time, he was negligent and failed to protect the horns and beards of 5 elders. Unexpectedly, let the ghost find a chance. Deo Robe 5 elders had cold light in their eyes, and their expression was cold and solemn. At this moment, the faces of the other 5 elders were also impossible to look good. The death of 5 elders with horns and beards meant that they themselves were no longer safe. Horns and Beard's 5 elders will be killed by ghosts, and so will they. Sora watched the changes in the faces of several 5 elders, and when he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, his eyelids jerked. Out of the corner of his eye, a horrified discovery. Lying on the bed, 5 elders with stiff horns and beards seemed to move their fingers. Asterisk. Chapter 29. In this world, can anyone not die? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Sora swears that he was right. At the moment just now, he really saw 5 elders moving his fingers. A dead person, how could he be able to move his fingers? Fraud. This moment, Sora even felt the hairs on his arms stand up. He had to think in a spiritual way. Marie Joyce had been haunted recently, and what happened could not be explained by common sense. Just want to talk. The dead horns and beards, Five Elders' eyelids moved slightly, and suddenly got out of the boat and sat up. He covered his neck, gasping for breath, the blue color on his body faded, he came back to life. The empty pupils suddenly shrank. He clearly felt that five elders with horns and beards really came alive. With breathing, the characteristics of a corpse disappeared, and the body regained temperature. This. In an instant, I thought of a legend about immortality. Rumor. The ultimate meaning of OPOP fruit can allow mankind to fulfill the dream since ancient times, that is, immortality. Therefore, some people even make OPOP fruit the ultimate fruit. But this is a rumor after all. There are too many sayings about the ultimate meaning of OPOP fruit, so far there is no clear definition, because no one has accepted the ultimate meaning of OPOP fruit at all. But now, Sora is shaken by this statement. Really, no one, have you accepted it? However, Sora did not continue to think about it, and there was no need to think about it in the current situation. Now. The revived horns and beard five elders stroked his neck, gasping with lingering fears. This moment. His eyes widened slightly, recalling the cold death. At the moment of being touched by the palm of the female ghost, five elders with the horns and beard felt as if they were thrown into an icy abyss. All they could feel was the constant falling downwards, a bone-to-body chill enveloped themselves and swallowed their own lives. This is the coldness of ghosts. The horns and beard five elders are creepy. Are you okay? The blonde five elders frowned, and he saw that five elders with the horns and beard was in a very bad state. I'm fine. The bullhorn beard five elders shook his head, then he raised his arm. I saw it. A black ghost handprint was imprinted on the back of his hand, as if a ghost was grabbing his palm fiercely, trying to drag him away. To solve it as soon as possible. That ghost is terrible. Bullhorn beard five elders looked at the ghost handprints, their eyes flickered, and a deep and horrible voice echoed in the room. At the same time. Impel down, inside eternal hell. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Wen seemed to be sleeping on a fake day, suddenly opening his eyes. He blinked, adjusting to the sudden change in the picture. Really resurrected. Luo Wen's eyes drooped and thoughts emerged in his mind. Sadako did kill five elders, which he saw through Sadako's eyes. But five elders, the hornbeard, really came alive, and Luo Wen could also see the ghost handprints left by Sadako on five elders, the hornbeard. This moment. Luo Wen frowned. There are some conjectures in mind. OPOP fruit, the ultimate meaning, immortality. Could it be this? Can't die? If you can't die, then... The next moment, Luo Wen stared and grinned, that would be so interesting. If you come back to life after you die once, you can get so much from the scared point. If this is deliberately controlled to a good degree, wouldn't it be possible to keep scoring? Immediately afterwards, Luo Wen thought of another question. But, is it really immortal? Can't die? Is there a number of times? Luo Wen murmured softly. He has read a lot of comics and novels anyway, it is difficult to have a real immortal existence, generally speaking, this method has a great price. I just don't know what the price of five elders is. After thinking for a while, Luo Wen shook his head, lifted the lid of the instant noodles, and took a big mouthful. Luo Wen frowned when he ate the noodles into his mouth. Oh, the buns are gone. He said it out loud without any scruples. This sound was heard by the people around the cell, and the eyelids jumped wildly. A hole, you can give it to me if you don't want to eat it. Good damn its face, is he definitely showing off? What does it matter if it is soaked? Some food is good. The drunkard Joe wanted to curse. This Luo Wen is such a BD. They are starving to death in eternal hell, they don't know how many years they haven't eaten good food. Luo Wen is not satisfied with the fragrant and spicy drink. It's just, people are more popular than others. Gurulu! Ace screamed out of his stomach, and his soul flew away with Luo Wen's instant noodles. Luo Wen heard what they said. After a slight pause, he smiled and said, "Everyone, I have a question, can someone help me answer it?" Luo Wen picked up an unopened bucket of instant noodles next to him, lifted it up and shook it towards the prisoners in the dark. "If you answer, how about I give you cup noodles?" This sentence came out. The prisoners in the dark suddenly got excited. "Don't fight with me, I want to answer his question first." "Ha ha ha ha, what flavor of cup noodles? I like to eat it the most, forget it, any flavor will do. It's really surprising that this stubborn guy is willing to give us good things this time." Everyone moved, walking out of the darkness, staring at Luo Wen intently. "Really? Tell me what you want to ask." Choate grinned and jumped off the bed with a pop, dragging the chain to the door of the cage. "The problem is simple. Can anyone live forever in this world? Or, not to die?" Facing a series of gazes, Luo Wen slowly asked this question that shocked everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Kill a few more times, all the secrets will come out, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Eternal life. These two words came out of Luo Wen's mouth. Eternal hell. There was silence for an instant. The temptation that immortality brings to people is too great. Who doesn't want to be able to fight for the crown on the sea forever, sit on the most treasures, and occupy the most extensive territory? Therefore, these prisoners of eternal hell, after hearing Luo Wen say something about ghosts. In fact, some people really hope that there will be ghosts in their hearts. If there are ghosts, can't it be explained that there is no need to fear death? Eternal life, hee, does that kind of thing really exist? Luo Wen, you are asking us, we also want to ask you, how can a person become a ghost after death? Someone whispered in the dark, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Sha tilted his head and looked at the speaker, then grinned. Since no one of you answered, then I will get a bucket of cup noodles. He paused briefly and continued. Speaking of immortality or immortality, there is a legend circulating in the sea that in addition to its own abilities, OPOP fruit has an ability that has been developed to the ultimate level, which is called the ultimate meaning of OPOP fruit. If you use this profound meaning to people, you can get eternal life. However, this is just a legend. No one knows what exactly it is. I am afraid I can only ask those who have developed the ultimate OPOP fruit ability or those who have accepted the ultimate secret. Choate's low voice echoed faintly in this prison. Luo Wen listened and nodded gently. Raised his hand and threw out a bucket of instant noodles in a hot pot. Kiet's words are similar to his own guesses, which is not a puzzle, but Luo Wen still gave a bucket of instant noodles. After all, he has to share his happiness with his inmates. Hey, thanks a lot. Kiet grabbed the instant noodles that came flying, and his ruddy face was even more glorious. He hadn't eaten decent food for a long time. If it was outside, he wouldn't even look at a bucket of instant noodles, but in this eternal hell, it was more delicious than anything else. In addition to what Kiet said, there is another fruit that can also achieve the immortality effect you said. Suddenly, someone spoke again. This time, it was the cell next to Luo Wen. The chunky prisoner put his face on the iron railing, and wanted to turn his head to look at Luo Wen. That is the fruit of Huang Chuan. It is said that the person who eats the fruit of the yellow spring can be resurrected after death, and will gain some strength from it. After speaking, the chunky prisoner licked his lips. How about it, Luo Wen, are you satisfied with this answer? Give me a bucket of cup noodles. After listening to the answer from the chunky prisoner, Luo Wen picked up a bucket of instant noodles and threw it over. Actually, the answer didn't help him. Huang Chuan fruit can indeed die and be resurrected. But Luo Wen knew that the Huang Chuan fruit had been eaten by Brook. OPOP fruit, vampire fruit, yellow spring fruit. Just then, an old and aging voice sounded from the depths of the distant prison cell. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, and the figure of an old gentleman bound by chains all over his body answered Luo Wen's question. Luo Wen was startled when he heard the words. He was surprised that this man would answer his own questions. Throughout the entire eternal hell, several people are extremely powerful, and it can even be said that they have overpowered other legendary pirates and reached a higher level. Even if they face the current Sea Emperor, they will not lose the wind. One of them is this old figure detained in a deep cell. With the help of one person, the Red Earl Letterfield goes hand in hand with Whitebeard. So what about resurrection? Can OPOP fruit do this? Luo Wen asked again, this time he was really looking forward to it. With Letterfield's weight, he might really know some secrets. Do not know. The old voice sounded unhurriedly. Heard this answer. Luo Wen was disappointed, grabbed a bucket of instant noodles and threw it over. He knew that Letterfield answered questions mostly not for instant noodles. If a person of this level really doesn't want to talk, it's not a bucket of instant noodles that can tempt him to speak. But it's not a problem to give a bucket at hand, it's all about the answer. Interesting. In the cell, Letterfield saw the thrown instant noodles and gave a deep smile. He didn't rush to eat instant noodles, smiled and closed his eyes again, and went back to sleep again. Luo Wen didn't care about him either. Then, several more prisoners answered the question. Luo Wen sent a bucket of instant noodles by himself, but the result was not very good. There is no substantial gain. Luo Wen shook his head in his heart. It seems that world government can stand for 800 years in this chaotic world without failing. It is a real master with many secrets. You know, in Luo Wen's memory, the longest dynasty in the long history of the Long Kingdom was only 791. Ding! CP0 Byron is scared, scared point +3. Ding! Celestial Dragons Arnold Saint is scared, scared point +1. Ding! At this time, the system alert sound beside Luo Wen's ear has not stopped, it has been ringing continuously. Obviously, the impact and turmoil caused by the death of 5 elders on Marie Joyce has not subsided, and it continues to spread. Since you can't find the answer, it's better to try a few more times. Luo Wen shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Can 5 elders be resurrected? Do not you know why? It doesn't matter, kill a few more times, all the secrets will come out. More importantly, there are really a lot of scares. Getting a 5 elders is more profitable than killing 10 celestial dragons. Thought of this. A smile appeared on Luo Wen's face. Go to bed now. Luo Wen finished the instant noodles with 2 mouthfuls, patted his stomach comfortably, and lay on the bed ready to go to sleep. When the surrounding prisoners saw that Luo Wen was going to sleep, they suddenly drew the sky, hoping to get instant noodles from Luo Wen's hands. Luo Wen didn't bother to listen to their nonsense. Turned over and fell asleep. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Luo Wen, you want to escape from prison? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The next day, Luo Wen got up early in the morning. It is difficult to distinguish between day and night in the prison, but Luo Wen intimately hung up a clock in the prison to distinguish the time. Luo Wen originally planned to get up to read a book, but this idea was still dispelled. He felt that he had been reading a book recently and was a little bit crooked. Speaking of which, is there a movie in the world? Luo Wen spit out brushing water, wiped his mouth and packed up the washing utensils. Tell Genza to get some videotapes over. Luo Wen picked up a handful of water and washed his face. This seems to be really okay. Maybe you can see something interesting? Luo Wen smiled in his heart. Then, in the eyes of envy, jealousy, and hatred in a crowd of prisoners, Luo Wen sat at the dining table leisurely, picking up a small cake and preparing for breakfast. This is the cake that Xiaohuazi takes from Han Yabao's table this morning. The taste of chocolate, Luo Wen thinks it is very good. Simply finish breakfast. Luo Wen seemed to think of something suddenly. He looked in a direction outside the cage. Looked for a moment. Luo Wen picked up the milk on the table and drank it, stood up and walked to the cage railing, looking towards the exit direction of the 6th floor. Opposite the cage, Ace and Jinbei both discovered Luo Wen's change. Even Crocodile farther away saw this scene. What is he looking at? Crocodile's eyes flickered and his voice was low. He doesn't like to talk very much, but it doesn't mean that he is completely autistic. Crocodile is interested in Luo Wen in his heart. Luo Wen is very unpredictable in his mind. Even Marine Marshal Sengoku is deflated in his hands. It is conceivable that he is definitely a dangerous person. What are you looking at? Ace said. Luo Wen was in jail during this time and rarely did such a move. In other words, since Luo Wen came to Eternal Hell, he basically only did his own business and was basically not interested in the outside world. What happened this time? Is there anything that interests this weird guy who likes to tell ghost stories? Ace is curious. Hear Ace's voice. Luo Wen looked sideways, looking at the opposite cage. Now. Ace's hands were tied by chains and hung in the air. There were scars all over his body. He didn't know whether it was an old wound left during the battle with Blackbeard or a new wound caused during the interrogation. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luo Wen raised his eyebrows slightly. You will be executed soon, are you still paying attention to me? It's really going to die, but I am alive now. Ace heard these words without much fluctuation, and a free and easy chuckle appeared on his face. Pause briefly. He asked again. What are you looking at? Look at the 6th floor exit. Luo Wen answered casually. Next second. Under the sluggish eyes of Jinbei, Ace and others, Luo Wen, who had already changed into a suit, penetrated the iron railing of the cell and walked straight out of it. This scene. Many prisoners have seen it. Hey, even the outfit has changed, and he doesn't wear prison uniforms. This guy is going to escape from prison. It's been a long time since I saw the escape. I remember a guy who wanted to escape more than 10 years ago. He was blocked and killed without even going out. Luo Wen, how did you come out? Is Devil Fruit capable? Help me unlock the chains, and I will give you all my treasures. At this moment, too many voices appeared. Some people saw Luo Wen escape from prison, their eyes were red with excitement, and others were out of the way, looking like they were watching a good show. Even Leadfield in the dark was startled, his scarlet eyes looked at Luo Wen who had already walked out of the cell. Who said I'm running away from home? Luo Wen looked at the prisoners who were talking in the dark. Prison is my home, I live comfortably, what do I want? What do I want to leave? Luo Wen said as he walked away, I just took a walk after breakfast and will be back later. The voice fell. Luo Wen's body disappeared at the entrance of the 6th floor. Obviously the door was closed at this moment, but Luo Wen still walked over. No, to be precise, it penetrated the past, just like he walked out of the prison, as if the body had no entity, just illusion. At the same time Luo Wen disappeared, there was a very small murmur. I remember this prison has 5 to 5 floors. On the other side, Jinbei in the cage is completely sluggish. This. Is Luo Wen really a criminal on the 6th floor? How to give people a feeling of coming and leaving? It's really ABD to take the 6th floor in charge. Crocodile raised his head and looked at the entrance where Luo Wen disappeared. His eyes flickered slightly, and finally he smiled strangely. This moment. Because of Luo Wen's departure, Eternal Hell was in a mess, and various voices sounded around. Go, really go, damn it. Someone is cursing. This guy is really like a ghost. This gate is made by sea stone. How did he penetrate and leave? That's not Devil Fruit's ability. There are also people whose eyelids jump wildly, marveling at Luo Wen's methods. It's annoying you all. Some people were too lazy to take care of these things, turning over and continuing to sleep. The chains rang. At the same time, Luo Wen who penetrated the gate of eternal hell. The figure is illusory, as if there is no entity, like a ghost out of the body, walking in the walls or cracks of the prison. As he walked, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the wall, but outsiders could not see any figures. Luo Wen's ability to escape from prison is certainly not devil fruit, he is not demon fruit power. But Luo Wen has a ghost. When Luo Wen picked the first ghost Genzi, he already had all of Genzi's abilities, including physique. It can be said that Luo Wen is no different from a real ghost now. As long as he wants to use the power of this part of the ghost, then he is the most vicious ghost. Sudden, Luo Wen heard the footsteps of someone walking across the wall. At the same time, there were smiling voices. Oh, Impel Down has been really not peaceful recently. It is said that ghosts are really making noise, and many people have died. Really? Haunted things are unbelievable no matter how you look at them. There are really ghosts in the world? It's not someone's devil fruit ability. Are we going to be haunted at 5:5? Do not know. Luo Wen's ear moved. He suddenly felt that one of the voices across the wall was very familiar. Immediately, Luo Wen's body turned into a ghost again, and he walked directly to the wall. The moment it penetrates the wall, a big-headed man with heavy makeup and strange costumes faces Luo Wen's eyes. At this time, Luo Wen's body was illusory, half of his body appeared outside the wall, and there was no shadow at all. And the man who stared at Luo Wen was the ladyboy King Ivankov. Ah 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 ah! Suddenly, Luo Wen screamed in horror. Ivankov opened his mouth wide, his tongue cocked high. Ghost. Asterisk. Chapter 32 I'm asked, can I get rid of ghost fingerprints by leaving? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Ghost. Ivankov's flower face turned pale, he was scared to pee. Walking on the road a second ago, I happily chatted with Inajima about haunting. In a blink of an eye, I saw a ghost-like person walking out of the wall in front. Combining this one after the other, I almost freaked out Ivankov. Ding! S.E. King Ivankov was frightened point +5. Ding! S.E. Inajima is scared point +3. Luo Wen's expression was slightly startled as he listened to the beep in his ear. This is also okay? Can you be scared even if you are scared? Luo Wen was really surprised, because he is no different from a ghost now? Or is it some other reason? He didn't care much about this either. Look at Ivankov and smile. I found you. When Ivankov heard Luo Wen's voice, the goosebumps fell to the ground. But in the next second, he reacted. You are human. Ivankov was stunned, then his eyes widened. Are you Luo Wen? He was on the 5:5 floor, this special place, and his movements were not too restricted, and he knew some of the conditions in the prison. Ivankov was talking to Inajima before that Impel Down was haunted. In fact, Impel Down used to be haunted because they live on the 5.5th floor, and people often go out to steal things from Impel Down. Over time, there have been rumors of haunting. But Ivankov himself knew that this was not really haunted, it was just that the she-males were stealing things, and they were not ghosts either. But this time the hauntings are different. Ivankov can be sure that it's not that things are not so simple, but that there are real ghosts in Impel Down. They guys didn't go out to steal things, not to mention Ivankov heard. Many people died in Impel Down. The more important point. Ivankov spied on a news by accident. Impel Down was suddenly haunted, and it seemed to be related to a man named Luo Wen who was imprisoned on the 6th floor. At the same time Luo Wen went to the 5:5 floor. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The frightening night finally passed, and the rays of morning light swayed between the heaven and the earth. The darkness receded, but the fear that remained in Celestial Dragon's heart was indelible. A gossip circulated quietly. 5 elders seemed to be injured by a ghost. This almost became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. The evacuation wave of celestial dragons began. It is no longer a small number of celestial dragons leaving, but a large number of evacuations. Only early in the morning, Marie Joye's port was full of ships, and celestial dragons wearing bubble caps could not wait to leave. Soon. Another news that was enough to shock everyone. Celestial dragons, who was the first to leave Marie Joye's last night, disappeared. This discovery made many celestial dragons ecstatic. The already crowded port, in a short period of time, it burst. One morning passed. The celestial dragons with ghost handprints on their bodies are all gone except for one person. Now, Sora and 5 elders with horns and beards, standing together on the tower in the center of the Holy Land, saw celestial dragons evacuate from a distance. Horns and beards 5 elders carried their hands on their backs, and their faces were ugly. He knew exactly what it meant when such a thing happened. This can already be explained. Marie Joyce. The Holy Land that has existed since the establishment of the world government, has begun to collapse. It is not a collapse in the physical sense, but a spiritual destruction. Celestial dragons have left. What holy places are they talking about? More importantly, the celestial dragons who are now evacuated have not all gone to a specific place, but have scattered and went to places that they thought were safe. It's okay if it's only for a while. If it goes on for a long time, it is possible for several big families to split. And Horns and Beards 5 elders has no way to stop them from leaving, because the Holy Land is really dangerous now, and staying here is really likely to kill people. Even they themselves are in danger. Thought of this. Horns and Beards 5 elders raised their arms and looked at the wrists covered by the black suit. The only celestial dragons with ghost handprints that didn't leave is him. Sora, you go to impel down now. Horns and Beards 5 elders lowered his arms and said lowly. Good. Empty nodded, without any hesitation, turned around and left. After the air leaves. Horns and Beards 5 elders turned their heads and walked between the right from the outer layer of the tower. At this time, the other 5 elders were all there. They were sitting on the sofa, their faces all uncertain. Because of the 2 female ghosts, the 800-year-old Holy Land has been burned to the torch. How ridiculous it is. Sudden. Bang bang. The door was knocked. Come in. Horns and Beards 5 elders looked at it and answered casually. Next moment, the door opened, and a woman with a silver mask walked in. And the moment this woman walked in, 5 elders' faces all changed. Without any hesitation, 5 elders, all facing the masked woman, knelt down on one knee. They did not belong to this woman. It was a jade medal she was holding, which represented the existence of the Supreme Celestial Dragons Lord Yim. Master Yim asked me to ask, when will the 5 adults solve the haunting? The voice of the masked woman came from behind the mask, with a sense of humming. This sentence came out. All 5 elders changed color. They lowered their heads quickly, and there was an inexplicable light flashing in their old eyes. Lord Yim asked. Haunted has alarmed him. That afternoon. Naval Headquarters, Meeting Room. At this time, many Marines in the conference room came, basically all Marines who were above the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters and had no missions for the time being. Crane sat in the meeting room chief, drinking coffee. The dark circles on his face were coming out. In the past 2 days, Sengoku was still impelled down, and almost all the affairs of the headquarters were left to her, which kept her awake for 2 or 3 days. And beside the crane, a video phone worm is placed, and its eyes glow, projecting the image of impel down. It's Sengoku. He was far away in impel down, but still participated in this meeting through a video connection. Boom. At this moment, the door of the conference room was brutally pushed open. Garp strode in. Have you heard of Tsuru? Garp yelled as soon as he came in. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Naval Headquarters Leave? Sakazuki's Persistence. seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Hear what Garp said. Crane looked up. Then he nodded gently. Although Garp didn't say what it was, Crane thought of what Garp was going to say for the first time. Celestial dragons in the Holy Land found that the ghost handprints on their bodies disappeared after leaving the Holy Land. This is the same for their naval headquarters. The same goes for some Marines on duty. After they left the headquarters, the ghost Madra naturally disappeared. Now many Marines with handprints on their bodies really broke their heads and drilled outside. Those with tasks hurried out, but those without tasks took the initiative to apply for going out. They have never been so active. And the most troublesome thing for Crane is, as long as you stay in this part, you might wake up and find out more ghost fingerprints on your body. In other words, the number of people with ghost Madra is increasing. What does this situation represent? I'm afraid it's naval headquarters, and within a few months, it will be Sky Island directly. And even the residents of the towns surrounding Marineford are not at ease. This impact is too great. Everyone will be afraid of death. If you have ghost handprints on your body, you may hit a ghost. The key is that the ghost can't be solved, and everyone needs to be afraid. Crane hasn't slept for these 2 days, just thinking about how to deal with ghosts. Even 5 elders hit a ghost. Sengoku of the video connection speaks. He really had a headache and didn't think of a solution. I stayed in Impel Down for so many days, just want to see if I can join forces with Magellan to catch the toilet ghost girl. As a result, Magellan's was going to be broken, and he couldn't even catch the ghost's shadow. Sengoku sighed in his heart again and again. Just then, I think we can consider moving. A lazy voice sounded. A curly-haired man wearing a white suit and blindfold on his head, with a sloppy expression, stepped in. He is the Aokiji Kyuzan, one of Marine's 3 admiral, who is now at the apex of Marine's combat power. Kyuzan's words are like a boulder, smashed into the meeting room, making all the Marines in the presence look different. Sengoku in the video was obviously startled. Crane's hand while drinking coffee. Garp's eyes widened. This idea is outrageous. Move away? Isn't that saying that Marine is afraid of female ghosts? Even if you can't hold your own base camp, what are you talking about sticking to justice? Kyuzan, your idea will damage Marine's image. At this moment, a calm and determined voice sounded. Sakazuki, dressed in a red suit, with a firm face and iron-blooded temperament, strode into the meeting room. Also at the apex of Marine's combat power, another Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals, is here. Now. Sakazuki's face was cold, and there was heavy smoke rolling on his body, which seemed to fluctuate due to his emotions, so that the surrounding air was heating up extremely. There is no reason to retreat. If you retreat because you are afraid of death, why should you catch the pirate? If it is spread out, Marine will have any face. Is it to tarnish his own justice? Sakazuki looked at Kyuzan coldly, his words and expressions conveyed a message he disagreed. Move away? This is bowing his head to the female ghost, Sakazuki can't accept it. In an instant, 2 breaths collided in the meeting room, and Kyuzan narrowed his eyes. He didn't show much of Sakazuki's strength, and still looked sloppy. Marine in the field was silent, watching the confrontation between the 2 admiral. No one spoke. This is a conflict of ideas. This idea is actually not impossible. At this moment, Sengoku broke the silence on the other side of the video. His eyes flickered, and after thinking about it for a moment, he said, "The location of the G1 branch is actually very suitable for us to move to. It is located in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. Our naval headquarters used to be more conducive to suppressing the crimes of pirates. Yes, the G1 branch is a good choice." After listening to Sengoku's words, Tsuru nodded slightly after thinking about it. I have to admit that this is a way to advance and retreat. Going to the G1 branch will not only get rid of the female ghost in white, but also better fight the pirates. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, don't move right now. We have to try to solve the problem of the ghost in white clothes. We must also prepare for the move. The two-handed plan is more secure. Crane put down the coffee, put his arms around his chest, and said his thoughts slowly. Whatever you do. Sakazuki heard Sengoku and Crane scream at the same time, and turned and left with a cold snort on the spot. No matter what Sengoku and Tsuru say, naval headquarters will move away or not. He will not leave by himself. Still so stubborn. At the other end of the video, Sengoku saw Sakazuki's behavior through the video phone worm, and couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and let out a deep sigh. This is Sakazuki's justice, and no one can persuade it. I can only let him go. Soon. The news that Naval Headquarters Marineford was preparing to evacuate was quickly disseminated within Marine. That night, Marine one after another secretly prepared to evacuate. Some of the munitions stocks were shipped out box after box. At the same time, Marie Joyce also had celestial dragons leaving one after another. Large ships of the world government sailed out of Marie Joyce and headed for the rest of the world. These clues have been noticed by those who are interested. They are surprised and curious, and they have a faint sense of seeing the mountains full of wind and rain. At the same time, impel down 5.5 layers. SE Paradise is said to be 5.5 floors, but in fact it is a space linked by secret passages. Now, Luo Wen is drinking with Ivankov in the largest space. Luo Wen, you are on the 6th floor right now? Do you want to live on our 5-5 floor? The environment here is much better than the 6th floor, and it is also more free. Ivankov raised his glass to clink with Luo Wen and invited him. No. My environment on the 6th floor is also very good. Luo Wen smiled and drank the wine. But I can come to your place to drink more often. It's a visit to a neighbor's house. Luo Wen's words were natural, and Ivankov's eyelids jumped. What this said, makes impel down the same as Luo Wen's family. On the 6th floor, if you want to come out, you can come in. But when I think of Luo Wen's ability to penetrate walls like a ghost, Ivankov can't even speak half a rebuttal. In fact, it is really the same as Luo Wen himself said. He has no plans to change places. When he comes out from the 6th floor this time, he also plans to find a neighbor to talk to. By the way, Luo Wen boy, let me ask you something. Ivankov looked at Luo Wen, hesitated for a moment and said, is the haunted impel down recently really related to you? Hear the words. Luo Wen smiled. Yes, it has something to do with me, it's my ex-girlfriend who is looking for someone to kill her. Ivankov's eyebrows jumped. He almost called out. Admit it, Luo Wen really just admitted it so simply and frankly. But what the hell is the ex-girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, is your ex-girlfriend the ghost who made a lot of noise? Ivankov's eyelids jumped wildly. Luo Wen picked up the biscuits on the table, took a bite, and nodded lightly at the same time. Ivankov is a little numb. Really, ex-girlfriend? People die, so they turn into ghosts? Then, how can you avoid ghosting? Does your ex-girlfriend have any preferences? Ivankov cautiously tentatively asked. I don't know that. Luo Wen wiped off the crumbs of biscuits on his mouth and reminded. You have to be careful. I think there are so many people here. My ex-girlfriend loves to go to crowded places. Don't sleep too hard when you sleep. What? In an instant, I was paying attention to the many ladyboys on Luo Wen's side. Ding! SE King Ivankov is scared, scared +1. Ding! SE Andrew is scared, scared +1. Ding! SE Enid is frightened, frightened +1. Ding! All of a sudden, the system prompts in Luo Wen's ears have been maxed out. These guys, so unintimidated. Luo Wen glanced at the scared demons. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes, thanks to the big guys for your QQ asterisk. Chapter 34 Shatter this clown BD. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. After a brief shock, Ivankov recovered, looked at Luo Wen curiously, and asked again. In other words, how did you get locked in, Luo Wen, and what did you commit? Burned a marine branch. Luo Wen answered casually. Those on the 6th level of this question have also asked, and Luo Wen gave the same rhetoric. Finish this sentence. Luo Wen glanced at the time on his wristwatch. It's time to go back. Luo Wen said and stood up. Are you leaving? Ivankov hurriedly got up and picked up several barrels of wine from the side. These are all stolen from the Impel Down warehouse. No, the good wine brought over is said to be Magellan's favorite wine. You can bring it back to drink. Good. Luo Wen nodded. He knew that this was Ivankov's friendly expression, and he had a good impression of this neighbor, and he did not refuse to accept it all. It's just. Luo Wen couldn't help but smile unkindly in his heart. Magellan is really miserable. The clock in the office was stolen by myself, and now the wine was also stolen by Ivankov. The key is that I couldn't even pull the shit and was harassed by Hanako all day long. No further delay. Luo Wen and Ivankov said goodbye, once again turned into ghosts, turned around and walked into the wall, disappearing without a trace. Little lightning, what do you think? After Luo Wen left, Ivankov suddenly asked Inajima beside him. Haunting must have something to do with Luo Wen, not just as simple as an ex-girlfriend. Inajima held up the unfinished red wine, narrowed his eyes and muttered. I feel so too. Ivankov laughed. He looked at Luo Wen's departure direction and said in a low voice, be careful of this, neighbor. Hear the words. Inajima nodded. Luo Wen is unpredictable and definitely a dangerous person. Inajima heard some news and heard that Magellan and they went to find Luo Wen several times. They knew that the haunting was related to Luo Wen, but they still didn't do anything to Luo Wen. This can already show that Luo Wen is extremely dangerous, making Magellan cast a rat avoidance device. And Luo Wen came to their 5:5 floor like a ghost. This is too weird. Since the 5:5 floor SE paradise was established, no one can know, let alone a jailer has come in. But Luo Wen found it here. This alone is worthy of vigilance. At the same time, after Luo Wen left the 5-5 floor, Crimson Hell, the first layer of Impel Down. Crimson Hell at this moment has really become hell. There was blood everywhere, stumps and broken arms scattered randomly, and other limbs hung on the iron railings of the cage. The entire cage became a river of blood, and the prisoners inside had long since died. And all this is the clown's hand. Now, the prisoners on the first floor are angry. A large group of people surrounded Buggy the clown and stared at him angrily. Buggy, you're FG looking for death, dare to kill my friend. The big, fierce-looking pirate stood in front of Buggy, twisting his shoulders when he spoke, and his bones crackled. You are really crazy, dare to take action against us, when we are very bullied. Tell him so much. Kill this BD clown. If you don't kill him, he will destroy us one by one and kill us all. More and more prisoners gathered, all staring at Buggy murderously, wishing to take Buggy's skin and bones. During the recent period, a murderous clown appeared on the first floor. Once someone was ordered, he would be killed by the clown, and he died miserably, with no corpse. And the entire first floor is a clown like Buggy. Who did it? Need more to say? Now. Buggy panicked. Facing a crowd of people, he stepped back step by step, both legs trembling. Guru, it has nothing to do with me, I didn't do anything. Buggy swallowed hard and shook his head desperately to explain, for fear that these crazy criminals would rush up and tear himself apart in the next second. He was really wronged. I haven't done anything in the past 2 days, except eating and sleeping. How could I kill someone? And among those who died, there are guys who don't seem to be messy on weekdays, so I can't beat them myself. Ghost FG believes in you, beat him to death. Tear this clown BD and pull his intestines out to hang him. Kill him. The prisoners who came around didn't care what Buggy was saying, yelling to do something to Buggy. Help, help. Buggy's soul frightened. At the same time, at the outer port of Impel Down, a big man who is rarely seen on weekdays came. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, is empty. Sora, why are you here? Sengoku, who was still in Impel Down, stepped out of the ground floor and came to meet Sora himself. 5 elders let me take charge of Luo Wen personally. Sora told Sengoku what he was coming from, lowering his voice and whispering to Sengoku about the recent haunting in the holy place. 5 elders, has already died once. What? Sengoku's pupil shrank. 5 elders was killed by the ghost in white, and came back from the dead. What happened to Marie Joyce during this time? The Holy Land is in chaos. Kong whispered, too much. Everything was condensed in this short chaotic word. Hear the words. Sengoku was shocked, and there was a big wave rolling. Not to mention the chaos in the headquarters, even the Holy Land. Although Sengoku has taken the white-clothed ghost seriously, now he feels that he may still be underestimated. Are there any comments from the upper side? Sengoku asked in a low voice. 2 preparations. Empty answer. In a few simple words, Sengoku has understood what 5 elders does. 5 elders asked you to kill Luo Wen. Sengoku frowned. They are all smart people, and they can guess what they are going to do with just a few clicks. And now Sengoku asked this sentence. If Sora really nodded, then Sengoku wanted to stop it from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, Luo Wen's level of danger is very high, not even worse than the prisoners held in the deepest part of eternal hell. Because Luo Wen's methods are too weird, he is also a 6th-tier prisoner. Luo Wen's roommate in prison, the evil king, died, and the CP who came to interrogate also died. Everyone died silently. Unknown enemies are often the most dangerous, and when there is not enough intelligence, it is dangerous for Sora to act rashly. However, facing Sengoku's questioning, Kong shook his head slightly. Sengoku was stunned. Not empty? How do you prepare? Could it be that he and Magellan, it's not right, it's not much different from Sora taking a shot in person. Next moment, Sengoku suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and looked at the sky, a light flashing in his eyes. The eternal hell prisoner whose history has been erased. Sengoku looked at nothing and said this sentence. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes la 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 asterisk. Chapter 35 Sora, I came with enough sincerity, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The eternal hell prisoner whose history has been erased. These words are exported. Sora has a smile on his face. Sengoku, you are right to be called the resourceful general. I recommended you to be a marshal at the time. It was the most correct decision in my life. He did not answer Sengoku directly, but this sentence already gave the answer. It is not Sora, nor Sengoku and Magellan who have to deal with Luo Wen, but the murderous prisoner held in eternal hell. Only those extremely evil murderers who shouldn't exist in this world, letting one of them take action on Luo Wen is the safest choice. Empty and low, his eyes looked at the underground entrance of Impel Down. Let's go. Without hesitation, stride towards eternal hell. Eternal hell. Inside a cage. Crocodile heard some noisy sounds. He raised his head. Seeing the commander-in-chief of the army coming, he was stunned for an instant. I'm free, eternal hell? And it was for Luo Wen's cell. Hey? Hey, even the air is here? For Luo Wen. Sora, why are you the #1 running dog of celestial dragons here? For the man who tells ghost stories all day. One by one, the figures in the dark moved around, unscrupulously venting their malice. Sora, Sengoku, and Magellan walked on the eternal hell. There were cages everywhere. Some prisoners even stretched out their hands from the cage, trying to tear them apart. Looking at the empty waiters who paused in front of Luo Wen's cell. Crocodile, this is the first time ever. Strong thoughts about jailbreaking arose. However, Crocodile did not escape from prison for freedom, but he wanted to go to the outside world to find out what Luo Wen did. What happened outside during the time he was put in prison? What did this man as unpredictable as a ghost do outside, so that the Marine and the world government have come one after another with unimaginable big people? Next, I am afraid that some of the 5 old guys in the world government will come, and Crocodile feels that he will not be surprised anymore. Now, facing the noisy voices of the surrounding prisoners, Kong looked indifferently, even though he didn't want to care about these guys. Under Magellan's lead, he went straight to Luo Wen's cell. However, the moment he stood at the door of Luo Wen's cell, his expression suddenly changed. I saw it. No one in the cell. All kinds of furniture are still there, even the kettle is boiling water, steaming, but Luo Wen is gone. Luo Wen is gone? Speed up the video from the monitoring room. Magellan's eyes shrank suddenly, and he was furious, and ordered to the guard beside him. The prisoner in the cage is gone, what other possibilities are there besides escape? Under his jurisdiction, Impel Down has escaped from prison. Magellan was furious at first, and after the anger subsided, it was self-blame. I am dereliction of duty and fail to take care of Impel Down. This is my stain, and it is also the stain of Impel Down in the world's #1 prison. After this time, I will take the initiative to resign my position as director and apologize. Magellan was deep and ugly. Magellan, you don't need to do this. Luo Wen hasn't determined whether he has escaped. Now it is too late to find him and make up for it. Sengoku hurriedly persuaded. Magellan's importance in Impel Down is no less important than his position as a marshal and marine. The reason why Impel Down can be made into a prison where it is impossible to escape, in addition to the basic fortifications, is the existence of the director Magellan and the guardian Shiryu. These two have become the iron wall of Impel Down. However, Shiryu was locked up again for torturing and killing prisoners during this period. In this case, if Magellan really resigns, I am afraid that no one can provoke the leader of the entire Impel Down. Magellan is resigning? There is such a good thing? Then I can become the director. Han Yabal's eyes widened, and unlike Sengoku, he was going to fly at the news. Sengoku glanced at Han Yabal, who was unobtrusive, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This guy really said everything, and now he is still here to add fuel to the fire. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. It really doesn't have to be this way. If Director Magellan resigns, the safety index of Impel Down will be greatly reduced. When Sengoku heard this, he nodded in agreement. But the next second he froze. This voice. It seems something is wrong. Moment. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the location of the sound source. I saw it. In the shadow of the 6th floor exit, a tall figure wearing a suit walked out. He has a handsome face, bright eyes, and a smile on his mouth. He is holding a bottle of red wine in his hand, shaking slightly, and the red wine in the bottle shakes. It's Luo Wen. The guards opened their eyes wide and raised their weapons for the first time. Luo Wen ignored them and walked straight forward. Magellan, Impel Down needs you, you don't have to apologize, I am here. While talking, Luo Wen waved his hand at the guard who was in front of him, beckoning him to let the way out. Under the gaze of Luo Wen's eyes, they were shocked and retreated subconsciously. Luo Wen walked past them and picked up the key to open the cage door. However, this action stopped again. Luo Wen suddenly felt that getting in and out was too troublesome. Then, he walked in, facing the cage door. His body, an illusory moment, penetrated the cage. This scene. Sora, their pupils suddenly shrank. Especially Hollow, the bottom of my heart is extremely shocked. He fought head-on with the female ghost in white. At that time, the female ghost in white showed a physical penetration, much like Luo Wen's current performance. This Luo Wen, is it a man or a ghost? Kong Shen inhales deeply, and a big wave rises in his heart. He originally thought that this time, he came here to talk to someone who has something to do with ghosts. Now this idea has changed. I found it, is it just a ghost? Luo Wen didn't care what they thought. After walking into the cell, he put down the red wine, sat on the sofa, raised Erlang's legs, and looked at Sengoku, Sora and Magellan. Are some people looking for me? Upon seeing this, empty eyelids twitched slightly. The 6th floor eternal hell is terrible. Sora, as the commander of the entire army, knows very well that even the traces of history will be erased for the prisoners who are detained. But the man in front of him seemed to be a joke in front of him. I am here to represent 5 elders, and to represent world politics. Kong said straight to the point. Hear the words. Luo Wen looked up, focusing on Kong's body. Null. Once Marshal Marine, now the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, an extremely important high level in world politics, a powerful top physique expert. Letter field, imprisoned in the deepest place, is an empty hand. Then what? Luo Wen picked up the corkscrew and opened the wine with a pop. The ghosts of the Holy Land, the ghosts of naval headquarters, what conditions do you need to be willing to solve? You said that you hate pirates. I think we are a kind of people. We don't need to be so hostile at all, as long as you can tell the solution. I can meet your conditions as much as possible. I come here with enough sincerity. I hope you can seriously consider it. Said Empty and earnestly. Hey? 5 elders? Holy Land, naval headquarters. When the surrounding prisoners heard it, they exploded the pot. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't bear to look at Luo Wen and Kong with curiosity. Sengoku, what did Luo Wen do? They were all speaking out, shocked by the words of Sora, and wanted to take the initiative to understand. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Not sincere enough, let 5 elders come and talk to me. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. If it's empty, the sound will be clear, and eternal hell will be noisy because of it. Too many people are surprised by what Luo Wen did. Has this man turned the outside world upside down? Now. Sora and Sengoku turned a blind eye to the prisoners who were questioning each other, their eyes were always looking at Luo Wen. Luo Wen sat on the sofa with one hand on his cheek, tilted his head and changed his posture, smiling. The ghosts of the Holy Land, and the ghosts of naval headquarters? What are you talking about? Do you want to say that the ghost has nothing to do with you? Kong said in a low voice. He didn't believe that it had nothing to do with the person in front of him. He was not sure about that, but when he saw Luo Wen go through the prison, he could not say that Luo Wen was a ghost with that strange ability. At this moment Kong is convinced that the haunting of the Holy Land and naval headquarters must have something to do with Luo Wen. Empty needs to solve the problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Holy Land and naval headquarters will continue. It is estimated that most of them will not be able to hide it, and the day when the real news is leaked, these people will be reduced to a big joke. I came with sincerity. The empty, old, and burly body was straight, staring at Luo Wen from the door of the cage. Luo Wen, I believe these things have something to do with you. I don't think we should be hostile. I hope you will consider it seriously. Hear the words. Does this identify me? Luo Wen looked up at Kong and said in a low voice. Finished. He picked up the wine glass, sipped the poured red wine, and motioned Sengoku if they would drink it. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. Normally he would not respond to the prisoner Luo Wen. But, now in the empty situation, he wants to have a good relationship with Luo Wen, and he can't be ill. Immediately, Sengoku was forced to shook his head in response. Don't you drink it? It's not a good wine. Luo Wen took a sip of the wine and commented on his own. How do you feel? Sora said again, he must solve the naval headquarters and the Holy Land. I don't think so. Luo Wen put down the wine glass and raised his eyes to look at Sengoku and Sengoku outside the cage. Let's not mention what you said, just what you said came with sincerity. I think you are not sincere. The words came out. Sengoku's face changed suddenly. Kong squinted his eyes slightly. It's not sincere yet? Marshal Marine and the commander of the whole army are here. Isn't that sincere yet? Let 5 elders come over. At the next moment, Luo Wen's voice came out of the cage. At this moment, the empty pupil shrank suddenly, but it quickly recovered. I will convey this sentence, but I hope you can think about it. Kong was silent for a moment, after saying this, turned and left. Sengoku and Magellan didn't say much, and left afterwards. The surrounding prisoners don't care about them, and they all focus on Luo Wen. At this moment, the cell wall next to Luo Wen was knocked BG, and too many people were talking. Hey, Luo Wen, something went wrong with the Holy Land Marijois and Naval Headquarters? Really? Did you do it? How did you do that? How can it be done? Although there are a group of idiot celestial dragons in the Holy Land, the defenses are so tight that even a mosquito can't fly in. Not necessarily, the old guy Kong is here, and the masked guys who died in the interrogation room, these are all very heavy. Oh, I finally understand a little bit. Luo Wen, amazing, unexpectedly because of such a big move, Marijois and Naval Headquarters are both in trouble. A figure lying on the wall laughed excitedly at the end, with a crazy and hideous expression on his face. This is a character who is inconsistent with world politics. Although he is not a pirate, he has had a strong feast with the world government. It is rumored that before he was arrested and put in prison, he attacked a large ship of world politics alone and killed several important officials. In that battle, Marine dispatched 5 vice admiral and continued to fight for a day and night. It was not until Aokiji Kyuzan, one of the 3 admiral, arrived that he was successfully arrested. Because of this, he was imprisoned in eternal hell, erasing his existence from history. Hearing that the world's politics is crippled at this moment, this person is more excited than ever. The other side. Opposite Luo Wen's cell, Jinbei touched his chin and muttered. No wonder Sengoku and Sora are here. Of these 2 people, one represents naval headquarters and the other represents world government. They are the most terrifying force in the world, and both of them are here because of Luo Wen. Hear what Jinbei said. Ace's eyes flickered. Crocodile in the cell nearby noticed the changes in Ace. If you are thinking about continuing to be haunted like this, is it good news for Whitebeard who might come to rescue you later? Crocodile tilted his head, grinning low. Hear the words. Ace fell silent. After a pause, he continued. I don't want my father to save me, it's useless by myself. At the same time, Luo Wen suddenly made a sound. The words made Ace, Jinbei, and Crocodile all raise their heads. You want to know what happened outside? Moment. Many people on the 6th floor saw it, and even a person in the depths opened his eyes at this moment. The location he was in was a special cell constructed entirely of sea stone. Rumor has it that this man stirred the sea before he was imprisoned and caused a terrible catastrophe. Facing the darkness, one line of sight. Luo Wen smiled lightly. The Holy Land and Naval Headquarters have some minor problems, which is indeed correct. What's the problem? Someone asked immediately. Haunted, some celestial dragons and marines want to leave these 2 places. A simple 1-sentence exit. Eternal hell, quiet in an instant. A pair of eyes widened in the dark, and there was an uncontrollable shock of error. Leave? Celestial dragons and marine are leaving their base camp. After Luo Wen said these words, he didn't care about the changes in the hearts of the people around him. At this moment, his eyes changed slightly, and the focus of his pupils spread, as if looking at a distant place. Clown Buggy. Luo Wen's complexion suddenly became weird. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Buggy, I was wronged, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. On the other side, Sengoku and others left eternal hell. Sudden. They learned a surprising news. Originally, the clown prisoner whom Sengoku and Magellan were going to interrogate in person was suddenly besieged by other prisoners in the prison. Now they have been picked up by the guard alone. This. Sengoku was stunned. He originally planned to go for interrogation, but because of Sora's arrival, he was temporarily shelved. Why did he directly attack the crowd in a blink of an eye? But soon, another news came. The clown prisoner was attacked by the group because the clown ghost killed too many people on the first floor, which caused public outrage among many prisoners, and then took revenge on the clown prisoner together. This clown, is that the one Han Yabao said? Magellan frowned slightly, then said to the guard who was delivering the news. Transfer this clown prisoner to the second floor, whether he is a wicked ghost or not, in short, let him go to the second floor to observe it. In short, he can't go to the first floor. Staying like this will cause riots. By then, the prisoners on the first floor don't know how much more they will die. Hear what Magellan said. Sengoku and Sora both nodded slightly, expressing their agreement with this treatment. The other side. Luo Wen was sitting on the sofa with an inexplicable look in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes are those of the clown ghost. At this moment, in the darkness of Crimson Hell on the first floor, a funny but creepy clown figure stood quietly, holding a balloon and tilting his head and laughing silently. And his eyes, seeing through the darkness, are staring at the clown Buggy who was taken away by the first-tier guards. A hole, to kill so many people, you must be locked up to the second floor, and your good days are over. The guard escorted Buggy, cursing. It has nothing to do with me. I am not the pervert murderous clown. Buggy struggled and screamed, his nose bursting out of fright. However, the guard didn't care what Buggy said, and escorted him forward. Boom! The door to the second floor was closed heavily, and Buggy's miserable cry came through the crack of the door. Go to the second floor. All of this was seen by Luo Wen's eyes. The picture switching in his eyes changed from the first layer to eternal hell again. At this moment, there is clearly no one around, but Luo Wen is whispering to herself. Next, don't kill on the first floor, go to the second floor. A very interesting idea emerged in Luo Wen's heart. The voice fell off. The clown in the first layer of darkness grinned, and walked away quietly into the darkness, without making a sound when he walked. The direction the clown walks, is the second level wild beast hell. At the same time, the other side. Buggy, who had been locked up on the second floor, was leaping at the door of the cage, clutching the iron railing and shouting miserably. I didn't do it, it really wasn't me. Those people who have brain problems don't know why they came to beat me, I am the victim. However, the hard-hearted guard didn't care what Buggy was saying. After making sure that Buggy's cage door was locked, he turned around and swayed away. Oh my god, really shut me down to the second floor in order to... When Buggy saw the guard leave, his body suddenly softened. And he collapsed to the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Roar! Suddenly, a roar of a beast, like a thunder, exploded in Buggy's ears. He looked up suddenly. I saw outside the cage door, a pair of huge scarlet beast eyes staring at him coldly. I don't know when a blue lion came to the door, and a big head was facing Buggy, if it wasn't for the iron railing. Can bite off his head in one bite. Ah! Buggy almost freaked out. Rolling and crawling retracted into the corner, holding his legs trembling. He knew how terrifying the second floor was. There were terrible beasts everywhere. He had heard of how terrifying the beasts here were when he was on the first floor. It was frightening. Even Buggy heard that the second-tier beasts will eat some arrogant prisoners. I didn't do it, let me go back to the first level, I don't want to be eaten by the lion and become a papa. The Buggy ghost cried and howled. However, the prisoners around Buggy were already numb. The lion suddenly appeared at the door of the cell, and did not let them fluctuate much. They sat on the ground obediently like puppets. Mom, these people are all scared into fools, I won't be fools too. Buggy sniffed, and his desire to return to the first level became stronger. Just then, Buggy froze suddenly. In the blink of an eye just now, he hurriedly saw another familiar figure in the dark, which looked very much like him, and disappeared in a flash. Hey? What? When Buggy's eyes widened again and looked closely, nothing was seen again. But the next second, Buggy reacted and rushed to the iron railing, ignoring the beast standing at the door, shouting in horror. Help! 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 Buggy knew about the haunted things in the prison. The moment he saw this figure that looked a lot like him, all the things that couldn't be understood in his mind were connected. Buggy is horrified. The figure that disappeared just now must be the culprit who caused him to be locked in the second floor. In other words, that figure is the pervert murderous clown. Buggy's nose is all down. Ghost? It's a ghost. The ghost is here. The pervert killer clown you said is coming to the second level. Buggy yelled in horror. Stop shouting. The inmate next to Buggy glanced impatiently at Buggy. If you keep shouting, this lion should rush in and eat you. This sentence came out. The scared Buggy closed her mouth. She didn't dare to make a sound anymore, her face turned pale. The second floor, which had been messy because of Buggy's arrival, suddenly quieted down. Hearing Buggy became quiet, the prisoner who was talking was satisfied, turned around and went back to sleep. And in the dark that no one noticed, the clown tilted his head and was staring at the sleeping prisoner beside Buggy. On his pale face with heavy makeup, a weird and hideous smile appeared, silent. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Buggy, let me go back, this is not the way to the first floor. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The night passed quietly, and it was the next morning. Sengoku and Sora remain in Impel Down, and haven't left for the time being. Kong is waiting for Luo Wen to consider, hoping that Luo Wen can give cooperation intentions. However, I asked again this morning. This time Luo Wen still did not give an answer. It was still yesterday's rhetoric. Now, they are still here, mainly to help Magellan find the girl ghost in the toilet. The current situation is very delicate. Magellan went into the toilet and shit. Sora and Sengoku sat outside the corridor of the toilet, each wearing a gas mask and waiting dryly. I don't know how long in the past, Magellan's grunting spit in the toilet did not stop for a moment, but the toilet ghost never appeared. Just then, a guard hurried over and shouted Magellan's name. What's wrong? Sengoku looked. Yesterday. More than 20 prisoners died on the second floor. The guards were still in shock. So many died? The beast ate it. Sengoku frowned. However, the answer was beyond Sengoku's expectation. The prisoners who died yesterday did not die in the mouth of a beast, they were killed by something else. Next, the guard said a word that caused both Sengoku and Sora to shrink their pupils. The clown in the prison said it was a ghost. The red nose who was locked in the second floor yesterday. Kong asked these words almost immediately. Right. The guard nodded, there seems to be a problem with that clown. The prisoner may have been killed by him. Someone saw a clown killing someone. Sora and Sengoku looked at each other, and both of them were silent for a while. Take us over. Sengoku got up and took off the gas mask from his face. It now seems that there is something more worth doing than sitting dry in front of the toilet and waiting for Magellan to poop. Soon after Sengoku and Sora left. There was a sound of toilet flushing from the toilet, and Magellan walked out comfortably, and couldn't help letting out a long breath. That's so cool. With Sengoku and Kangze, he can pull Baba with peace of mind, and he is not afraid of the toilet ghost children to interfere with him. It's great, Sora and Sengoku, and you guys. Magellan smiled and sighed sincerely. However, the next second, Magellan's smile was awkward. Sengoku and Sora, who were sitting at the door of the toilet waiting to catch ghosts together, disappeared. I glanced around, no one can be seen. The ghost catcher is gone, the ghost hasn't been caught yet. What's the situation? Magellan's eyes widened and looked around. Could he be killed? On the other side, Sengoku and Sora, who left first, have already reached the second floor. As soon as I arrived, I walked directly to the door of Buggy's cell. I'm not a murderer. I was wronged. I saw the pervert murderous clown, they said, and disappeared like a ghost. That's not me. Buggy hurriedly explained to Sengoku and Sora, wishing to wash himself for nothing, so that he could move out of the second floor and return to the first floor. While listening to Buggy, Sengoku thought this guy was a bit familiar, but he didn't care too much. After listening to Buggy, he turned his head and stared at Kong. What do you think should be handled? Sora didn't answer for the time being, but looked at Buggy and asked. You said yesterday that you saw a ghost like a clown in the shadow corner? And you saw him next to your bed last night? You fainted. Right. Buggy nodded quickly. You didn't kill those people? Sora asked again. Yes, Uncle Buggy swears to God, it's really not me. Hurry up and protect me, I suspect I'm being targeted by a ghost, help me. Buggy's legs were weak when he spoke. He was really scared. I dared not go to bed all night yesterday. I always felt that someone was staring at him. Finally, when it was almost dawn in the middle of the night, he finally fell asleep, but when he was half dreaming and half awake, he dreamed that ghosts came to the door. As a result, I woke up suddenly, the moment I sat up from the bed. There really is a clown-like ghost staring at him on the bedside, and still grinning. Buggy fainted in shock. After listening to Buggy's words, Sora's old eyes flickered. The person targeted by a ghost. Sora is no stranger to this statement. Buggy felt empty, the old guy's eyes were not right. Damn, he wants to curse. But they didn't dare to speak. The two people standing in front of him now were heavyweights that Captain Roger must value. Sengoku, empty. At this moment, Magellan trod up from the corner. There was venom and sweat on his forehead, and he was really shocked when he saw that Sora and Sengoku were not there. Fortunately, the guards at the back told him that Sora and Sengoku had come to the second floor, and then they also learned about the clown, so they hurried over. Buggy blinked, looking at the three people in front of me blankly. They suddenly turned around, seeming to be talking about something, but their voices were deliberately lowered. Coupled with the roar of beasts from time to time here, Buggy didn't hear a word clearly. What happened next? Buggy was very happy. I don't know what the three of Sengoku said, anyway, after they finished speaking, they opened the cage door and called the guards to bring Buggy out. Buggy almost didn't laugh. That's cool, you can stop on the second floor, you can finally go back to the first floor. Wait. Buggy suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh my god, this is not the way back to the first floor, what are you doing? Help, what are you going to do to this uncle? Ah, you want to take me to the third floor, I don't want to go, you are fascinated by ghosts, you are fascinated by ghosts, why should I go to the third floor? Buggy's miserable howl actually overwhelmed the roar of the beast in a short moment. Today's update is sent, please ask for flowers for evaluation votes. I hope the big guys will support me more. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Corpse Transformation Control, Possess Zygenzi. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Listening to Buggy howling like a pig. Magellan's eyes flickered. Just now, they discussed it. The first level of haunting is basically certain. The guards have called in to monitor. Buggy has indeed been in the cell and has never been out. There is no possibility of murder. The prison was haunted by ghosts, but now there is another clown ghost, which gives them a headache. Although this is a prison, prisoners cannot die casually. After all, a prison is not a shooting range, and imprisonment means imprisonment, not the death penalty. It is precisely because of this that Shiryu, who abused and murdered the prisoner, was put in confinement. And the death of the prisoner is not the most critical. The most important thing is that a lot of guards are dead now, and the prisons that are haunted by ghosts are panic. In the past 2 days, they have seen several resignation letters, and even some codders want to resign. The haunting must be resolved as soon as possible, or if this continues, there will only be prisoners left in the prison. Now, they set their target on the clown ghost. Get rid of the more threatening clowns first. Therefore, regardless of whether there is a problem with Buggy, they all regard it as having a problem, and first send Buggy to the 3rd floor. According to Sengoku's observation, this pirate prisoner named Buggy does have something to do with the clown, but he is far from Luo Wen, who is on the 6th floor. This guy's performance is almost scared to pee. But what is certain is that Buggy's appearance is indeed a bit similar to the clown, and he comes to the 2nd level, and the clown also follows the 2nd level. It is impossible to say that there is no relationship. Just right. Sengoku feels that they can also use this opportunity to draw inferences from one another and try to see if they can find some useful information from the clown ghost. Eternal Hell. Ding. Koro, the 2nd-tier prisoner, is frightened. Frightened point +1. Ding. Clown Buggy is frightened, frightened point +3. Ding. Luo Wen heard countless system prompts. Especially Buggy, one person almost contributed 50 startle points. This guy is too easy to brush. Host, Luo Wen. Combat power, 170 million, do not use the power of ghosts. Scare point, 1312. After this period of time, the combat effectiveness has increased by 20 million, and the startle point has also returned to more than 1,000 points. What's the matter of exchanging this time? Luo Wen smiled and opened the system wall. He now understands a little bit why some girls can go shopping for several hours on the escape insurance without buying things. Because of this feeling, it's really sour and refreshing. As soon as he turned on the system to exchange for the light screen, Luo Wen saw the familiar props. Combat Strength Boosting Capsule. This time, Luo Wen got 5 pills in one change. The 500 startled points disappeared. 5 small blue pills lay quietly on Luo Wen's palm. Without hesitation, eat it in one bite. In an instant, the strength in Luo Wen's muscles increased exponentially, and his combat power soared, and even his breath became terrifying, like a beast awakening. Boom! Luo Wen threw a fist, the air burst through the fist, and the sonic boom was piercing and roaring. Combat power, 530 million. Combat strength boosting capsule. The effect is still significant. Inside the cell opposite, Crocodile suddenly raised his head when he heard the movement, and happened to see Luo Wen blasting the air with his fist. This guy! Crocodile's eyelids twitched. Luo Wen closed his fist here and exhaled a bit of muddy breath. He ignored the opinions of other people, and continued to look at the system to see if there was anything worth redeeming next. Hey! Corpse change. After pulling the mall page, Luo Wen saw something of interest. Corpse control. You can use ghost energy to reawaken the dead and turn them into lonely ghosts. You can control up to 100 imps at the same time, and the price is 500 scare points. This thing is interesting. Luo Wen grinned and chose to redeem on the spot. Just right. There are many dead people in Impel Down. If this skill is used, I am afraid that it will really make Impel Down a haunted hell. No, the dead in the prison can be, but they can be changed into the dead in other places. Suddenly, Luo Wen felt something in his heart, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked in one direction. That is the direction of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Next moment, Luo Wen closed his eyes slightly. His consciousness was falling, sinking into a cold place. The night fell and enveloped the earth. Holy Land Marie Joyce. In a dark corner that no one can perceive, a little girl in white clothes covering her body with black hair and splitting her face appeared silently, standing in the dark as if there was nothing. Her black hair was drooping without wind, revealing a pair of lifeless, dead eyes. Sudden. Xiao Zhenzi raised her hand and rubbed her chest. Is this a woman's body? Xiao Zhenzi's pale lips opened slightly, but her tone of voice was very similar to Luo Wen. That's right. Luo Wen at this time has already possessed Xiao Zhenzi's body. Previously, Luo Wen gave orders to Xiao Zhenzi to see the outside world through Xiao Zhenzi's perspective. This time is different. Luo Wen wants to control the corpse change, so instead he takes possession of himself to control Xiao Zhenzi's body to release the corpse control. Actually, this ability has been possessed since Luo Wen awakened the system. It's just that Luo Wen doesn't like it very much. I accidentally tried to possess Sadako once before, but he quit the possessed state after a short period of time. Luo Wen always felt that when he was possessed, he was really a ghost. It's good to be in love with humans and ghosts. Ghosts and ghosts are not so good before they are over. Luo Wen converges his thoughts. Xiao Sadako's body who wasn't quite used to the activity. Then, Xiao Zhenzi raised her head, her dark eyes rolled under the scattered black hair. Target. The cemetery of celestial dragons in Marie Joyce. Saint Gregory has been very annoying lately, and the haunting of the Holy Land is panic. Although he does not have ghost fingerprints on his body, he will always worry about being entangled by ghosts when he sleeps. This is precisely because of this irritable mood. Gregory Saint vents more frequently. Applause can be heard outside his room almost every night. Nowadays, Saint Gregory chose a beautiful maid again, half of her clothes were taken off, and she was about to vent her luck at the moment. He looked out of the window, his movements stopped, and he gave a shock. Hey! Saint Gregory rubbed his eyes vigorously. Just a quick glance, he seemed to vaguely see that there was a white shadow dangling from the window. Curtain? Saint Gregory is suspicious. But in the next second, the white shadow appeared again. And it stopped outside the window. Quietly floating, drifting with the wind. Saint Gregory rubbed his eyes. Now it's too dark to see clearly, but a big white cloth can still be seen clearly. Whose curtains are floating out? Go and pull the curtains away and disturb my S**X. Saint Gregory was about to reprimand the servant. Next second, the curtain outside the window turned his head. Under the fluttering black hair, the gloomy face was sideways, and a pair of terrifying ghost eyes stared at Saint Gregory, who was about to applaud for love. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Saint Gregory suddenly softened. It was not a curtain at all, but a ghost in a white dress. The falling black hair covers the face, blending into the darkness and can't see clearly, that's why I think it's a curtain. The first is more. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Resurrect Ghosts, stand full of tombstones. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Ghost. CP0, who was guarding outside Gregory's holy gate, rushed in when he heard the screams inside the house. Moment. A glimpse of it. They saw that outside the window, a white shadow flashed away, and a sense of inexplicability enveloped their hearts, making their scalp numb. Is that a ghost? CP0 ran in cold sweat, rushing to the window and looking towards the thick night. I saw it. In the darkness of Marie Joyce. A petite white shadow, walking around, seems to be jumping and floating, appearing here in the blink of an eye, and then appearing hundreds of meters away in the next second, which is strange and frightening. Go, go. CP0 watched for a long time, until the female ghost figure disappeared completely, and then recovered. Unknowingly the cold sweat has wetted the clothes. This picture is too horrible, as if a female ghost will appear in front of her eyes in the next second. Fortunately, this kind of thing did not happen. CP0 checked the physical condition of Saint Gregory and found that he was not killed and there were no ghost fingerprints on his body. This celestial dragons may not be able to applaud love anymore. At this moment, Saint Gregory sat on the bed blankly. The little friend was drooping and listless. It seems to be frightened stupid with him. At this time, Xiao Zhenzi, who was hopping around in the dark, was moving at an incredible speed. Ding! Celestial Dragons Gregory Saint is scared, scared +1. Ding! CP0. Luo Wen blinked, surprised. He didn't expect that he would see such an explosive scene. Celestial dragons really played with flowers. Tisk tisk. There were a lot of interesting toys on the bed just now. Luo Wen changed his mind. Fortunately, he saw it. If Xiao Zhenzi saw it, wouldn't it pollute Xiao Zhenzi's eyes? I thought to myself. The cemetery has arrived. The pale moonlight filled the sky. The cemetery at night is terrible, the cold wind whizzing tombstones, the surrounding trees swaying, making rustling noises, the timid people may not dare to approach. This kind of sound is too much like a ghost whispering, making people creepy. Suddenly, a white figure appeared, ghostly and invisibly drifting past tombstones, flashing and unpredictable, like a ghost walking in the world. Wherever she passed, the wind hung up, and the sound of the wind became a ghost cry, which made people creepy. Finally, the white shadow stopped in front of several new tombstones that had just been established. It's you. Luo Wen whispered. Xiao Zhenzi raised her slender hand and brushed it lightly in front of the tombstone. A gloomy ghost aura emerged, pressing across the tomb like a black cloud, seeming to blend into the loess, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Finish it all. Xiao Zhenzi's figure faded, as if disappearing from this world, silently. The night passed quickly. The bright moon was replaced by the scorching sun and came the next day. Everything is so normal, there is no change in the whole day, until evening. The last ray of sunlight between the sun and the earth disappeared, the moment the sun sets in the west. Suddenly a strange movement appeared in the cemetery of the Holy Land, like the fine sound of soil being turned. Someone is destroying the tomb. The tomb guard rushed angrily at the sound. He was very angry. Someone drove the grave of the noble celestial dragons. But the next moment, the anger on the grave guard's face solidified. A dead man's hand drilled through the soil and stretched out of the grave. What? The sound of panic pierced the sky. The tomb guard fell to the ground in horror. He was attracted by the fine sound of rolling soil, and what he saw was this shocking scene. At this moment, the fingernails of the hands that broke out of the ground were cracked, and the black skin was chapped, but there was no blood flowing out. The tomb guard has seen many corpses, and he can be sure that it is definitely the hand of a dead man. What's more frightening is the name written on the tombstone of this tomb that has been drilled out of the hands, is the Loxani Palace that has just died in the haunted place in the past 2 days. Now, it just so happened that the sun was completely set on the top of the mountain. The Holy Land Marijois is shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the pupils of the tomb keeper shrank again. Above the cracked tomb, a strong black gas suddenly appeared, and a figure sit up from the tomb. Is that the dead Roxani Palace? Her complexion was pale and black, her eyes were bleeding, her eyes turned white, and her eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, like a corpse strangled to death alive. You cheated the corpse. The tomb guard couldn't hold it anymore, his eyes went dark and he fainted on the spot. The Loxani Palace, which looked like a dead soul, did not even look at the tomb keeper who fell on the ground. He floated out of the cemetery with a dull expression and drifted away. But in the cemetery, the hands that broke through the ground still kept their original posture. The corpse of the Roxani Palace quietly lay in the coffin, and the eyes that had been closed opened again, empty, looking far away. Where? This scene happened everywhere in the cemetery. One by one tombs broke, the corpses sat up or stood upright, the soul quietly came out of the body, and turned into wandering lonely ghosts. Ghost. Celestial dragons, who had visited in the cemetery, were so frightened that they ran away. Someone else rolled out of the sedan chair and fell to the ground in a terrible way, with his head bled and embarrassed. Far away, in the darkness between the woods, Xiao Zhenzi stood quietly. Ding! Tomb Keeper Crow is frightened, frightened +1. Ding! Celestial Dragon Saint Ferdinand is scared, scared +3. Ding! At this moment, a bit of shock was rushing in Luo Wen's mind. He stood among the trees, watching from a distance the ghost of Loxane Palace that had crawled out of the tomb and was about to leave the cemetery. The kid is convenient for me to be scared, but it's easy to die, but... When Luo Wen said this, he paused for a while, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the graves that broke out in the distance. Suddenly, a gust of gloomy wind blew past, covering the stars and the moon, and shattering the shade of the trees. However, the victory lies in the number. There was a chuckle. In the woods, that ghostly white shadow melted into the darkness, disappearing a little bit. And further back, a group of ghosts with dark faces and hideous expressions stood on the tombstone with their heads lowered. They were densely packed with ghosts everywhere, making their scalp numb, and they strongly wanted to escape. This will. The holy land of celestial dragons, not far from becoming a haunted holy land. The little girl's whispering reverberated in the woods. Obviously no one exists, but it sounds faintly, like whispering softly in the ear, which makes people's hair creepy. Asterisk. Chapter 41 cut into pieces, the copper and iron walls of Impel Down collapsed. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. This night, many people are doomed to sleep. Celestial dragons were scared by the resurrection ghost. Buggy on the third layer in the depths too. He squatted and shivered in the corner of the prison. The third floor is very hot. But he was still trembling, afraid. It's not that you are afraid of being hungry, or that you are afraid of the prisoners here, or that there is another fear that suppresses these things. Now, by Buggy's side, there was thick blood, drop by drop, gathered together, sticky and smelly. Buggy shrank in shock, for fear that the blood might get on him. Dead, dead, all dead, you die so fast, how am I going to sleep this night? Buggy trembled so badly that a big nose ran down. His cellmates, just now, they were all killed by the clown ghosts who rushed in. The whole floor of the cage is full of shredded limbs. It wasn't me. Although that BD looks like me, it's really not me. Buggy pulled his nose in sharply, feeling the bloody limbs all over the floor, and became even more frightened. I'm on the third floor, you still don't let me go. Buggy felt that he must have been spotted by the clown ghost, and he couldn't help crying. Hey hey hey! The clown walked in the dark, cracking his mouth and grinning silently. I don't know when. The balloon he was holding has turned into a hideous human head. Suspended in the sky, blood was dripping down continuously. Having absorbed countless fears, this evil spirit has become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the clown's walking motion stopped, the corners of his mouth smile widened, his head tilted, and he looked at a cage in front of him. I saw it. Dark red blood seeped from the cage. Through the deep darkness, I could vaguely see the dead bodies lying on the ground. Each one died tragically, and it was completely torturous. And in the center of the body, a figure stood still, holding a knife in one hand and a white cloth in the other, wiping the blood from the knife. This person, is Shiryu of Rain, who takes pleasure in murder. Shiryu, who was imprisoned for torturing and killing prisoners, was released by Magellan because of the recent series of haunting. Originally, Magellan planned to let Shiryu go to the 6th floor and pay attention to Luo Wen to a certain extent. But in the end Magellan dismissed the idea. One is that Luo Wen is best not to contact him for the time being, and the other is that pervert murder clown has come to the 3rd floor. Shiryu is a guarantee for the 3rd layer. Even if Magellan doesn't like Shiryu, he admits Shiryu's strength. From Magellan's point of view, Shiryu will not be worse than him, enough to guard the 3rd floor. Now, Shiryu, who had just finished killing, paused slightly when he wiped the knife, as if he had sensed something. Turned his head and looked at the clown outside the cell. Is it a human or a ghost? Shiryu frowned. He looked at the bloody arm of the clown and the bloody human head balloon he was holding. His eyes changed slightly. Forget it, it doesn't matter, grab my toy with me, if it's not locked up, I killed you a long time ago. Next moment, Shiryu discarded the white cloth at will, and walked out of the cell with the famous knife Thunderstorm, and confronted the clown. The clown tilted his head and grinned silently. Raising his left hand, the bloody knife turned at his fingertips, seeming to be dancing. Kang! Without words, Shiryu made a knife. The thunderstorm cut through the sky suddenly, covering armament haki, and slashed down at the clown with an unrivaled force. This knife is too fast. Just like the blazing electric light in the night, it is impossible for the naked eye to catch it. Laugh. The blade is like a falling mountain, smashing the body of the clown, splitting him in half on the spot. Boom! The ground behind the clown cracked, and horrible slashes penetrated through, cracks tens of meters long appeared, and the prisoners in the cages on both sides were trembling and trembling. Shiryu frowned. The clown was split apart, but the body that was split into 2 halves did not flow out a little bit of blood. Instead, the split clown, with 2 heads, still smiling. Next second, the split clown moved freely, his gloved hand poked out ghostly, and sneakily grabbed Shiryu's sleeve. Sneer. Muffled and harsh, blood splashed, and an arm was torn off directly. Shiryu snorted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In an instant, he reacted, his figure exploded, and at the same time he used his only right arm to raise the knife to kill the clown. However, this time, the thunderstorm penetrated the clown's body and hit the ground heavily. The terrifying and gloomy clown tilted his head, his split body gradually healed, holding Shiryu's bloodied severed arm in his hand, his scalp numb with a weird smile. Shiryu's pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously the first knife cut open the clown's body. Not only did the second knife not hurt the clown again, on the contrary, his previous injuries were healed. Next moment, Shiryu understands that the ghost lied to him. The clown's grin was glaring, as if making a silent mockery. Patter. The clown took a step, his figure disappeared, as if he had melted into the darkness. Shiryu stared, the red light flashing in his pupils. He scanned any corner of the surroundings. But I can't find where the clown is. Hey! In the darkness that Shiryu can't see, the clown is holding a human head balloon, grinning sullenly, his smile widening. This moment, the strange laughter of the clown rang in Shiryu's ears. Buggy's eyes widened in horror in the distance, only to feel that the pores all over her body had shrunk, and hairs were standing upside down. The lights in the corridor flickered. The light flickered. It's not that the bulb is broken, but something stuck to the lampshade, blocking the light. That's a piece of intestines. Rain of Shiryu's intestines. Just now, Buggy clearly saw that Shiryu of Rain had died in the hands of the clown ghost, and the body was broken into pieces. Now the entire passage is full of Shiryu's stumps and arms, his body is torn apart, and the pieces are scattered all over the floor, and Shiryu's head can even be seen rolling aside, his eyes widened, and he can't stare at him. Guru. Buggy tried to escape, but his legs trembled so much that he couldn't take a step. Shiryu of the Rain, and Magellan, also called the Copper Wall and Iron Wall of Impel Down, even to outsiders, as long as both of them are Impel Down, it is impossible for anyone to escape from Impel Down. But now, Shiryu of Rain died in front of Buggy's eyes. His death was extremely tragic. The copper and iron walls of Impel Down collapsed. Asterisk. Chapter 42. People are in chaos, the holy place moves. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The next day, early morning. Sengoku is going to spend the last day in Impel Down today, and will go back tomorrow. Although he still wants to continue to see if he can find clues from a few ghosts, or get answers from Luo Wen, the naval headquarters needs him and can't continue to delay. Anyway, Impel Down is free here, even if there is an extra clown. Sengoku doesn't think it will be a big problem. Simply had breakfast. Sengoku is going to find Magellan. He wants to squat again to see if he can take advantage of the last day and catch the toilet girl ghost. However, Sengoku had just left the house, after walking for a while. He felt something was wrong. The atmosphere of Impel Down is not right. Before that, although the guards were panicked because of the haunting, it was obviously more wrong today. The guards passing by had their heads lowered, and there was a feeling that all their spirits had collapsed. What's the matter? Sengoku frowned. Just now, two guards passing by, with their heads down, were talking. I can't stay here anymore. The haunting is getting worse and worse. I want to resign. Isn't it? The prisoners are the main ones who died. We have been here for so long and nothing happened, and this time the commander-in-chief of the entire army is here, so the ghost should be caught soon. No, you don't know. Chief Warden, Shiryu is dead. At this point, the guard's legs trembled and his face was pale. Impel Down can't stay any longer, we will all die here if we stay. Sudden. The guard felt his shoulder and was put on a hand. He was taken aback and almost called out on the spot. When I turned around and saw that it was Sengoku, I was relieved. You said Shiryu is dead. Sengoku frowned in disbelief. He knew Shiryu's strength was not weaker than Magellan. How could such a character die? Yes, the guard died in a haunted. The guard nodded blankly, and was about to say follow-up, but saw that Sengoku had turned around and walked quickly towards the distance. Now, Sengoku was shocked. He thought a lot, and even thought that Kong would fail to catch ghosts here. But he had never thought that Shiryu would die. Sengoku is going to the third floor where Shiryu is on, and see with his own eyes if this news is true. However, follow Sengoku all the way. One of his hearts sank. Shiryu's death may be true, because he saw too many scared guards. It's different from the previous panic. This time, these guards are really scared, scared because of haunting, scared because of the death of the mighty Shiryu. Soon. The third floor is here. As soon as Sengoku arrived, she saw Magellan with a gloomy face, standing silent in front of the bed covered with white cloth. This. Sengoku saw that the white cloth covering the bed swelled slightly, and it had been stained with blood. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and lifted it open. Moment. Sengoku's face changed a lot. It is not even a corpse under the white cloth, but hundreds of corpses that are bloody, and even some of the corpses are missing, and it is impossible to put together a complete piece. Shiryu is dead. At this moment, the old and burly empty walked in. His voice was low and suppressed, his face was ugly, and there was unspeakable horror. The copper and iron walls of Impel Down are due to Magellan and Shiryu, and now Shiryu is dead, which means that the copper and iron walls of Impel Down no longer exist today. I never thought that this would happen if Shiryu guarded the third floor. It was my fault. I killed Shiryu. Magellan lowered his head and slightly clenched his fists. No, we didn't think it was your fault. Sengoku patted Magellan on the back. Before that, I didn't expect this to happen. Shiryu's strength was very strong, and everyone underestimated the clown ghost. Where is that buggy? Sengoku asked suddenly. I don't know, his cell was attacked by a ghost, and the door opened. Now the third floor is a mess. I don't know where he hid, but I can be sure that there is no escape. Magellan said in a low voice. Ding. Sengoku is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Sora is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Magellan is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Guard. At this time, Luo Wen was lying on the bed, listening to the prompt sound by his ear, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now he is constantly receiving reminders that the guards are scared, and the frequency is constantly increasing. This means that many guards in the entire prison are in fear, and this frightening point is still spreading, the first layer. People are scared on the second and third levels. If this goes on, the whole Impel Down will be scared. Magellan, Kong, how would you deal with it? Luo Wen whispered, lost in thought. He didn't think for long. Xiao Zhenzi's voice suddenly rang in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Oh? Is the Holy Land planning to move? Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. In front of him, with a strong ghost spirit, Xiao Zhenzi's figure emerged. Just. Xiao Zhenzi brought Luo Wen this news that shocked the whole world. I see, Xiao Zhenzi did a great job. Luo Wen smiled and touched Xiao Zhenzi's head. Thank you, host, for the compliment. Xiao Zhenzi gently touched Luo Wen's palm with the top of her head like a cat, but she didn't look cute, but rather gloomy. This is for the master. Xia Zhenzi said, not knowing where to bring up a basket of fresh fruits. Hey? It's all the fruits I like to eat, Xiao Zhenzi is awesome. Luo Wen praised her without hesitation, and squeezed Xiao Zhenzi's face. The master likes it. Xiao Zhenzi smiled gloomily happily. Subsequently, the short meeting ended, Xiao Zhenzi once again melted into the darkness and disappeared, and continued to Marie Joyce. Looking at the place where Xiao Zhenzi disappeared, Luo Wen has a smile on his face. After a while, his smile faded and he whispered. However, this move is just a plan. It will take a while for the holy place to actually move. Luo Wen's eyes flickered. Suddenly, Luo Wen's expression stopped. Ding! 5 Elders. Saint Edward was frightened. A series of 5 Elders scare reminders sounded. P.S. Most of the readers' opinions, the authors have to read every article, but the author number is limited in reply, so there is no way to reply to book reviews. At present, the author of the bacteria has seen several ghosts mentioned in the book review section, and the author of the bacteria has already planned to add some to the article. If you have any ideas, you can talk about it in the book review. The author will consider joining in. Asterisk. Chapter 43 5 Elders, I'm going to meet Luo Wen, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Last night, 5 Elders, a high-ranking authority, slept unsteadily. They are waiting for news from Luo Wen. The haunting has alarmed Master Yim. Their time has become urgent and they must be resolved as soon as possible. More importantly, if it's just haunted, then forget it. I received an urgent news last night. The dead Roxani Palace crawled out of the tomb and became a wandering lonely ghost. Not only that, there are a large number of celestial dragons who died in the haunted world, all of them have become ghosts, and are now wandering in the Holy Land. This really made 5 Elders' heart tensed and couldn't sleep at all. From time to time you can see familiar figures drifting by outside the window. They are dead, but now they have come back to life and become ghosts. With a hideous face and bleeding from the 7 orifices, it makes people feel hairy all over the body. This can no longer be concealed, and there has even been an incident of the resurrected celestial dragons ghostly hurting people. This makes celestial dragons who don't have ghost handprints unable to calm down. They were scared, for fear that they would be strangled to death by their dead parents crawling out of the cemetery when they slept until midnight. More and more celestial dragons are moving jointly, and they need to change a place. It's impossible to hide it anymore. The celestial dragons will leave Marie Joyce soon, the whole world will know. There are two things that make 5 elders unable to sit still the most. This is one of them, and the other is Lord Yim has come to ask again. Can't wait. Nagabi 5 elders said. What he said was that he couldn't wait, which meant that he couldn't wait any longer for Luo Wen to think about it. Are you going to see him? 5 elders with horns and beard looked at it, which made him look ugly. They are going to meet someone in person to negotiate terms, which is a shame to them. I can't help but, Master Yim asked twice. If we don't handle it well, it will be our negligence. Nagasa 5 elders got up, he wanted to make preparations, and immediately went to impel down to see Luo Wen in person. We are waiting for your news. The blonde 5 elders took a deep breath and said these words in a low voice. Good. Although this is a shame and has saved their face, it must be done right now. Had to meet Luo Wen in person. Nagabi 5 elders nodded, then turned to look at the CP staff beside him. Go to the empty phone worm immediately. Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. Through the ghost handprints left on the arm of 5 elders with horns and beards, he saw what happened in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. In the original book, there is actually very little description of Im, and it is only a silhouette when he appears on the scene. The only information that can be known is the Lord of the Void Throne and the King of Celestial Dragons. Maybe. What do these guys who are locked in eternal hell know? Luo Wen turned his head and asked toward the endless and deep darkness. Do you know, a celestial dragon's named Yim? The voice fell. A pair of eyes opened in the dark, looking towards Luo Wen. There are doubts. There is an accident. Im? The names of those idiots of celestial dragons are all saints and palaces. Do not know. Luo Wen, you asked another strange question. The prisoner made a sound and the chain rang, but no one could answer. No one knows. Luo Wen frowned. In fact, Yim's existence is really mysterious. He suspects that no one except celestial dragons knows the existence of such a supreme king. Just when Luo Wen wanted to give up the questioning. That is a legend of celestial dragons. Letterfield in the depths suddenly spoke. Hey! Luo Wen looked at it. That is the legend that celestial dragons can have their current status. I have heard this from a celestial dragons. An old whisper came from a distance. Letterfield's eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to recall a memory. Can you be more specific? Luo Wen's eyes flickered. All I know is this. Letterfield was low. After saying this, he stopped speaking, closed his eyes again, and took a short rest. Hear the words. Luo Wen nodded lightly, thoughtfully. Is there really such a person? Even the old guy said so, IMM. Someone in the dark was surprised and frowned. This name is remembered by them. That afternoon, Sengoku did not stay any longer, and was already on board the warship returning to naval headquarters. Shiryu's incident shocked him, which instead prompted him to return to naval headquarters immediately, not wanting to stay and impel down too much. Even characters like Shiryu will die. Then naval headquarters also can be dangerous. Sengoku felt that he had to go back and sit down as soon as possible. But when the warship Sengoku was on was about to leave the port, he saw a ship. A big ship of world politics. 5 elders, really coming? Sengoku's eyes widened, and he saw the old figure standing on the deck. He has a long beard, and even though he is old, he still reveals a kind of loftiness from his bones, as if everything in the world is under control. Life and death, iron and blood ruthless. Sengoku recognized at a glance, it was one of 5 elders. He was stunned, and then reacted instantly. 5 elders are here, eternal hell. Is this looking for Luo Wen? This is so surprising, if you say it, it will shake the world. Empty negotiations failed. Now that 5 elders are here, who in history can have such a high salary? Roger, the One Piece King back then, was the best treatment, right? Sengoku took a deep breath. Just watching the big ship of 5 elders, slowly sailing into the port of Impel Down. Beyond anyone's expectations. 5 elders are here. At this moment, Impel Down. Let go of me, let me go, why do you want to catch me again? Buggy, who was hiding on the 3rd floor, was pulled out and was being escorted away from the 3rd floor by guards. I want to move again? I don't want it, the 4th floor is hot to death, the 5th floor is cold to death, I will die if I go in. Buggy screamed in tears and kept begging the stone-hearted guard to let him go. But just in the next second, Buggy, who was yelling, suddenly froze. At the corner of the corridor, he saw a few figures with jaw dropping. Sora, Magellan, and an old man. This old man, walking in the forefront, Sora and Magellan were behind him, and there was a faint sense of looking forward to the horse's head. This is... Buggy was stunned. Sora and Magellan both knew him. One is the commander-in-chief of the whole army, and the other is Director Impel Down, the old man who can make these two characters bow their heads. Who will it be? Buggy thought about it for a while, and felt terrified in his heart. At the same time, Luo Wen, who just had lunch, sitting at the table intently, playing with a pair of scattered puzzles. Luo Wen doesn't know what pattern it will be, but that's how it will surprise. I look forward to continuing the spelling. Suddenly, the darkness in front of Luo Wen trembled, and the figure in white skirt floated on tiptoe. Master, here you are. Xiao Zhenzi carried a basket of fruits and brought it to Luo Wen obediently. A healing smile appeared on her gloomy little face. She was very happy, because Luo Wen praised her before, so she brought some fruits over. And this time Xiao Zhenzi also brought a lot of videotapes Luo Wen said he wanted to watch. Put a stack aside, piled up into a hill. Xia Zhenzi is very good, but I don't have to bring any more fruit. I haven't finished eating yet. You can get it when I ask for it. Luo Wen smiled and rubbed Xiao Zhenzi's head. Xiao Zhenzi nodded obediently, put the fruits away, and disappeared into the darkness lightly with the empty basket. At this time, Luo Wen suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the entrance. See you. The heavy door was pushed open, the light swayed into the dark eternal hell, and in the light, several figures strode out. Not someone else. It is the Longbeard 5 elders, and there is still time and Magellan. Oh, I was seen. Luo Wen smiled and shook his head when he saw this. Asterisk. Chapter 44 5 Elders, right? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. That is. Just in time to arrive at Eternal Hell's Longbeard 5 elders, Sora is shocked. The moment they stepped into the Eternal Hell just now. In a hurry, I saw a ghostly ghost in white dress, carrying a fruit basket out of Luo Wen's cage, like a weightless floating in the air, and finally disappeared into the darkness a little bit. Nagabi 5 elders and Sora can be sure that they are female ghosts who do evil in the Holy Land. Sure enough, all this has something to do with Luo Wen. The eyes of both of them changed, and stormy waves emerged in their hearts. It's her, the ghost in white I saw. Magellan frowned. At first he saw a female ghost on Luo Wen's shoulder, but now it is certain that it is the one who just walked out. The Longbeard 5 elders flickered and walked silently to Luo Wen's cage. The female ghost really has something to do with you, he said. His eyes darkened, and he stared at Luo Wen. Luo Wen picked up a jigsaw puzzle, placed it in place, and looked up at 5 elders. I said it was my ex-girlfriend and the old man. It's rude to talk to me without introducing myself. Old man. Magellan's eyelids twitched, talking to 5 elders like this. The CP0 around was angry, some frowned, and some even wanted to make a move. Longbeard Five Elders waved his hand and signaled the CPS not to move. He squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Wen, unexpectedly, and spoke slowly. "Saint Bruce, one of the Marie Joy's 5 elders." These words, like a blockbuster, exploded in eternal hell. 5 elders? Really? It's him, it can't be wrong, I have seen him from a distance. At that time there was a group of people around him to protect. Hey, it's a pity, I still wanted to kill him. Someone said gloomily. He is the strong man who has a history with world politics, and his biggest idea was to kill 5 elders. The arrival of 5 elders was unexpected. At this moment, in the deepest part of the prison, in the special sea stone cage, there is a breath of horror overflowing. Suddenly, there is light in the darkness, and it is a pair of terrifying eyes that are opening, sharp enough to pierce the darkness, staring at 5 elders from a distance. His awakening caused the surrounding cells to tremble undetectably, and the prisoners inside subconsciously moved away, not daring to approach him. This man is exactly the descendant of the devil who is not inferior to Leatherfield Bullet. Bullet does not move easily. After being imprisoned in eternal hell for so many years, he has been quietly exercising to become stronger. But now, the appearance of 5 elders, let him break away from the state of meditation exercise, opened his eyes to see. 5 elders. Crocodile looked at the old figure standing at the door of Luo Wen's cage. His face changed again and again, even if he was indifferent, he couldn't keep calm at this moment. Crocodile was thinking before that even if 5 elders came, he wouldn't be surprised. But now it really appears. I still can't control my emotions to shock. 5 elders are here. Because of Luo Wen's sincerity, he personally came to eternal hell. Ha 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 ha, laughed to death. Why did 5 elders, a high-ranking authority, come to such a dirty place like us? Is it because of what Luo Wen said before? Tisk tusk tusk, it seems that 5 elders is the same thing. The weird people who like to tell ghost stories just say a few words, and they ran over. There were noisy voices all around, some whispered and sighed, some sneered and mocked. To this, Longbeard 5 elders didn't care. His eyes always looked at Luo Wen. But at the next moment, Nagabi 5 elders' body shook, and the body suddenly backed away. Unexpectedly, he didn't perceive any danger. Why was 5 elders backing away? Next second, he followed the gaze of 5 elders with long beards, his pupils suddenly shrank, his muscles instinctively tense. Sora saw it in amazement. On the table in front of Luo Wen, there is a stack of videotapes stacked up high, there are at least 30. A single videotape can destroy the name of Marie Joy's holy place. Now there are more than 30 in Luo Wen. Moment. Kong's body is hairy, and her heart is terrified. Luo Wen in the cage suddenly noticed something was wrong with them. He turned his eyes and found that Nagabi 5 elders and Sora were watching the videotape on the table. At once, Luo Wen's eyes flickered. Is this a misunderstanding? Luo Wen. Longbeard 5 elders spoke calmly, and he was worthy of being the master of Marie Joy's. Even if he saw more than 30 videotapes, he still quickly calmed down. He stepped forward, his eyes closed slightly. What Sora said to you is what we mean, and we sincerely intend to cooperate with you. Hear the words. Luo Wen looked. You still have no sincerity. Luo Wen broke the grapefruit, peeled a piece of white and tender flesh, and slowly put it into his mouth. What are you kidding? Accompanying CP0 is furious. In their opinion, it is a shame that the Longbeard 5 elders can come in person, and it is a great exaggeration to Luo Wen, but now Luo Wen says he has no sincerity. Longbeard 5 elders was unmoved, raised his hand to interrupt CP0, and then continued to look at Luo Wen. Why? Luo Wen put down the peeled grapefruit, picked up the instant camera on the next table, and pointed it at CP0 who had just spoken, and pressed the shutter with a click. The photo spit out from below the Polaroid. Luo Wen glanced at the photo and said without lifting his head, 5 elders, are they 5? Moment. Empty eyelids twitched. Nagabi 5 elders' face sank. Luo Wen first said that if he was sincere, he would let 5 elders come, but now he is coming, but Luo Wen said this. The implication. It is sincerity that all 5 elders are present. I hope you think about it again. Nagabi 5 elders was silent for a moment, then turned and left after shaking off these words. But before leaving, Changxia 5 elders paused and turned his head to look at Luo Wen. What did you mean by taking a photo? Luo Wen didn't answer, but took 2 bites of grapefruit for himself, as if he hadn't heard the words of 5 elders. Upon seeing this, Longbeard 5 elders' eyes flickered, but didn't ask any more, just turned around and left. Wait until Nagasa 5 elders and Sora and others completely leave eternal hell. Luo Wen stopped holding the photo. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, the photo revolved and flew up and fell to the shadow in the dark part of the cage, floating lightly on the ground. Kill him. The voice fell. At the edge of the shadow, a gloved hand stretched out and picked up the photo on the ground. Now, the Polaroid photo is becoming clear a little bit, revealing the appearance of CP0. The clown holding a human head balloon. I don't know when it will appear. He looked at the photo in his hand, tilted his head, and smiled gloomily and horribly. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Tianlong Media. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The picture in the cage. No one saw it. The clown disappeared silently. Luo Wen, I see you getting more and more comfortable now. In the cell next door, the prisoner who had a feast on world politics grinned. He saw 5 elders with long beards eating deflated, and his heart was not happy. If it was outside, he would like to take Luo Wen to drink. It can be said that the prisoner was really anxious that 5 elders went out and was hit and killed by a ship. Actually, Luo Wen, you are not so good. In the opposite cage, Jinbei hesitated for a moment and reminded him out, 5 elders has great rights. If you do this, 5 elders will most likely hate you, and it may be against you at that time, so be careful. Yet, Luo Wen nodded unexpectedly when he heard Jinbei's reminder. Then, he thought of something, a smile appeared on his face. Should I send you out? Jinbei was stunned when he heard this. Send him out? Luo Wen is not joking, but can really send him out. There is no need to question this too much, because Luo Wen went out once himself, and he must have his own special methods. But Jinbei still shook his head. I can't go out, I represent the Fishmen Island. The rest of the words were not spoken. But in fact, Luo Wen has already understood. Jinbei is linked to the Fishmen Island, and before that, he was able to become 7 warlords of the sea. In addition to his strength, a very important reason is that Jinbei came from the Fishmen Island. To make Jinbei a Shishibukai, a large part of it is to strengthen the harmony between races and express the friendship between humans and the Merman tribe and the Merman tribe. It can be said that Jinbei has long been inseparable from the Fishmen Island. Once escaped from prison, it will inevitably be implicated in the Fishmen Island. It is impossible for him to watch an accident in his hometown. Just forget it if you don't want to go out. Luo Wen nodded. He knew that Jinbei would be like this. However, if you want to go out later, you can tell me again, I think I like you better. Jinbei was taken aback. He didn't expect Luo Wen to say these things to himself, but he nodded slightly. You can also like me and send me out. Nine Tails flew at Luo Wen a wink. Ha 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 ha, Daimei, Luo Wen might look down on you like this. Yes, I think he likes a strong man like Jinbei. I think I'm pretty good. There is a lot of noise in the dark, too many people are talking, some are joking, but more people are really hopeful and expect Luo Wen to send them out. However, Luo Wen, now, did not visit them. Instead, he smiled and looked at a corner of eternal hell. Where? There is a new prisoner who is shivering. Welcome to my new neighbor. Luo Wen smiled lightly. Just now, the arrival of 5 elders attracted everyone's attention, or they didn't care about another thing. That is, Buggy was escorted to eternal hell. Now, Buggy panicked. Looking at the surroundings shiveringly, one by one prisoners in the dark. This is where? Not the 4th floor, not the 5th floor. In Impel Down, when is there such a terrible prison? Buggy really frightened his legs and trembled. There was nothing particularly scary here, unlike the beasts on the 3rd floor, the heat on the 4th floor, and the cold on the 5th floor. But this is definitely the most terrifying place. It's all because of the prisoners in it. Even though they were bound by chains and imprisoned in a cage, they still exuded a terrible aura, which even made Buggy feel fear, and his legs trembled. Then Buggy shuddered sharply. He found that in the cell opposite to him, the man who refused 5 elders was staring at him intently and greeted himself. Haha, hello, hello. Buggy squeezed a smile that was uglier than crying. He felt his heart beating fiercely, as if it was about to explode in the next second. Buggy heard the conversation between this man and 5 elders just now. He is not an idiot. He has also heard some haunted rumors. Just a moment, Buggy understood. The man in front of him who is in a suit and shoes in the cage is very likely to be the initiator of the haunting. A guy who is scarier than a ghost, or he is a ghost himself, is even more dangerous than the terrifying prisoners present. Although, Buggy was in the cage and saw the terrifying people who once swept the sea. 9 Tails, Joe the Drunkard, and the Blood Deer Jones. But in Buggy's eyes, they are not as good as the man in front of him who is smiling at him. Buggy can't stretch anymore. He felt that if the man continued to laugh at him, he would cry. Fortunately, Luo Wen just looked at him for a few seconds, then quickly retracted his gaze and sat back on the sofa. The other voices in the prison also disappeared. The prisoners knew Luo Wen's character. This guy was like that. He ignored people if he didn't want to talk. They were all used to Luo Wen's style and consciously closed their mouths. Which one is better first? Luo Wen smiled and picked up a videotape from the table at random, took out another video phone worm, and inserted the videotape into the special connection port of the phone worm. Puff! The phone worm craned its neck and its eyes shimmered. A picture was cast out. Papa Papa! Luo Wen! 2 celestial dragons, applauding for love. The female celestial dragons are so big, that's not right, so white, and that's not right. And many more. This is not right. Why does celestial dragons still have a hobby of collecting small videos? Are you planning to make Madao, cough cough, Tianlong Media? But Luo Wen did not turn off the videotape immediately. Instead, he sat on the sofa and looked at it. Because the heroine looks really good. Soon, the applause sounded, and the surrounding prisoners heard it clearly. No one should mind, right? Luo Wen said without looking back. In the dark depths of letter field, his eyelids twitched lightly. After whispering a weird, he slowly closed his eyes. He still has qualities, but the other prisoners have already exploded. Luo Wen, you are simply not a human being. Even if you eat delicious food in the cage, you now, actually pay it back. Bah, I mind it, unless you show it to me. A lot of prisoners are swearing, and they are responsible for Luo Wen's unjust behavior. Luo Wen grinned. Leave these bastards alone. Suddenly, his expression was slightly startled. Baki, I'm on Cake Island. Asterisk. Chapter 46. If it wasn't for Armand, what did he see? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. The second half of New World. Cake Island. In the aunt's favorite dessert restaurant. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perospero, is holding a phone worm and talking to someone. What you said is true. Sparrow frowned. The person on the other end of the phone just said a shocking piece of information, so that the first reaction after hearing it was that it was false information. Naturally, it is true. My Morgan's intelligence is the world's first. Although things about the Holy Land and naval headquarters are not very dynamic, I still caught them. Inside the phone worm, a sharp and excited voice came. It is the president of the World News Economic Agency who made this call, Big News Morgans. The Holy Land and naval headquarters are quiet, but some powerful and keen people know about it, and he is one of them. Well, we will pay you for this information according to the old rules. Sparrow nodded, said a few more words and then hung up the phone. Then, he put away the phone bug, walked to the long table in the middle of the restaurant, found his place and sat down. Brother, haunted? Really? On the right side of the long table, with a fat body, the sixth son of the family, Charlotte Conti, turned his head and said in surprise. Well. In the next second, at the very front of the dining table, on the main seat, a figure of a huge female in a pink coat suddenly said. She grabbed a piece of donut and put it in her mouth hurriedly. She is the Queen of Cake Island. Now Kun is one of the 4 emperors at the top of New World, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Eat donuts in 2 bites. The aunt didn't wipe her mouth, she grinned and said, haunted? To deceive a new era kid, but you can't deceive me. There must be some action on the world government. Let me pay attention. Yes, mother. On the long table, the family members on both sides nodded, agreeing with the aunt's words. Soon. This afternoon tea is over. The family members gathered are ready to leave. Before leaving, the cute ponytail girl, Charlotte Flamp, the 36th daughter of the Charlotte family, shouted at Katakuri and other elder brothers who were about to leave. Brother Katakuri, Brother Owen, Brother Moscato, Brother Conti, Brother Opella, remember to come tomorrow. Flampy smiled sweetly and acted like a baby to his brothers. This is what she said at the dinner table today. Tomorrow, she will let some brothers come to her house as guests and eat delicious food. She will cook for the brothers herself. Because of this, she didn't plan to go back today. She was going to stay at Cake Island for one night. Her mother helped her build a house, right next to her mother's castle. Okay, see you tomorrow. Katakuri nodded slightly, looking cold, but he was definitely a qualified brother. Flamp was in a good mood. After bidding farewell to the brothers, he chewed on bubble gum and walked to the room his mother had prepared for her. Although I have been voted my favorite sister by 40 of the 41 brothers, I still cannot be taken lightly. I must let all my brothers vote that I am my favorite sister, and other sisters cannot be favored by my brothers. She muttered in a low voice, but when she mentioned other sisters, her cuteness was gone, instead she appeared savage and headstrong, pampered and proud. My lord. I will take you to the room. HS soldier came up and respectfully wanted to wear a robe for Fran. Hurry up, I want to sleep. Flampy didn't even look at the chess soldier, raised his head proudly, and walked away. On the way, Flamp seemed to disdain to walk with the chess soldiers, feeling that such an ugly thing was detrimental to her cuteness. After knowing the specific location of the room, he blasted the chess soldiers away and chose to go back on her own. The aunt arranged for her a very nice residence, a small independent bungalow, and a courtyard, which looked very generous. Flamp opened the door and bounced into the compound. What? Suddenly, Fran Peyton lived. She saw that on the fence at the edge of the yard, there was a white sun hat above the vegetation, as if someone was standing behind, but it was blocked by dense vegetation, and only one hat was visible. Popo popo. At the same time, along with it, there was a strange laughter. What kind of laughter? Flamp frowned, and she blinked at the sun hat, Sister Armand. Flamp remembered that Sister Armand had similar hats. Then, the white sun hat moved, as if the owner of the hat was walking towards Mom's direction. What is Sister Armand going to do with her mother? Flamp blinked and sprinted to catch up, curiously wanting to go up and ask. However, when Flamp chased it out, Sister Armand was gone. Under the curiosity trend, Flamp returned the same way and returned to the ant's castle. Now, although the afternoon tea is over, the ant is still sitting in her seat, devouring desserts. Seeing Flamp back again, the ant raised her head and looked at it unexpectedly. Flamp, why are you back again? Aren't you going to sleep? I just saw Sister Armand coming over. I haven't seen her for a long time. I want to ask how she is doing. Flamp blinked his eyes and put on a cute face that was completely different in front of the servant. Heard this? The ant grabbed a biscuit and ate it and smiled. Almond is looking for a delicious donut for me now. He hasn't come back yet. Did you read it wrong? No, I'm not mistaken. Framp was stunned. She dared to swear that she was right. Okay, go back to sleep. The ant waved impatiently and drove Flamp away. Yes. Flampy had no choice but to turn around and go back. She knew that her mother was already impatient. But if Sister Armand really hasn't come back yet, then, what did I see? Asterisk. Chapter 47. The world evaporates, and weird laughter appears on Cake Island, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Am I really wrong? Flamp walked out of the ant's castle irritably. She wondered if she had read it wrong. But if it was only a blink of an eye, she could clearly see the white sun hat moving. No, someone wearing a white sun hat must have walked away just now. Is that BD brother and sister tricking me? Flamp was completely cute and angry and stubborn. Quickly check, who is frightening me? She turned her head, angrily at the chess soldiers. Yes, yes. The chess soldier lowered his head, but he was conscientious. Hey, go to sleep. Flampy yawned. I don't know which annoying guy interrupted my nap. Now I have to go back to sleep quickly, otherwise my skin will be bad and it will be unlovable. On the way back, there is nothing unusual. The sun was just right, the wind was beautiful, everything was normal, and the white sun hat did not appear again. Flamp is more certain that a certain brother or sister is tricking himself. Night is coming. Hum hum. Flamp hummed a pleasant little song, preparing for tomorrow's dessert overnight. Tomorrow I will surprise Brother Katakuri and let all the brothers vote that I am the cutest sister. Flamp imagined that he would overwhelm the younger sisters in the future, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Tuk tuk. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked. Hey? Anyone else is so late? Flamp was surprised. It's me. A husky, magnetic male voice rang outside the door. It's the voice of Katakuri. Why did Brother Katakuri come to me so late? Flamp recognized his brother's voice at once, bounced and smiled to open the door. Popo popo. However, just as Flamp pressed the doorknob to open the door, a strange laugh came from outside the door. Flamp has heard this laughter. It seems that this afternoon, when the sun had appeared. Hey, it turned out that Brother Katakuri scared me this afternoon. I'm angry and won't open the door for you. Flamp Sundara turned his head. Bang, bang, bang. Katakuri outside the door continued to knock. Brother Katakuri doesn't praise me as the cutest, so I won't open it for you. Flamp pouted and sat on the sofa, just not opening the door to Katakuri outside. Bang, bang, bang. Katakuri is very persistent, once and again, the interval is the same every time she knocks on the door. Brother Katakuri doesn't praise me. Fran stomped angrily. Popo popo. Outside the door, the strange laughter sounded again. I heard this laugh again. Flamp was stunned. The anger that was teased at the beginning dissipated, and she calmed down. Something's wrong. Flamp knows the character of Brother Katakuri. Not to mention it's very cold, but she definitely can't scare her by wearing a women's sun hat. And this kind of laughter, how could Brother Katakuri make this kind of noise? Someone is pretending to be Brother. Who is it? Flampy's eyebrows were upside down, and she stepped closer to the door, trying to make the BD who pretended to be Katakuri's brother outside the door to look good. But the moment she approached the door, suddenly it was knocked open by someone outside the door. The cold moonlight spilled in. This moment, Flampy's eyes widened. It wasn't Katakuri outside the door, or even anyone in the Charlotte family. That is the figure of a gloomy tall woman. With disheveled hair, blue complexion, white skirt, and sun hat, elegance and horror coexist. What is even more frightening is that she is obviously tall and almost blocking the entire door, but there is no shadow on the ground. Popo popo. The tall woman in the western dress opened her mouth and let out a weird low laugh. What? Flamp's scalp numb instantly. Suddenly, Flamp's scream stopped abruptly. A gust of wind blew. Squeak. The door swayed gently, the moonlight shone in, but there was no one in the house. On the ground, the cooking apron fell, and the wind swayed gently. Ding! Charlotte Flamper is scared, scared point +10. Luo Wen finished the corner of the puzzle and sighed with a chuckle when he heard a voice coming from his ears. This is a lot of scares. It seems that the scared is really miserable, but it is a pity that there will be no more leaks without her in the future. Early the next morning, Katakuri and a few brothers came early in the morning. Flampeo's breakfast and lunch, it is said that they have spent a lot of thought, they cannot be in vain. Flamp, here we are. Katakuri stood at the gate of the yard and yelled several times, but strangely did not get a response. Owen raised his eyebrows. Did Flamper go out? Isn't it possible? Since Sister Flamp wants us to come over, she will definitely be prepared in advance and won't go out suddenly. This is a very demerit. Moscato looked surprised. He knows the character of this younger sister, and has always wanted to be favored by all his brothers. How could he give up such a good opportunity? The door is unlocked. Suddenly, Katakuri frowned. He tried to push the door, and the door opened directly. It was not locked, it was just ajar. What happened? After the older brothers all walked into the yard, their complexion changed to varying degrees. They searched the entire house, but did not find Flamp. My sister is gone. I'm going outside to look for it. Irving couldn't sit still, and left the house behind. I'll go too. Apella followed closely. What the hell is going on? Katakuri worried. He stayed at home and did not leave, so that if Flamp came back by himself, he could tell the other brothers as soon as possible. It didn't take long. Katakuri searching the house suddenly discovered a very strange phenomenon. The salt has turned black. Katakuri frowned. He reached out and touched the black salt, his fingertips stained with dark salt particles. Katakuri put his finger in front of him, and he faintly felt something wrong. Time flies. In the evening, all the older brothers who had gone out looking for Flamp returned. The result is nothing. I can't find it, Sister Flamp is gone. Owen's face was ugly. He searched for a long time this afternoon and went to various places. Basically, he turned the cake island upside down, but he still couldn't find Lamp. He also asked the chess soldiers stationed near the port, but did not see Flamp go to sea. A big living person, just evaporates from the world. The brothers looked at each other. Everyone's heart is sinking. By this time, everyone felt something was wrong. Flamp? It's very likely that something has happened. Where's Flampet? Have you found it? At this moment, the ant came from outside, followed by a group of chess soldiers. She has an ugly face. Owen and the others were looking for Flamp very much, and even the ant in the castle was alarmed. No. Owen inhaled and shook his head slightly. Damn it, anyone dare to do something on our cake island? In an instant, the ant was furious. A terrible breath emerged like a volcanic eruption, the grass and trees in the courtyard were all low, and the gravel on the ground trembled, as if a storm would appear here. The whole cake island disappeared, and Flamp had no reason to leave. There is only one possibility left. She was taken away. Is it possible that something else? Opella frowned. Cake Island has a tight line of defense. He didn't think anyone could sneak in and quietly take Flamp away. Hearing Opera's words, a chess soldier's expression changed, and then he trot up. Mom, Lord Flamp encountered a strange incident yesterday, and asked me to investigate. He thought of the strange thing that happened yesterday afternoon, and told the ant all the sun hat and laughter that Flamp encountered yesterday. Hear the words. The ant's anger was stagnant, her face changed one after another. At this moment, she thought of what Flamp said when she went to see her yesterday. At that time, Flamp said that someone had come to his castle, and he also said it looked like Armand. But the problem is that the ant herself didn't feel any other people at all, let alone laughter. Check it out. The ant's face was cold, anger burning in her eyes. Flamp disappeared. Although the news was deliberately blocked, Owen's search for Flamp was very loud during the day, and the residents of Cake Island had faintly guessed what. And on this night, many people have heard the weird laughter one after another. Asking for a wave of flowers evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Pick Eternal Hell Prisoners and Intercept Luo Wen. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. One night passed. Cake Island people are panicking. Last night, many people heard strange laughter, and those who heard the laughter were without exception, all were missing. Now. The central castle of Cake Island. The ant above the throne is ugly. Click. Her wrists energized, and the armrests on both sides of the throne burst into pieces. A group of chess soldiers knelt and shivered before the queen. The same method. The ant's eyes narrowed, and her anger emerged. She received a lot of news early this morning. Many people on Cake Island heard the laughter of Papapo last night. However, some people have disappeared out of thin air. This makes the ant's face ugly, which is almost the same as the situation when Flamp disappeared. Do it by a hostile person? Kaido? Red hair? Or is it world politics? Damn it, what the hell is this? How well it disappeared without a trace. Irving kicked a chair to pieces angrily. He was very aggrieved, looking for a day and night, but failed to find Flamp. Moment. The ant who heard Owen's words looked over, her eyes flashed with inexplicable light. What's the matter? Owen was startled, he was terrified by the ant's eyes. At the same time. Ding. Charlotte Irving is scared, scared point +1. Ding. Charlotte Katakuri is scared, scared point +1. Ding. Luo Wen smiled on his face as he listened to the beeping sounds in his ears. I have accumulated a lot of points recently, and I can get something new again. Host, Luo Wen. Combat power, 540 million, do not use the power of ghosts. Scare point, 2368. Open the mall page. Luo Wen pulls down very purposefully. He has long been fond of an ability, and now he has enough points to redeem. Ghost teleportation, can be teleported to the place where the ghost is, permanent ability, no CD, price 500 scare points. Without hesitation, Luo Wen chooses to redeem. Ding. The redemption is successful. Luo Wen stood up and felt the inexplicable power emerging from his body. At this moment, he felt that he was more closely connected with Li Gui, and a map appeared in his mind. You can see where the ghosts are. De Sadako, Naval Headquarters. Zyujenko, Marie Joyce. Joker, Impel Down. Lord Baki, Cake Island. Go and look at Baki. Luo Wen has an idea and wants to execute it on Cake Island. He stepped out, his figure flickered and disappeared out of thin air. Here we go again. Crocodile's pupils in the opposite cage suddenly shrank. Jinbei and Ace noticed Crocodile's movement and followed Crocodile's line of sight. But I saw. Luo Wen's cage was already empty, without his presence. This. Jinbei was stunned. Does this prison really come and leave? He disappeared this time by different means. Crocodile was low. He remembers clearly that the first time Luo Wen disappeared, his body penetrated out, but this time he disappeared by teleporting directly. Damn Luo Wen, how many methods are there? I really want to go if I want to go. I also want to go out and have a look. It's been a long time since I went out to find a woman. There will be grass growing in this cage. There are prisoners scolding around, but the words are full of envy. At this moment, Eternal Hell's door was pushed open, and several figures walked in. They are the guards of Impel Down. From time to time, we will check whether there are any omissions in the 6th layer. However, when the guards passed Luo Wen's cell, they only felt a chill rushing, and they felt that their breathing would stop. Luo Wen, no, no more. The guards were panicked, and a series of haunts came down. Even in their hearts, Luo Wen was more dangerous than any prisoner in Eternal Hell. And now the most dangerous Luo Wen has disappeared and left the cage. Quickly, go tell Director Magellan. Someone recovered and ran to the exit of Eternal Hell quickly. They want to convey this terrible news to Magellan as soon as possible. At the same time, inside the director's office, Changxia 5 Elders has not left yet. He is waiting for Luo Wen to give a reply. But now, his face is ugly. A corpse was in front of him. The death was so terrible and beyond recognition. It was CP0 who spoke to Luo Wen at Eternal Hell before. Last night, he died. The death was silent, no one even knew. Someone went looking for him the next morning and found him in the sink. It was cut into pieces and jammed in the sink. Luo Wen must have done this. The surrounding CP0 looked angry, and their colleagues died just like that, dead, cruel and inhumane. Luo Wen. The long-beard 5 Elders narrowed his eyes, and fear emerged in his heart. This CP0 spoke harshly to Luo Wen and died that night. This has nothing to do with Luo Wen, and even a fool would not believe it. But the question is, how did Luo Wen do it? Last night, no one noticed that CP0 died silently. This method of assassination is more terrifying than CP0, which is based on assassination, and it is even more chilling. And at this moment, the guard broke into the office. Director Magellan, Luo Wen of Eternal Hell is gone. The guard looked flustered and spoke extremely fast. He couldn't imagine Luo Wen, who was even more terrifying than Li Gui, would bring much disaster to the world once he escaped from prison. Hey? It's gone again. Magellan stared at him and stood up from his seat. Go and search, be sure to find him. He suddenly ordered, but as soon as the voice fell, Longbeard 5 Elders raised his hand. Don't be so troublesome, Luo Wen won't leave. Longbeard 5 Elders squinted. Luo Wen has absolute confidence. If this man wants to leave the prison, he will stand in front of all of us, tell us that he is leaving, and then disappear in front of us with weird means. This. Magellan was stunned. The empty eyes on the side flickered. Although he didn't have much contact with Luo Wen, he had to admit that. What the Longbeard 5 Elders said is mostly right. Luo Wen is such a person. It can be said that he is confident, and it can be said that he is arrogant, but he has such confidence. This time he may be the same as last time, leaving quietly, coming back suddenly, and walking into the prison by himself. Kong whispered. Magellan was silent and couldn't refute it. Suddenly, Longbeard 5 Elders no longer struggled with this problem, looked sideways to the sky, and said in a low voice. Sora, go talk to the prisoner on the 6th floor. Hear the words. Sora's expression changed, and finally he nodded slightly. Cooperation is still waiting. The second program is about to start. This is the ruthlessness of 5 elders, and there will never be any hesitation in starting. These people, you can try to contact them. Nagabi 5 elders raised his hand while speaking. CP0 next to him walked up and handed an empty list. Sora took the list and scanned it a few times. Turn around and leave. He is going to eternal hell and personally talk to these monsters in the dark depths. Asterisk. Chapter 49. This is Master Bhe, seeking flowers for evaluation votes. New World, the second half, Cake Island. In the center of Cake Island is the ant's castle. Generally, only the ant lives alone. Sometimes when a party is held, the sons or daughters who live on the islands will come over. On the fringe of Cake Island is a residential town, where not only humans, but also many other rare races live. This is the ant's philosophy: to build an unprecedented kingdom, all races must be accommodated. Now, just near the town of Cake Island, this is a sparsely populated plain, and you can see pastry-like houses scattered around. Call. Obviously it is noon, but the hanging wind is gloomy, and it makes people get goosebumps. Suddenly, a tall female figure appeared. She was wearing a western dress and a sun hat. She did not know when she would appear. The ghost is invisible. The sunlight penetrates her body and there is no shadow left. It is the Master Bakiko who set off a wave of haunting on Cake Island. Owner. Suddenly, Master Baki, who made Cake Island frightened, bent over to the air in front of him and saluted respectfully. Next second, the space in front of Master 8 feet trembled, and a tall figure in a black suit took a step from it, as if torn the space. This ability is really convenient. Luo Wen stood still and looked around. A smile appeared on his face. The distance from Impel down to Cake Island is very long. Normally, even a marine warship traveling at full speed would take more than 3 days. But I used ghost teleportation, just in the blink of an eye. It's been a long time since I came out for activities to bask in the Sunday. Luo Wen moved his lower body, his joint bones crackled. Baki, you are free to move around. Luo Wen smiled and said this to Master Baki, then turned and walked towards the small town not far ahead. The buildings in the town are basically desserts, which look like a variety of large desserts falling on the ground from a distance. Luo Wen walked on the street casually, in a relaxed posture, enjoying the leisure of shopping. Luo Wen also has to admit that, without considering the ant's soul extraction, IWC Tato Land is indeed a very harmonious place. The environment is beautiful, there is no struggle, and all races live in peace. It really looks like a kingdom that only exists in fairy tales. Did not go far. Luo Wen stopped in front of a bar. It's been a long time since I had a good drink. I don't know how the Cake Island is. He smiled and walked in. At the same time, as one of the 3 stars of the Ant Pirates, Charlotte Smokey walks down the street. The disappearance of Sister Flamper, the entire Charlotte family, no matter how good the relationship is with her, are looking for her trace, which is related to the face of the Charlotte family. However, looking for a day and night. Smokey had no clue. Where did you go? Smokey had a headache. At this moment, she glanced at a bar from the corner of her eye, and changed it to be very lively. From time to time, there were chats and laughter when drinking glasses clinked. The sun was hot at noon. Smokey hesitated a little, walked into the bar, found a corner seat, and ordered a glass of orange juice from the boss. Smokey held his chin, waiting for the boss to bring up the orange juice. Suddenly, she heard a startled cry from behind. Oh my god, there is such a thing, it's really too bad. Sadako is so pitiful, how could her father treat her like this? I can't say it's pitiful, after all, she also killed someone. Smokey was startled slightly and turned to look behind him. I saw that in the center of the bar, the people who got together were discussing something with each other. In the middle of the crowd, a man in a suit with bright eyes was holding a glass of wine and whispered. And since then, Sadako has become a ghost, crawling out of the well, and anyone who sees the tape will be hunted down for his life. Ghost. Moment. The people around shuddered, and combined with the previous story, they felt strangely uncomfortable. This is just a story. Isn't it true? Someone's eyelids jumped wildly. Of course it's just a story. The man in the suit smiled softly, but there was a certain deep meaning in his words. It's interesting. Smokey was surprised. After listening to the story of the man in the suit, she had to admit that it was a bizarre story. At this time, the boss came up with juice, and the man in the suit began to tell the second story. This is a story about toilets. The man in the suit raised the red wine glass and said with a smile on his face. Smokey drank the juice and listened to the story. The story this time is full of depression. The little girl learned swordsmanship since she was a child, but was bullied in the gym and suffered all the grievances. However, without any help, she was finally killed in the gym's toilet. It is said that since then, in the late-night toilet, calling Hanako's name, she will appear. The man in the suit had a deep tone, and drank the red wine in the glass after telling the story. After Smokey finished listening, he drank half of the juice. She didn't like this story very much. It was too depressing. The girl who wanted to learn kendo was bullied to death in the end. However, repression is repressed. After listening to it, she will not go to her heart, like the last sentence calling Hanako's name, Hanako will appear, and she will not believe it, it is all a story. People are already dead, so how can they appear? Finish these two stories. The man in the suit seemed to want to leave. But the people around stopped him, and even the boss walked over. One more thing, your story is so interesting, I invite you to drink. The chubby boss took the red wine bottle and filled the man in the suit with another glass. Do you still want to hear? The man in the suit was about to get up and leave, but stopped slightly when he saw it. I want to hear it. Another one. The people around were booing, expecting the man in the suit to tell another story. Well, then I will tell one more story, the last one. The man in the suit smiled and sat down again. It was a summer. A man who went out and worked hard, taking advantage of his hard time, he returned to his grandfather's home to spend the hot summer day. Everything was normal from the beginning until one day. As usual, when the man was relaxing in the corridor near the courtyard of his grandfather's house, he accidentally saw the moving sombrero from the top of the courtyard fence, and then in the gap of the fence he saw the Papapo while wearing a sombrero and white clothes. The tall girl with weird noise passed by. The man told his grandfather about this. The grandfather seemed to have thought of something. He was so scared that he invited a strong young man from the village to guard the door of the room, and he told the man that he should never open the door before 7 o'clock in the morning after dark. During this period, no one will have a conversation with him, and you must never respond casually. The man didn't understand why his grandfather had such a big reaction, and he didn't take this matter to heart. However, someone really knocked on the door that night. The man wanted to get up but he was quickly stunned. Recalling his grandfather's words, he didn't immediately open the door, but the person who knocked on the door suddenly spoke. It was the grandfather's voice. This made the man relax his vigilance and opened the door. The next morning, when my grandfather came over, all the strong young men guarding the door disappeared, and even the men in the house disappeared. Later they discovered that the salt pile in the corner of the room turned black. This is the legend of Lord Bakako. It is said that Master Bakichi later appeared in other places, wandering in the sea all year round. Maybe I will knock on your door tonight. The tone of the man in the suit is low and hoarse, as if with a certain magical power, which makes people have to listen carefully. Heard the last. All the people around shuddered, I don't know when they have got goosebumps on their arms. Where did you hear this story? This is a fat man. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his whole body trembling with fat, and his expression on his face was horrified. I'm a little stuttered. These things the man in the suit said, all collided with his own experience. He saw the woman in the white sunhat and heard strange laughter. The long-handed men feel like they are suffocating. Because he remembered it clearly. Last night, someone really knocked on the door, but he slept too dead and didn't open it in a daze. This story makes the surroundings explode. People's faces have changed, and many people present have encountered the same thing. It's really scary to think about it. At the same time, Smokey at the back stood up suddenly. Where did you hear this story? She looked at the man in the suit, her eyes changed. The first two stories, Smokey can be heard as stories. But in the end, the story of this 8-footer is different. Before Flamp disappeared, he saw a woman in a white dress and sunhat and heard laughter. Even more frightening is that even the details are correct. After Flamp disappeared, the salt pile in the house became black as in the story. I have heard what my mother said since I was young. The man in the suit grinned and looked very sincere. This? Smokey still wanted to ask. But at this moment, the phone bug in her arms rang. It's Owen. Hey, what's the matter? Smokey frowned, gave up and continued to ask, connected to the phone bug. And after listening to Irving's words, Smokey's face suddenly changed. Owen and they found Flamp's trail. At this moment, Smokey drank half a glass of juice and left the bar hurriedly. Seeing Smokey go away, the man in the suit smiled, did not stop his sight, and continued to clink glasses with the people around him. A little time. The location is slightly further away from the bar. In front of a fruit stand, several people gathered at this time, and they were vaguely communicating. There was a knock on the door last night. It was too scary. It was my wife's voice, but my wife was sleeping next to me. Yes, I was knocked on the door too. Shit, it was my dead father. I thought I was recently gambling and was discovered by him. He crawled out of the cemetery to teach me, so I didn't dare to open the door at all. And just when people are discussing enthusiastically, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. This is Master Bashaku. A man in a suit, who didn't know when he appeared, carrying a bottle of red wine, smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 50 letter field, but, I refuse. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. At the same time Luo Wen ghost teleport to Cake Island. Impel down. I walked into the Eternal Hell. He is in the Eternal Hell room, and wants to meet the prisoners on the list who have been erased from history. The first person, under the escort of the guards, came to Kong. It was Bask Shot. Hey, what did you bring me here? Saying I haven't drunk for a long time, can you give me a small glass? Kia tilted his head and sat on a chair, his hands and feet caught in chains. Give him a drink. Sora looked at it, and unexpectedly, he agreed. Hey! Kiat's eyes flickered. He was not stupid. He was brought here. He really wanted to drink a glass of wine and was also tempting. Now it seems, Sora is asking for himself? Soon. The guard handed Chote a glass of malt. Good wine. Chote drank it and burped comfortably, his face flushed. Sora, let's go, what are you telling me to come here for? Chote grinned, and while speaking, he buckled his hips with the back of his hands. Make a deal with you. If it succeeds, we will let you out and give you freedom. Sora spoke, took out a photo and placed it in front of Chote. In the photo, a black-haired man is smiling at the camera, sitting in the prison, but he is completely unfettered and free. Chote frowned. The man in the photo is so familiar to him, Luo Wen. He stared at Luo Wen's photo for a moment, then looked at Kong, and said, you want me to kill him? Not bad. Sora said bluntly. Hey. Choate grinned when he heard Kong's words, and after a short silence, he grinned, sure enough, it's a disgusting world government, and cooperation can't be achieved to kill the other party. Finished. He raised his hand and pushed the photo on the table over. Next moment, the chain clashed, and Joey got up and left. Hey. Kong frowned slightly. He thought about Choate's rejection, but never thought he would refuse so simply. I don't want to be used as a gunman by you, and. Hiccup, kill that guy, if one is not good, I may be killed by a backhand. Choate burped, his eyes blinking. I used to be fearless in the sky, and even the fleet led by Marine Admiral dared to collide with Basque Choate. Has he fallen to this point? He doesn't even have the confidence to kill a young man. Kong squinted his eyes, his words were harsh. No. Choate grinned and laughed decisively, that guy is very weird and empty. You guys kill him so lightly. Are you a fool to be lousy? You don't do it yourself. Doesn't that explain the reason? Hey, I'm getting more and more curious. How good Luo Wen is and how good is it? Why don't you tell me, how strong is Luo Wen, or how good is he? Hear the words. Sora was silent. He did not answer this question directly. Then, an empty wave of his hand, motioned to the guard at the door, and returned to the prison with Kiet. Joe, it doesn't matter if you don't agree, but you have to keep this matter secret and you can't tell anyone. I will send people wine to you on a regular basis, otherwise, you know the consequences. Sora was about to leave. Said suddenly. Kiet let out a weird laugh when he heard the words, and he staggered away with his alcoholic hiccups. Wait until Choate leaves. The door to the room was opened and Magellan walked in. The people on the 6th floor are not stupid. At this moment, Magellan looked ugly, and he didn't like the command task given by 5 elders. To cooperate with the criminals in the prison, and to release the criminals after the incident is completed. Magellan, as the director, has guarded Impel down for so many years, and instinctively doesn't like it. But this is a decision of world politics, and he cannot interfere. Commander Kong, you want me to call someone? Magellan looked at Kong, feeling helpless. Let Letterfield come over. Kong said the name after a little thought. Magellan's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect Sora to name such a heavyweight name. But soon, Magellan reacted and quickly left the room, ready to take out Letterfield from the deepest part of the prison. At this moment, Magellan has understood Kong's thoughts. Luo Wen is terrible, and the methods are unpredictable. Even Shiryu is dead, and it does require a strong talent to deal with it. Watching Magellan hurried out of the room, Sora fell silent. In his mind, he thought about a person on the list. Who else is suitable to deal with Luo Wen? Letterfield. Sora did have an idea, but he knew that the other party would probably not agree. If Letterfield can't do it, I'll call Katrina Daime, or... Some names emerged in my empty mind, suitable for people who would do Luo Wen. While thinking about it, Letterfield was bound by chains and was taken into the room by Magellan. There was no unexpected surprise. After listening to the plan, Letterfield chose to reject it on the spot, without any hesitation. I reject. Letterfield stood up, smiling gracefully, like an old gentleman. I look forward to whoever you will kill him. Finish this sentence. He turned and left. Sure enough. Kong squinted. Letterfield is such a person. He has a desire for freedom, but if the price is to make a deal with world politics, Letterfield would not be able to agree. Time is passing. Each prisoner was taken to the room, but the ending was without exception, all chose to refuse. To the end. The names on the list have all been called out. Who else are you looking for? Magellan leaned against the door, looking helpless. The prisoners of eternal hell are smarter than the other. Some people are excited to hear that they can be free, but when they hear that Luo Wen is going to be dealt with, their arrogance is dispelled. No one is a fool who wants to be used as a gun by world politics. Of course, what is more important is that Luo Wen is too mysterious. No one dares to really confront Luo Wen. Sora nodded slightly. The next moment he looked at Magellan and said his last name, Descent of the Devil, Bullet. Asterisk.